what you say now. First down, off your heels on your grey gown. Sure you shave now, lay down. Make a chop you like you wafer. Baby no shout, turn round. Make you splish splash, baby no doubt. Like the best part, spread out. Get your body back, get your body shoot down. Girl, I'll do some things to you. Many bad things. Girl, I'll do some things to you. Many bad things. Many bad things.
I'm searching for the truth, I need to find my place to create in the world is beyond me. So mama, pray for So many things with my eyes don't see. Only Jaja where they cover me, they cover. So mama pray for me. So many enemies I can see. So many things with my eyes don't see. Only Jaja where they cover me. I know they move without my conscience. I know they move for all the nonsense. I did but I get the conscience. You know say I they try, yeah. So they use my conscience. Still young so make a left fast. It's go where you get the concept. You know say I they try, yeah. See I did my soul. I stop it. Legally. See I did my soul. Legally, oh, legally. Say I did my soul. I stop it. Legally. Say I did my soul. Legally, oh.
Boy, on this property for the island. Finally, I'm moving out this anger. Anything I touch, it on the sound. Oh. I remember when I know they go lower the cheese for my mama. Now I put the bunny on designer. Cause when I do, I bless you, we be fine. I know fish out. With the blessings in my life, I can't decide to close my mouth. No, I know fish out, no. With the blessings in my life, I can decide to close my mouth. No.
Send me where hold the map. So them follow me without the torchlight. Talk is cheap for the mouth. Them mama, them papa, whole life, oh. Anybody will get the problem. Come follow me, cross the border. Anyhow we big, I go serve them. My bad boy from border. So I want all the fake people them to die. I no go follow them, sympathize. Bucket it big 100 a lot. God is real, I can testify.
I know fish out. With the blessings in my life, I can't decide to close my mouth. No, I know fish out. No, with the blessings in my life.
Everyone is here? Who is missing? Bro, hermano.
Instead of fighting for 10 minutes, they could have helped us.
Yesterday we stayed until 12 here. Yesterday we stayed until midnight here doing the videos and this kind of thing. Those two slides, it was sent this morning, half an hour ago. If you sent it like yesterday, we stayed here until 12, man. 12 here until 12 doing the slides, man. She fucks up. This is hard for me.
This is not good. I mean, we're doing the best we can.
I'm doing the best I can.
We're here to follow negotiations and to do influence.
Midnight. You're from negotiations. I'm doing nothing. I'm just doing here. Let's say people go party for dinner. I stay until midnight. You see? That's the thing. The problem is the mistake.
We're gonna try to do something else. We're gonna show the presentations with our computer here, and we'll do our best we can.
Something like that. We'll figure it out. Maskur, are we? This is the first event, which is about finance. Nice to meet you. One of the judges, or let me know exactly the title of your event, and then we can. There we go. Exactly. Yes. Welcome. Yes, amazing. Hello.
Yes, you will listen, they will exactly present it, and you just give a review of it, so don't worry, of course.
Amazing. Do we have people online with us? My friends, I hope you're having a good day. So as we are about to start our third day in the Children Youth Pavilion, I hope that everyone is having a good, fresh morning and ready for a long day. Today is Finance and Gender Day, so we will be having a very rich and full program discussing about finance, discussing about gender, about different issues related to finance, and also how young people can get into the finance discussion. So we have our first session, which will be special, where we will have young leaders pitching to expert judges about finance, which is organized by the Yongo Finance Group and colleagues. So I would like to call the moderator of the session to the stage to start us off. And thank you everyone for joining. And I would like to say hello also to all the people joining us online. So kindly, the moderator of the session, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We're really excited to have everyone here. The room will get full as time comes up. And I would like to firstly appreciate our judges for being here before me, the host. Thank you so much. And to everyone who would be pitching, I hope you'd learn from it. Our theme for today is accelerating youth-led climate action, closing the funding gap between funders and youth-led organizations. So basically, we always have the issues of, oh, young people are not able to access finance, and so we decided to put this together and say to ourselves, how can we make this work? You know, what do we need to learn? How can we pitch better? How can we put our proposals better? And we have some of the best brains here with us. Our judges are here with us, and they would be giving you very critical feedback after your pitches. And to everyone who will be pitching, I wish you best of luck. I'd like to call on Gennaro, who is our contact point for the Climate Finance and Market Working Group, for the opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's lovely to see all of you here. Apologize for the rough start. We will try to get the technical things sorted out, and we are trying to do our best to try to present an opportunity for young people to pitch their projects so we can analyze some of the best practices on funding proposals and pitching. So this is a simulation. So our amazing judges here will have the opportunity to give feedback to these presentations. And please do it honestly. We're not here to win any competition, but actually, you know, provide the best practices and give the insights of what is good and what needs to be improved. This is a very special concern for our young people that are trying to get access to climate finance for creating resilience for their communities. And the fact is that in an adultism world where youth organizations are seen as risky, like for many investors, it's important that we share our knowledge on and our capacity building on how can we do this together and how can we leverage on data, on good practices to provide, you know, the right amount of elements for a whole society to trust in us and invest in us so we can ultimately save our lives in our communities. So thank you very much for being here, and I hope you enjoy the session. So the first one on the stage is gonna be Haley Campbell, and Ruth Hollins. Thank you so much for it, and please, I invite you to come to the podium.
Do we need to use the mic, or can we just talk loud? Talk loud? Oh, for audio? Okay. All right. So you have to come over here, I think. Oh, yeah, that's better. This is better.
Oh,
So we can,
fantastic.
like, you know,
Thank you.
see. Okay. Hello? Okay. We're at the same side because we both need to use the mic. Ruth, come on the same side because we have to share the mic. Okay. Is everyone, are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. Okay, great. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Haley Campbell.
And I'm Ruth Oviedo Hollins.
And we're here from
Ruth Oviedo Hollins.
And we're here talking about our NDC Equity Tracker from Care About Climate. Let's see if this thing works. All right, awesome. So Care About Climate is a youth-led organization based in the United States with an international scope, an inclusive scope of more than 90 volunteers from 40 different countries. Our mission is to build an international movement of young people who have the confidence and skills to make a positive impact in climate decision-making spaces like the one we are in here today at COP28. So here, though, we're talking about the problem. Who here knows what nationally determined contributions are, by a show of hands? All right, everyone in the room, so I'll save us some time by explaining it, but we know that NDCs are the bedrock of the Paris Agreement. These are what countries are looking to either improve or to better their efforts to tackle the climate crisis. And we know that most scientists are analyzing NDCs to evaluate their ambitiousness, which show right now that we're on track to warm by almost 3 degrees. But what scientists are not collectively tracking and what no entity is tracking is the intergenerational equity and gender inclusion intersection of these NDCs. And why is this important? This is important because the average age of world leaders is 65 years old, yet young people are the bridges between the past, present, and future generations. And so we have the obligation and the responsibility to take on and to act on whatever our decisions that are made today by our world leaders. Additionally, less than 5% of all of our NDCs actually include young people in a meaningful way, which is why we created the NDC Equity Tracker, which empowers young people and builds their capacity to understand their country's NDC and then provide concrete gender
and youth and intergenerational equity recommendations for their countries that they can use as an advocacy tool to better ensure that their outcomes are more inclusive of young people and gender. And we know that this is important because when young people and women are more included in these spaces, NDCs actually become more ambitious. So this collectively is increasing our ambition to tackle the climate crisis.
Thank you, Haley. So a little bit about our impact with the NDC Equity Tracker. So we have 72 total countries analyzed, and these countries actually represent 85% of total emissions. Something to really highlight is that we have 8 countries out of the top 10 emitting countries. With the exclusion of Iran and Russia, we complete the 10. A little bit more about kind of what it looks like. So we do have most of our countries analyzed from Asia and Africa, but with your help, we would love to go ahead and work on improving and adding more countries. If you look at the progress made by region, in Europe, for example, we have 31 out of 44 countries, and that's because the European Union, of course, has a lot of those countries, and they only submit one NDC. However, we are looking to create more of a balance, and we hope to do that in the very near future. Some expected future impact, short and medium-term projections, the inclusion of 20 more NDCs. So that is something that we are working on by 2024. And construction of an interactive database that would make the experience more intuitive for users to look and view, what are the recommendations, what is the content out there on those NDCs. And then new advocacy tools like the Youth NDC Climate Pledge, which we will be bringing to COP28 this year to demand more action on youth inclusion and gender inclusion in the NDCs. Some success indicators, of course, adding 20 new or updated NDCs by next year, and increased global reach. So make sure that we look at SIDS, LDCs, and other countries, and local and national policymaking impact in at least 5 countries by 2025, and something that we are constantly working on. A little bit of the project cycle. It does take around 11 months of the year to work on this. That includes capacity building sessions so youth can understand what NDCs are, why they're important, and how they can interpret the information on there. We typically do give youth ambassadors 1 to 2 months to complete the work, depending on everyone's circumstance, just because we try to make it as equitable on our side as possible. Oh, I'm sorry. And we also complete a report at the end of getting all this information so that we can communicate what we learned. Some risks, as you can see in this map, there are a couple, but the one that we mostly pay attention to is the uncertainty on government's adoption on recommendations. We're all here for a reason. You see this in negotiations going on, youth going in, speaking to negotiators, trying to make sure that we are heard of. Unfortunately, it's not something we can't control right now, but we are hoping that with this work, it's one step the right direction.
All right, and a quick note, we are an international organization, and something to note is our co-executive director is from Nigeria, as well as our other team leads are from other countries around the world. As an international organization, it's important for us to practice being an international managing group, and so we do have the support of additional people who are not here with us today. Additionally, currently we've raised over $50,000 for the NDC Equity Tracker project, thanks to the following supporters here on the screen. But what we're here today to ask for is an additional $26,000 to help support this work in bringing those additional 20 countries to our NDC Equity Tracker. You'll notice from the budget, a majority of the budget is going towards paying for young people to analyze their country's NDCs, and for the project staff who are also young people who tend to do this as volunteer work more often than not, because we want to practice what we're preaching on intergenerational equity, which requires paying young people to do this type of work and empower and encourage them, not just with knowledge, but with the financial autonomy to actually live their lives to the fullest. And so a majority of this budget does go towards that, in addition to coming to these types of events to provide our recommendations and connect with policymakers on the findings of the reports. With that, I would like to encourage you all to follow us and check out a little bit of our team over there on that side photo, and share our thanks for taking the time to listen to us, and look forward to answering any questions. And I round out by saying, you can obviously see that we care a lot about the climate, and we hope that you'll care about it with us too.
Thank you.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Please don't leave yet. We are going to open up the mic to see if we have any questions regarding the project, and then we're going to go to the best identified practices and challenges. Any questions?
Pass the mic.
Okay, pass them.
maybe answer here. So
Is she asking or am I?
Oh.
You're asking. Oh, okay, cool. Hello, hi. So I had one question. So I know you said that the proposed budget is for the next 20 countries. Recently just found out that some of the country that I'm from, Somalia, just started their NDC project, and they're on draft stage. They've announced it like yesterday, and it's great. They have a youth section, and they have a lot of information on it. They said they did a lot of youth consultation, but I'm very skeptical on a lot of their claims. And so my question goes to, obviously, I just found out about this, so there's probably no way that they're one of the 20 countries. But I know part of that budget allocation is towards salary for people. But let's say somebody like me wants to voluntarily, take some time and, do the analysis, try to provide the feedback. What support is there for people who want to just do it without, being part of the formal system, but kind of, I don't want to take away from the budget knowing that, there's already 20 people that are ahead of me in the queue, kind of. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Do you want me to take that?
yeah, go ahead, please.
That's a great question. Oh, you good? So we actually have had those kinds of opportunities where we just didn't have the budget to include more countries, but youth delegates came to us and were like, hey, what can I do to be a part of this? Because I really want to put my recommendations out there, my perspective. And we were like, well, if you would like to take the time, we're happy to train you. We're happy to onboard you in the same way as we would the paid ambassadors, and give you that opportunity to add that content to our tracker. Because we're not in a position where we really want to say no. Like, our goal is to add all the countries. And the only way to do that is to be as inclusive as possible. And but that's why we're here, trying to find more funding, because we really do think that this work deserves compensation. And also, some NDCs are super long, and it takes so much time. Even us as editors, we read these and we need to take breaks. So yeah, if that's something that you want to talk about after, please reach out to us, and we're happy to get you involved.
Hi. I might have missed, in case, apologies. Do you provide also training or capacities on what to do after to influence? And then the second question is, like, are you in touch with UNICEF? Because we are also conducting analysis of the NDCs about child friendliness of the NDCs.
So to your first question, yes, we do provide capacity building after the completion of NDCs through our online trainings. Yell louder. For our online trainings, and we have a group where we continue to do advocacy throughout the year. So we allow and empower young people to also come with their ideas, and we help create an inclusive environment for all of us to do advocacy together. And then UNICEF, we actually also partnered with some members of UNICEF working on the child sensitive NDC project, as well as from UNDP last year as well, who works on youth inclusive NDCs. And the difference between what y'all are doing and what we're doing is that we are training young people to be the analyzers, and it's from more of a qualitative observational perspective rather than a young people were listed this amount of time and this is how they were listed. It's giving young people, for example, like, I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, Asham, that maybe you're skeptical about the youth consultations, right? And that gives you a chance to explain why you were skeptical and what you would want them to do to even improve that step further. And so it's giving that additional objectivity from those young people that really want to be included from their perspective, as opposed to a general, scientific or word searching analysis. But we're always looking for more partners and would love to work with you as well.
Do we have any more questions?
Thanks. A mix of a comment and a question. I'm Roxania Rochas from UNDP. Glad to hear that you've spoken with my colleagues who've been developing this checklist on how to better, for policymakers, on how to better include young people in design and implementation of NDCs. I manage something called Youth for Climate, which funds youth-led climate action around the world, and very interested to think about how to support young people when putting together funding proposals for projects on the ground, for them to think about how what they do connects back to their country's NDCs as well. You clarified a bit on my question already. I think it would be good to integrate that into the presentation as well. So how it is exactly that you complement, on the one hand, what UNICEF mentioned in terms of existing kind of youth and child sensitivity trackers on the one hand, and then resources that are available to policymakers. I think that's really good kind of complementarity you have, but I'd suggest to bring that out a bit more. And then in terms of the funding request, just touching a bit on the sustainability of it, right? Because this is something that requires constant updating, right, as with any database. So I'd suggest to speak to that a little bit as well. Let me just see if there was anything else. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay.
I can turn that into a question. But we have actually gotten a little bit of consistent funding from the U.S. Climate Action Network and the Earth Rising Foundation to start this database over the last 2 years, and we're hoping to renew that funding as well. The more funding we get, the more analysis that we can do. So that's really what it comes down to, and thank you for the feedback on the complementarity. We actually worked on the youth checklist as well with y'all.
Okay, thank you. We'd still get more feedback. Are you done with your presentation?
Yes. Oh, yeah, we're done.
Any more
Thank
questions
you.
from anybody? Clarifications, contributions for now? No? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
A round of applause for them. They did very well. Thank you. And
now we're going to invite our judges, if you want to take a seat on front to respond to some. Yes, we have one more, but yes, but we're trying to load the presentation, so we're going to pass to some of the key components of pitching and best practices, and then. No, oh, you got that? Okay, great. No, okay, then we have it on screen, so we'll be able to present the first pitch then, and then we'll go to the. So sorry to make you jump here. Yes. Okay, great.
okay.
Thank you. All right, hello everyone. Very nice to meet you. I'm Hazel. I am from Central America. It's a country called Guatemala. But this year I'm currently based in the Maldives. Every time I tell someone that I live in Maldives, their face is like, lucky you. And yes, lucky me. It's a beautiful place. It's an amazing and really fantastic nature for you to truly connect to one of the most beautiful ecosystems in the world, and that is the coral reefs. And I'm very, very excited and very thrilled to share with you an initiative, a project that I'm so passionate about that not only promises to preserve the ocean, to tackle one of the biggest issues that we have for the ocean right now, and that is coral reef decline, but we're also aiming to shaping the leaders, the champions of marine conservation in the Maldives. And that is by the company Reefscapers with the project Future Wave. So let's go, who's changing? If you can help me out. Yeah? I don't have the... thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so Reefscapers is a company in Maldives. We have more than 15 years of experience working with coral reef conservation. Our heart in the company is not only coral restoration, but it's also giving the opportunity to young scientists to be the leaders in a project, such as myself. As I mentioned, I'm from Guatemala, and since I was very little, my dream was to be a little mermaid and saving the corals and being in the ocean, and I would have never imagined that I would have traveled all the way to the Indian Ocean to protect the corals, and it was such a huge dream of mine. And I know personally all the marine biologists and reefscapers that have the same dream as me that have been able to achieve it. So far, we've been able to restore more than 500,000 corals transplanted into the coral reefs of Maldives. We've saved more than 400 sea turtles in our rescue and rehabilitation program, and we've empowered more than 20 young marine biologists. And as I am saying, is a dream of mine, but I'm not the only person. Maybe some of you guys, when you were little, you had the dream of being a marine biologist. And for me to be able to achieve this dream, I feel very privileged. And sometimes I think that I don't need to be so far away from the ocean like me in Guatemala. I personally have met little girls in the Maldives that have the same dream as me. And how ironic it is that the person that is right in front of this beautiful ecosystem doesn't have the same opportunities that I did. And so that is why we want to change it. In Reefscapers for 15 years, they've given the chance for scientists as myself from all over the world to come to Maldives. But the idea now is to go local. We want to empower the local youth of Maldives to give them the chance to work on their own backyard, to work on their own coral reef, and be the leaders of this restoration program. And so I started working in Maldives in February. I am a very, very advocate for ocean literacy. I've been educating more than 1,000 children and youth in my country, in Guatemala. So when I step my foot in Maldives, I say I want to continue doing education. So we started this project in 3 islands in the atoll of Dalu, where we do ocean literacy, and I bring them to do the work with me, and I teach them, and I tell them all the time, you're going to be my colleagues in a few years. So the goal of this project of Future Wave is that we want to seek and cultivate leadership for local Maldivian youth by actively making them participate in our coral restoration initiatives. And the coral restoration, just so you guys know, right now in Reefscapers is in private islands, in the resorts of Maldives. So we want to implement the restoration in the local islands for the Maldivians. So we want to restore the coral reef, specifically at least in 5 islands of the Dalu Atoll, within a span of a minimum of 5 years. For some reason, the 5 just came up, so I thought it's pretty catchy. So let's do 5 islands in at least 5 years. And with the 5, I also want to increase at least 50% of the knowledge of the students in the coral awareness, and also increase at least 50% of the coverage in the restoration sites. So how are we going to measure this success? So we want to establish at least 500 coral frames. That is the structures that you see right here. The coral frames is a structure of at least 100 coral fragments that we do the nurturing. And we want to, as I mentioned, restore 50% of the coral coverage in the restoration sites. 5 local islands, 50% of their increasing knowledge. So far, I've been able to reach more than 100 students in the Maldives. They're very, very passionate about the ocean, but some of them don't even know how to swim yet. So we need to start with that. So our educational program is not only going to be based in science, which we're very passionate about in Reefscapers, but we want to be more holistic and include art, include sports, you know, be more creative to make them interested in the ocean. And so we are very ready to grow, not just only grow corals, we want to grow the youth, we want to empower leadership with the local Maldivians. Basically, our project is going to be based in 3 main activities. Of course, the restoration is the main component. We want to create a reef health survey. As scientists, we know that the data is so important, so we want to create proper, how do you say it in English? Full, big, a lot of data so that we can create scientific articles which the youth will participate in. It's also important for them to learn how to publish papers. And the restoration site establishment, we already have the knowledge. Reefscapers is a pioneer in techniques of restoration. So we already have such a good structure of methodology, and we're ready to share that with the locals. And of course, the second component is education. We want to create an educational program, as I mentioned, very holistic, more complete. And within that educational program, we're going to find the leaders of the group of students. And those leaders are going to be helping us do the sustainability in the program. After those 5 years, they're going to be the ones who continue pitching like me, finding investment, and continue the project. And we want to make partnerships. So far, we've made partnership with the councils, with the schools, with the teachers in those local islands. We have the support of our resorts with the private islands. They're the ones who takes us there. They're support us with the meeting with the local leaders. And So far, we are part of a coalition in the Maldives. So we want to also get the support and include more organizations. There's a lot of organizations in Maldives, and we don't want just us to be reefscapers. They say it in English, waving the flag. We want all of the organization in Maldives to be part of it, of course. So right now, what we want to do with this Pitch of Future Wave is that all the program is ready, but in the private island. So what I want to do is move to the local island. So what are the risks? The biggest one, of course, is something that I cannot control, and that is the climate change. That is the biggest issue, and there's the unforeseen changes in local environment conditions. And just this year, I've been here for 11 months in Maldives, and I've already seen the environmental issues. And so this red square gives me the urgency that we need to act right now, because if not, there will not be any more beautiful coral reefs that one day you'll go visit in the Maldives. So that's a little bit, just because of time, I won't go with all of them. Just a little bit about me. I am from Guatemala. I'm a very passionate conservationist, but a huge advocate for education. I truly believe education should not be something that we put like, let's make this project and educate. No, educate should be the number one. You know, if we don't have the knowledge, we don't have the care, all of our projects that we're doing right now are not going to work. And of course, it's not just me. I have the support of an amazing team of top marine scientists that are supporting me. And with the budget, this is for the five-year program. And this includes specifically the reef survey, the restoration establishment, and the maintenance and monitoring. This will all be part of the locals. So I think it's a great day, Finance Day. It's a great day to talk about the lack of financing for youth. And I'm not talking just about myself. I want to finance the Maldivian local youth. I would love for me, for example, if I'm not able to stay for the 5 year in Maldives, because I'm not Maldivian, but if I leave, I want someone to stay there in the project and be able to finance themselves to stay in the project. And we, as I mentioned here, don't forget the five islands, 500 coral frames, 5 schools, increasing 50% of the knowledge and 50% of the coral coverage. So yeah, how much time do I have? They had a video, but I don't know if I can play the video. I'm out of time. Thank you very much. Let's save the corals.
A round of applause for her. Thank you. So we have the third questions. Any questions for her before we move to the third panel, the third pitch? Questions? Okay. Our next pitcher has a question. Okay, comment.
No, it was a great pitch. I just wanted to highlight that. And yesterday I met some investors that might be interested in funding that, so happy to make an introduction.
Okay, so the money is rolling in. A round of applause for yourselves again. Thank you very much. Yeah, so at this point, we'd like to call on Salvitas, the final pitch we have for today. Yeah, the stage is yours. So do you want to use this or that?
Is this really work? Hello, hello. Oh, yes. I'll use this. Do you have the slides? Okay. Oh, perfect. Let's move with this one. Okay. Hello, I'm Federico Perez from Colombia. I want to present my social enterprise called Selvitas. And everything started when growing up, I went with my father to help the indigenous communities in Colombia. And over there, I realized how we can have a sense of agency, how we can help other people in our environments. And throughout different life experiences growing up, I saw the different marginalized communities and how the inequalities in my country can lead to severe forest degradation and deforestation. So overall, in Latin America, we have the highest deforestation rates worldwide, and every day we can lose 8,000 football-sized patches of forest. And really going into the deep causes of deforestation, of the underlying challenges, we can see that poverty and economic insecurity are the leading causes of, let's say, slash and burn practices or illegal mining or logging. If these trends remain unchecked, they impact on the communities, the natural capital stocks, and the future health of ecosystems could be severe, ultimately even leading the Amazon basin closer to its tipping point. That's where it can turn into a savanna, so we have to do something about it. Fortunately, Latin America has the highest potential to reduce emissions through nature-based solutions. And in addition, we see different market-based mechanisms where you can finance projects, either to the biodiversity or the carbon markets, as long as they have integrity and transparency in the process. Sorry for the formatting mistake, but it's basically how it has been growing exponentially in the past years, and the idea is, what are we going to do about it? So that's why I came up with a innovative business model where we're able to team up with different indigenous communities, cooperatives, in order to give them the resources, the technical assistance, and the support in order to work together in ecosystem restoration projects. And the importance of this is how we were able to, again, highlight the transparency when you're working deeply with the communities, understanding the context of each of them. Because at the end of the day, even in my own state of Antioquia and nearby where I live, it's really about understanding if they come from an indigenous background, from Afro-Colombian, if they're peasants, if they were displaced by former illegal groups. And by understanding that, you can really change the mindset and understand how to tackle this problem of valuing nature and properly working together in order to restore ecosystems in the long term, because this is a project that can take 10, 20, or 30 years. Again, I'm sorry because maybe there was some problem with the formatting, but usually you can see the different support that we can bring. And in addition to that, the only way of how you can make it scalable is through technology. So after working in a venture capital funds and investing in high-tech startups, understood how you can really work with different models in order to fund the projects, not only through the carbon markets, but also through agroforestry systems. So in addition, we give the communities land if they don't have it. So far, we've given 8,000 families land tenure because after they were displaced by the illegal groups, there's different government programs that offer them the land, and in order for them to really value and understand their context. So by being able to giving them the land, giving them different income streams, and also giving them the possibility to grow crops through agroforestry systems, let's say cacao, acai, or coffee, then you can really create that systemic change and be able to create the well-known landscape approach of ecosystem restoration. So far, we see over here the different platforms we have. It's a mobile app and a satellite imaging system where you can really see the progress that the different projects are being undertaken. In addition to that, when we talk of land, it could be 1,000, 2,000 hectares of land, and overall we see that it's the triple bottom line. It's the economic, the social, and the environmental impact that it's being provided here. In the past year and a half, we've achieved amazing partnerships, and the only way how you could do it is through this. So not only working with the U.S. Department of State or the Royal Academy of Engineering, but also with local communities in Colombia, and that's why they are part of our team. So for example, you see Joanna, growing up, she was displaced by these illegal groups, but she's also a local leader and was able to lead the thousands of communities to go back to their land. And working with her, we've been able to really understand what it really takes to change these people, how we can really change the mindset while also understanding the local context. So overall, we've been able to receive several grants locally, and now we're raising around $500,000 to kickstart our first projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because of time, we'll just have the feedback from the judges. Would kindly request that you once again take your seats on the podium, our judges. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. So basically, would also like you to just briefly introduce yourselves and then you give us feedback. For those who pitched, if you don't mind, can you just sit in front so they look you eyeball to eyeball? Thank you. Yeah. You have the microphone there. Okay. Okay, maybe we'll just start off with. Oh, we use the same. Yeah. Let's use this one.
No, you start. No, you start. It's so good.
Thank you so much for the brilliant presentations, really. So sorry for jumping the gun earlier. So let me just repeat. I work with UNDP at UNDP's Rome Center for Climate Action and Energy Transition, and I manage a global initiative called Youth for Climate that directly funds youth-led climate action around the world. We had our first call for solutions this year, and we'll be launching another round of funding early next year, so do look out for that. To go back to the first presentation, I already shared some feedback, but I guess, Ruth, just to wrap that up a little bit, I guess one point was about highlighting those complementarities better with other tracking tools that are out there, but then also flagging how it is that you plan to synergize with those. And I know that it's hard, but your efforts to kind of connect to those and bridge the gap. There's tools for policymakers, there's tools for young people, but how do we kind of create synergies between those so they're not running in their own silos, let's say. Hazel, brilliant presentation. Thank you so much. Excellent example of how a personal story can be so powerful. I really like that you're integrating kind of the data collection aspect as well with the Reef Health Survey, but do integrate any data that you already have as well into the presentation. The community impact aspect of it was very clear as well, which was nice to see. I was curious to hear a bit more about how you're networking and learning with other similar initiatives around the world. You're focused on the Maldives. Are you trying to learn from similar initiatives around the world and vice versa, contribute your learning to those? A question of mine was also going to be about how you work with other actors in the ecosystem, and you addressed that. You mentioned working with schools, with resorts, with the government. It would also be really valuable for you, I guess, and perhaps you're already doing it, to really try to map out and analyze how all those actors work together in the system, right? And to see where you sit within that system and what is really within your control working in the Maldives alone, and then there's climate change and all sorts of factors that are a little bit outside your control. So as you collect the data, really trying to pinpoint, okay, what can we what do we need to tap into in that system, perhaps to unlock, a bit more of a systemic impact going forward. Federico, nice to see you again. Federico's project has been one of the shortlisted Youth for Climate projects, so I can really attest to strength of the proposal. Really interesting presentation as well, showing the linkage to technology. I wanted to, if I can come back to this one, I wanted to look back at my notes and reflect a little bit more on it. So I'll hand over to the colleagues.
Thank you. So some brief reflections and also introduction. My name is Claire Kasky-Cook. I'm director at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We're a nonprofit CEO-led organization, so we work with over 220 companies to drive forward climate nature, and equity agenda, so really a systems lens, and develop solutions, ideas, tools that we then launch, and also that our businesses hopefully implement and embrace, and also we share wider. On a practical level, first of all, thank you. I loved your thoughts, your projects, the energy and enthusiasm. Absolutely. I have 2 children. They're like 9 and 7, but I was thinking, wow, just looking at you, I wonder, I'm so excited about what the future brings. So just thank you. A few thoughts on it as I was listening to the presentations. And I was trying to look at it both from a personal experience lens. I worked for a large corporation for many years, for over 12 years, but also from a WBCSD lens and also based on what's going on. So keep that in mind, right? And I hadn't seen any pre-work. On the NDC equity tracker, great initiative. I love the systemic analysis of incorporating women and youth concept into the work that you're doing. My thinking was, and I think it builds on what everybody else is saying, build and link to other existing initiatives that are happening, especially on the national level. Many countries nowadays have ministries that focus on women and gender issues, and trying to link with those local stakeholders also for funding, because I would be surprised, especially considering that the amount of funding you're looking for is not that large. I think there should be very clear opportunities there. Plus, it creates the benefits that you can actually lead to more implementation. My concern was, it's great to increase youth awareness, but how do you scale? How do you make sure that the results and the thinking actually lands in the ministries or lands in the local schools? And also, what's the incentive for change? Fine to know, but why should there be change? We know it's the right thing, but it would be wonderful to hear from youth voices, almost like a call to action. You could do an op-ed or something like that, that highlights the results and concrete proposals, not just on a global level, but national level. I think that would be very, very powerful, and also link really the gender strategy. And you need, basically I was thinking you need a local national ally. Plus, it can be great for your different youth leaders on the national lens. And use COP, use the resources here to gain access. Go to the different country pavilions, basically. I was thinking, what would I do? Go to the country pavilions, shake hands, and say, hi, this is what I'm doing. This is our supporter. What can we do? So anyway, that was what I was thinking. On the reefscapers, also really impressive work. I mean, awesome. Building on what's been said already, and I love the local focus, the local effort, local communities, especially the local islands versus the touristing islands. Bringing a business lens to this. The Maldives, and I've never been to the Maldives, but from what I know and have read, they're prime tourism destination. I would imagine that the local tourism authorities, hotel complexes, etc., and I do not know the whole private versus public islands there, have a huge interest in maintenance of coral reefs. There should be alliances you could build with local hotels, the local industry association, the local tourism association. And so when I was looking at funding, I thought the biggest opportunity is really the tourism sector, and all the other work that you're doing, the education, etc., makes complete sense, so keep it going. I'm getting feedback, I should hurry up, but again, we got a lot of info and I'm trying to be as helpful as I can be, right? But this is just immediately what came to mind. Here, you have the same thing on the pavilions. Now, final note is, and we should have gotten just feedback, because I love what you're doing. Give the judges a bit more time to give the feedback. Final point, Selvitas, excellent. I love the fact that you have the board mapped out. It builds so much legitimacy in this own space. This was my immediate thinking when I looked through it. There has been criticism on this whole voluntary carbon standard space, etc. Transparency, criticism. The more you can build legitimacy and transparency and try to see how you can link some of what you are doing with some of the global ideas, global efforts. So actually for you, the focus, you've built so much on the local level already, it's pretty cool, and you have partners. How can you link to some of the big global initiatives and discussions that are happening right now at COP to really show how the work that you are doing could be part of the solution from a local to global effort. But the biggest risk I saw was the whole transparency and legitimacy side. I think, however, with the right partners and also the right global support, you can address it.
Well, hi, and I know I've been now told that I have very little time, so I'll try to be really fast. My name is Gabriella Richardson-Tam. I am the interim head of the Global Environmental Facilities Partnership Unit, and the Global Environmental Facility is one of the financing mechanisms for climate change, biodiversity, and other environmental conventions on land degradation, pollution, and all of that. So we do a lot of financing, of course, to over 180 countries. And I'm also the manager of our small grants program. It's the GEF Small Grants Program, which provides financing to smaller initiatives, local initiatives at the community and level, to civil society organizations. So this was super exciting for me to be here. And also it's very exciting to be here because you really are seeing right now sort of a strong movement of very strong youth-led initiatives and drive. And I can also see from the financing side, we are scrambling to try to figure out how we can finance some of these initiatives. And we are changing the way that we can do it. So this is super great. So let me then very quickly, and I have probably only 1 minute left, on your presentation, I mean, it's super important. You are really tackling an issue that is important. We need to know how the consultations are happening, and how if youth-led, or if there's been consultations with youth organizations at the national level. For me, a little bit of the concern is to have a global program, and I think that you said that a little bit too. It's hard to get financing for something that is global and just an analysis, and you didn't really make the pitch of how you really are building this at the local level, at the national level. And I almost think that it would be easier to focus, and I think there was some question there, at the national level. How do you engage youth at the national level? And really in this process, identify who are the ones that are leading these processes. The other thing that I think that is important is to really link it to the conversations here on the guidance for the NDCs, because that's how you got a lot of gender considerations into the NDCs right now. Youth is not really there yet, maybe as sort of a guidance. So in order to, it's not only to track, it is to change. And I think that you could have been a little bit better, and also link it to what is currently the guidance and sort of what is implemented on the NDCs. So I think that there's a little bit more on that. On your presentation, you had a fabulous presentation. I super liked it. It was so clear. First, you had the problem statement, your enthusiasm, and you could really see. Plus, I super like the fact that you focus on results very early on, which makes you sort of this is something that could be financed, it's concrete, and I really like the concreteness in it. I think similar, and I think you have every opportunity there is to get financing for this initiative, and I liked the whole framework that you set up. Similar, I think there's some other speakers here, judges, is that to really focus first, making some connections to what sort of the global, what is happening in this sphere in terms of reef management and in terms of oceans, and to connect it to that if you want to have big money. Second is really to link with local conservation organizations. You said local businesses, and I would say the other way as well, in addition to really link to conservation organizations in the Maldives. There are many that are working there, and that is the way that you can either be part of a project that is already ongoing, it could be a component, or that you can get sort of these ideas. For example, a small grants program that we would have, a project, would definitely finance this. This is within the realm of what we would do, and I would be happy to make connections on that. On yours, and now I'm totally off time, aren't I? So, and I know you're going to have some more. On your presentation, super exciting. For me, I had a little bit of trouble, and maybe it's because I didn't focus properly, a little bit of trouble because you said it was business solution and apps and things like that, and then I couldn't really connect it. You had a really good problem statement in your presentation, but I was left a little bit, but what is it that you want? What is that you want for this money? And I maybe it was my little, but for me, the presentation was a little bit, you went from really high level to, and then I was like, what is the solution? What is it really that your results are going to be? And if I was going to look for financing, I would have liked to see a little bit more on what are you really achieving? What is going to be the end game of this investment? So that would be my, but I would love to understand it better. So thank you.
I can talk to you bilaterally, Federico. I had a similar comment. It was, yeah.
So thank you very much, everyone, for being here and sharing this time with us. Especially thank you from our judges and from the pitches. Just remember that when we are talking about funding, we are actually talking about what questions we need to search for answers. So who is the funding? What the type of our project? Are we connect with local communities, indigenous peoples, youth-led projects? So we have a giant questions that we need to have good answers. And most of all, when you're talking about nature contributions to people, we are actually talking about how to connect these contributions for who is interested in receive these contributions. So this is one of our main points that I think we can have from these judges and from the projects. So I thank you very much. I remember that we have only 0.76% of climate finance that are directly to our youth. So I invite judges to keep further talking with our pitches, but also keep further talking with our youth organizations to close our funding gap, but also our youth funding gap. So thank you very much, all.
Irene. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing those brilliant insights. It's great when we're able to give youth-led climate action access to the funds they need to make the change that is much desired in this world. Now we're going to welcome our next session, and it's going to be the launch of the Youth Adapt Alumni Network. And I'd like to pass on the floor to the moderator, Saad Wakas. Please. You're moderating, so. Yes, let's do it. You introduce? Yeah, introduce already.
Test.
Hello everyone, and yeah, thank you for the first session. Thank you for the judges. Thank you for the presenters for inspiring us with your pitches and all the best scaling your innovations. I want you all to give him a round of applause again. Woo! So now we'll be moving to our next session of the day, which is a very interesting session. It will be a session led by the Global Center on Adaptation with the partnership of the AFDB. So here we have a session which will be the Youth Adapt Impacts Reports and Alumni Network Lunch. So some of you know about the Youth Adapt initiative that was presented yesterday. And also you will get to hear more about it and see what's being done when it comes to adaptation finance, especially in the African continent and all globally. So in order to introduce that session, we will be having an announcement segment and an opening segment and the unveiling of the reports, followed by a panel with young speakers and experts to discuss about finance, especially related to adaptation in the continent. So it will be a very interesting and unique session. So in order to start our session, we will be having a opening segment, and we can invite the Global Center on Adaptation. So we have today with us the global lead on youth and entrepreneurship on the Global Center on Adaptation, Ms. Aramide Abe, who is a big advocate and been supporting young entrepreneurs in Africa and all over the world to engage on adaptation, supporting their innovations and scaling them with finance work. So I have the pleasure to invite Ms. Aramide to open us with some remarks. Ms. Aramide, to you the floor.
Hello, morning everyone. Welcome to the GCA AFDB AAAP Youth Adapt Impact Report launch. It's a pleasure to have you all here today. I will be speaking to the opening remarks for this session, and it's more about the impact report and the achievements and all. But before I do that, I want to welcome our special guests. Dr. Kevin Frey, CEO, UNICEF Generation Unlimited, is here with us today. Ms. Niha will be coming from the Climate Investment Funds, one of our partners as well. We also have Mr. Brian Parham from the Lightsmith Group, who will be here. We also thank our colleagues at the African Development Bank who have a meeting right now, but they will be coming midway throughout the session. So thank you all for coming. Just to give a few words about the adaptation, the Youth Adapt Impact Report launch that we're launching today. Speaking on behalf of our CEO, young people have inherited a world in constant flux. They are living through an unfolding climate crisis. 2023 is on track to be the hottest year in recorded history, and worldwide heat waves, floods, and wildfires are wreaking havoc. Young people bear no responsibility for how we arrived at this point, nor for the emissions driving global heating, but they will have to live with the consequences. Africa's young people face an even more daunting challenge. The continent is the world's most vulnerable to climate change and is warming faster than the global average. Already, droughts and floods make it difficult for farmers to produce enough food, and extreme weather will become more frequent and severe in the future. To cope with climate change, Africa needs to adapt. Young people are in the vanguard, working on innovative climate adaptation solutions to build a more resilient future. The GCA and its partners, the AFDB and Climate Investment Funds, invest in young people, supporting them with resources and skills to unlock their entrepreneurial potential. We do this through the African Youth Adaptation Solutions Challenge, Youth Adapt. This annual awards program supports young entrepreneurs and MSMEs, micro, small, medium-sized enterprises in Africa, to scale up adaptation solutions. And our winners receive grant funding of up to $100,000 and enter a 12-month accelerator program. Just yesterday, we awarded female youth-led enterprises with funding at the Youth Adapt Awards ceremony. They also benefit from professional mentorship and training to develop their businesses and finance skills. The challenge is part of the AAAP program, which is mobilizing $25 billion to accelerate climate change adaptation across Africa. Since its inauguration in 2021, the Youth Adapt Challenge has made a significant impact. Round of applause for the Youth Challenge. Woo! We have injected approximately $4 million into 33 youth-led enterprises across 19 African countries. Women own or lead 50% of these enterprises. So we've actually seen half of the cohorts as women, female entrepreneurs. So a round of applause for our women. We have some of the young winners here today, and you'll be hearing from them later during the course of the panel. Our experience with the Youth Adapt Challenge clarifies the business case for investing in young entrepreneurs. Every $117 we invested in a youth-led enterprise generated a sustainable job opportunity. The initial 10 supported enterprises created over 8,500 jobs, primarily for youth. Women hold 80% of these jobs as well. The business and financial gains for supported enterprises are substantial. Youth Adapt winners have on average more than doubled their revenues. They have increased their capacity to produce goods and serve their customers by an incredible 362%. And not only that, 20% of the enterprises have expanded into new markets. Equipped with business acumen and knowledge of financing opportunities, these enterprises have mobilized more than $300,000 in additional funding. I'm proud of our Youth Adapt winners and inspired by their commitment and success. Seeing their adaptation-focused businesses flourish with the program's support reinforces our belief in the value of investing in young entrepreneurs. As GCA and its partners work to expand the Youth Adapt offering in 2024 and beyond, focusing on connecting entrepreneurs to additional funding sources, I am filled with optimism by the potential of youth-led businesses to drive adaptation action in Africa. I am deeply grateful to our donors, Norway, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and the French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, and implementing partners KCIC Consulting, who have contributed to the success of the Youth Adapt Challenge. As it goes from strength to strength, I look forward to supporting upcoming entrepreneurs in subsequent rounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Aramide. And I was yesterday in the Africa Pavilion, and we were celebrating the female winners there. And just looking at their projects and what the impact that they've been able to achieve in the local level, and getting such grants and being able to get supported and grow. The potential is limitless. So with such programs, this is how we can support young people, channeling finance mechanisms, making them accessible to people in the grassroots. This is how, finance should be accessible, especially in the agriculture in the African continent, such we saw yesterday, and we will hear also from some of our winners. And, you've been working on this impact report actually, and I'm also interested to see, the program has been there for a while, and a lot of young people have been supported. So really, it's very important to hear more about this impact report. And so in that context, I would love to, before we officially launch it, of course, give you the floor to hear more about it, introduce it to the audience that we have today, because it must be a lot of impact there.
Thank you, Saad. Thanks again, me again. So speaking to the impact report, what we did was to extract the achievements of the first cohort. So we'll be looking at the 2021 cycle and some of the results that we've seen from that. I just highlighted some in the opening remarks. There was 8,500 plus jobs created, both direct and indirect jobs. More than 12,000 smallholder farmers trained through the course. And then specifically to some of these businesses, one or two businesses were running at a loss before joining the Youth Adapt program. And coming out of that, they're now, profitable. So that's very impressive. We did have several, apart from the numbers as well, there's a lot of qualitative impact. So our winners got a lot of media mileage, got to speak at global convenings, received tons of awards, which you will see in the report as well. And then in terms of business expansion, we had two of our winners, Erie Hub and Kim Planter, come together. So they've actually partnered to co-found a specific product line in agriculture as well. So these are just some of the early results we're seeing. One of the aims of the Youth Adapt program is not just to fund businesses with grants, but also to allow them to be able to be investable, to access equity and debt funding. And we're very proud to see that some of the funding that they've received have actually been equity. $362,000 plus raised by some of the winners have been outside of the Youth Adapt program. So that's great. And we're seeing a bit more. One winner herself raised $400,000 for her business. So it's easy to identify what the wins are, but we also want them to be positioned to be able to access debt funding specifically, which is typically hard for adaptation enterprises. Commercial banks always want to see how they can de-risk the business. So we'll be working with these enterprises and these commercial banks to have a de-risking model that allows them to effectively fund these businesses. So I'm not going to give away too much. We have a video that will also share some of the wins and the achievements of this, of the impact of the Youth Adapt Challenge, and I'll just hand over to you.
Amazing,
Thank
amazing.
you.
You know, this inspires me as a young African to now get into agriculture and start a business and, you know, get into, you know, making more and more impact. We will love to entertain you with a video that will show you some of the impacts and the highlights of the Youth Adapt program. So we will be trying to play the video. And yeah, once we play the video, we will do the official unveiling of the Youth Adapt report, which you can see there next to you. And yeah, so looking forward for that.
Vulnerable and bursting with potential. And the key to it all is adaptation. This is Africa, home to the youngest population in the world. Yet this continent, which produces the least climate emissions, often bears the biggest brunt of negative climate change.
The rains have caused abortion of flowers in most plants, and because of this, the harvests have gotten so little.
With the breadth of population and the depth of skill, investing in climate adaptation in Africa is not just morally right, it is also economically right. Inspired by this potential, the African Development Bank and Global Center on Adaptation and the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, or AAAP, came together to mobilize $25 billion by 2025 to scale up and accelerate climate change adaptation actions across Africa. The Youth Adapt program is one of the AAAP pillars. Youth Adapt was set up to directly strengthen the productivity and growth of youth-led and owned micro, small and medium-sized enterprises with at least 50% women to deliver innovative climate solutions in Africa. So far, 33 entrepreneurs from 19 African countries have received grant funding worth over $3.5 million under the Youth Adapt competition. After an initial competitive process, Youth Adapt Challenge winners receive grants of $100,000 each. They join a 12-month accelerator program to sharpen their business skills. They attend tailored trainings to build practical skills in entrepreneurship, financial management, digital marketing, investor readiness, and climate adaptation. Professional mentors support Youth Adapt winners to develop and execute business plans, unlock further financing, and take on climate leadership roles. Enterprises leave the accelerator program equipped to scale up and tackle climate change. Faced by the toll that food production, transportation, and preparation have on the environment, recipients such as Ifeoluwa Olatayo in Nigeria are coming up with innovative solutions, such as simplifying the process of getting fresh produce to city residents while slashing the emissions associated with doing it.
So when I saw the concept of hydroponics, which is climate adaptive, and also saw the concept of nutrition and how this food will make this opportunity would be able to provide food for people within shorter proximity at impossible, affordable prices. So I said I was going to go with this idea, and then when I got back to Nigeria, I started replicating it.
In Kenya, like many places across Africa, droughts are contributing to major crop losses for farmers, especially in its arid and semi-arid areas. Caroline Mwangi, through Youth Adapt, is countering this by propagating solutions that can adapt to hot and dry conditions. Farmers need the know-how to improve their yields, especially in light of new challenges brought about by climate change. Noting the lack of extension services to farmers that would boost their returns, Elisha Mahama set out to provide that, as well as promote conservation agriculture.
So one was to create awareness or build capacity of these smallholder farmers, and also to bring these farmers to share knowledge on the best practices way forward to enable us at least increase yield and maintain the natural environments for betterment of all of us.
These investments and the others in their cohort have paid off. 2021 Youth Adapt winners grew their businesses, upskilled, created jobs, and unlocked additional capital. The supported enterprises recorded a 123% boost in revenue, and 20% of the Youth Adapt innovators have expanded into new markets and created over 8,000 jobs. On multiple metrics, the numbers speak for themselves, and they declare the immense scope of potential that has been unleashed across the continent. Youth Adapt has proven itself to be a powerful tool in catalyzing businesses' profitability and productivity. Going forward, the program will continue to support adaptation enterprises to scale and create jobs through supporting them in raising the next round of funding, increase market access through connecting them to new partners and to IFI projects. It will also continue to create green jobs and directly support innovative solutions for low-income economies and populations vulnerable to climate change. We will redraw the economic landscape of Africa, one youth-led business at a time.
Amazing. Well, yeah, a lot of impact there, a lot of, youth-led innovation and action. And as I say, I said it yesterday, young people are like seeds that if you feed them and grow them, they will grow to nurture our continent and our world into development and sustainability. So finance for young innovations is very crucial element here that we're here to discuss actually and share this practice. And I'm sure that everyone is waiting for the impact report, and it will be shared online and it will be accessible in multiple languages. So in that case, of course, we have to officially unveil the report, and I have the pleasure to call again Ms. Aramide Abe from GCA to join us into the stage. And we will be also calling some guests to also join us to do the unveiling. So, Ms. Aramide. And then we have with us also from the Global Center on Adaptation, Ms. Andrew, who is the global lead on local-led adaptation. Thank you also for joining us. Also, we have from UNICEF Generation Unlimited, the CEO, Dr. Kevin Frey, who's also joining us to do the unveiling. Thank you very much for joining us today. From also the Lightsmith Group, we have the manager of program, Mr. Brian. Also, thank you for joining us. So, to also do the unveiling. And last but not least, we have from the Climate Investment Fund, Ms. Neha Sharma, Evaluation and Learning Lead. Thank you also for joining us. So, let us together open the ribbon and unveil the do it together. Amazing. Okay. There we go. Amazing. So that's the reports. Perfect. Yes, we have more reports to be shared, also for the audience who are here today. So let us all take pictures with the, reports. Amazing, thank you very much. And of course, there'll be online versions, so you can also check it out in the website. So with that, it's very important also to have this dialogue now that we have more than 30 or 40 winners now. It's important to reflect about the challenges, about the successes, and also learn from people who've been there in the youth innovation and financing area. What should we do next and how we should work together? And in this context, I have the pleasure to call into our next segment of the session, which will be an intergenerational panel dialogue with some experts and a lot of sharing. So first, I have the pleasure to invite CEO of Generation Unlimited, Dr. Kevin Frey, to join us on stage with your applause, followed by Ms. Neha, the Evaluation and Lead and Learning Lead from the Climate Investment Fund. Neha, thank you for joining us as well, please. And also we have Mr. Brian from the Lightsmith Group. Mr. Brian, he's the managing of programs and partnership. Thank you very much for joining us today. And of course, we have our young leaders. We have Miss Joyce, who is the founder of Green Impact Tech, and she was a winner of the Youth Adapt 2022. So Joyce, join us, please. And finally, we have our brother Joseph Ulizani from Zambia, who is a big founder of a very big youth agriculture innovation. Great to see you again, and please join us to the stage. And he also a winner of the first cohort of the Youth Adapt 2021. So very, very interesting panel. And I'll be, of course, having the pleasure to moderate. So to start with, I would ask you if you have a mic next to you to put it while I interest you with some reflections. So it will be a dialogue between all of us. We'll try to entertain some questions as well from the audience if we have some time. So the idea here, we want to really reflect about finance, because it's a critical topic in the climate agenda. And, especially when we talk about adaptation, every country needs to adapt. And, you can't have other people do adaptation for you. So you need the finance to do the adaptation. And this is why we're here today, to talk about the situation, the best practices, and some of the challenges. And so what we will have today is we will be starting with a dialogue between the young winners and also experts in the field. And maybe I would like to start with our young innovators. So we have, with us today, Joyce and Joseph. I'll be giving you the mic, don't worry. Of course, you had many challenges while working on your innovations and learned practices. So I would love to ask you, as a young entrepreneurs, what are some of the main challenges you faced when it comes to accessing finance for your climate adaptation projects? And then how did the Youth Adapt Challenge support you in growing and making more impact? So maybe starting with Joyce.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Before I start with the challenges that we have faced in relation to the climate adaptation projects, when it comes to fundraising is not for the faint-hearted. It requires perseverance, determination, working hard towards what you want to achieve at the end of the day. So yes, I'm Joyce Kwese, and I'm the co-founder, and I work as a business development manager for Green Impact Technologies. I'm the 2022 Youth Adapt winner. So as Green Impact Technologies, we started our operations in 2018, mainly to accelerate alternative energy technologies, targeting the marginalized communities with access to solar home systems, biogas for cooking, liquefied petroleum gas, solar water pumps, and even solar-powered refrigerators, not forgetting the farmers with the organic fertilizers. So since 2018, what challenges have we faced? Number one, limited financial track records. At first, we did not have a financial history to show to our investors. That has limited us all the way to access financial funding from the different financial institutions and even the investors. Secondly, lack of access to information and even the funding sources. When starting a business, it requires a lot of networking. You need to have a lot of networks for you to have access to information. As we started, at first when we started the business, it was really challenging for us to know the available funding that can support our business by looking at the stage where we are. Startup business, when it comes to fundraising, always you do not have track records, like I said. So it's really challenging. We faced a lot of challenges when relating to that. What have we done? We have been attending various events, networks events, we have a lot of networks through the funding that we have been receiving. It has created a lot of networks for us whereby we have access to information, access to investors. They are connecting us to various investors and even the financial institutions. Through that, we are able to know the type of funding that are available for our business, and we are able to apply. Secondary, partnership building. There is power in partnership. As youth innovators, I can encourage you. By working by yourself, it doesn't mean that you cannot grow. When you work together with other people, other businesses, there is a room for growth. For instance, as a business at first, we do not have marketing channels that we can use for our products to reach to the end users. We partnered with various stakeholders like agro dealers, cooperative and associations, and even other projects that were also looking at the companies, that the products that we offer. So that made us easier to reach out to the end users and even promote our business to grow to where we are today. Come to the Youth Adapt Innovation Challenge. This program has really helped us to where we are today. As I'm speaking, we have secured additional funding apart from the funding that we got from the Youth Adapt. For instance, we got another funding from World Bank, about $250,000 US, which we are supporting various youths and women in terms of capacity building. To grow, especially targeting the smallholder farmers, by not looking at farming itself, but then they need to look at beyond commercializing their farming. Apart from that, we have also secured another fund. We just signed a contract 3 weeks ago with the World Bank as well. This is a debt financing. We have secured about $1.350 million USD. This is a debt financing. I mean, I was just saying here to say, they are not just promoting these innovators to be secure and grants now and then, grants. We need to also look beyond debt financing. So we are also looking at that. We have secured 1.3 million. It's not easy. It's a great, great achievement for us, and we are looking forward to the greater future. Thank you so much to Youth Adapt program.
It is worth it. It is a lot of impact, partnerships, networking, and being able to access to the right type of finance. It takes a journey, but with the right contacts and the support as well, you made it, and hopefully you'll make more. I'll give it back to my brother Joseph with the mic to also share with us his experience.
Okay, so thank you very much. My name's Joseph Waluzantole. I come from a country called Zambia. I run a company called Sustainable Builders. What we do at Sustainable Builders is that we work with smallholder farmers to improve their management systems and improve access to finance. So one of the biggest challenges that we had to face, I think we identified that there was a gap between the monies that were being announced as monies being provided for adaptation and the uptake of the people that needed the monies. So the biggest challenge that we had to face ourselves is the biggest challenge that we identified with smallholder farmers, and we had aimed to go and solve. So we have been running for the last 8 years, and I'll tell you for a fact that one of the challenges that smallholder farmers first, or enterprises that are working in the agriculture sector, is that access to financing. The biggest challenge that we had to identify was that there was a bridge that we needed to bridge, and that was access to financing. For the longest of time, I think we concur with me, there's a narrative that has been written, especially on the African continent, that the people that access this kind of financing is either NGOs, non-profit making organization. And that is just a notion that is out there. you know? So we had to think through how best we structure an enterprise that is going to be a social enterprise, create impact, but still generate income at the end of it all, and still be able to access this funding that was made available to us. And not only to us, but also find channels in which we can get the financing to the smallholder farmers that we are working with. So in the recent past, what we have done is to work with smallholder farmers. So we work with financial institutions and banks to guarantee the loans, and then we work with them to improve their management system. The same challenge that Joyce did speak about in our neighboring country, Malawi, that they are facing. So we improve their management systems, we improve their financial records, then we guarantee the loans with financial institutions and banks, and then they can go and access this funding at a later stage. We have seen growth, like Joyce as well, in the recent past, thanks to Africa Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation. What the opportunity did to us was to open us to the world. You know, after we won the Youth Adapt Challenge, we had opportunities where the media came to us and wanted to hear more about what we were doing. So we had that platform, and that platform led to us even accessing different partners that were willing to work with us, and it has been a story that we are willing to share. But more so, before I end, I would want to say something. You know, there's certain things that we overlook, especially in the adaptation space, you know. Small things that when you put them together accumulates to something very huge and creates impact in the communities that we work. Like what Joyce had spoken about, access to information, you know. It's a very small thing that you might overlook, but if you put it together, you structured it together, the people that are creating impact gets that information, and where to get the finances from, you find that there's a lot more impact that can be created as we go on. So I would love to speak about what we're trying to do going forward with the Youth Adapt winners, where we are forming a network, which we are calling the Youth Innovative Network, that will be launching later on, maybe probably in the next phase of the year. And I would love to speak to that in a later question, maybe. So basically that.
Thank you very much, Joseph. And indeed, you know, partnerships and working together and exchange and sharing very, very crucial. You know, we would love to hear also from our other colleagues on the panel. And, you know, before asking you individual questions, I would maybe have a quick round and give you the opportunity to quickly introduce yourselves. I see you are all mic'd. So quickly, you know, a little brief introduction. How do you support enterprises in climate change in terms of funding? Are there any specific programs you are currently implementing? Maybe I would start with Niha. I know that Climate Investment Fund supports, you know, innovations. And so, yeah, maybe a quick introduction from your side.
Thank you. I'm just checking if you can hear me. Yes? Okay. First of all, thank you so much. It's very exciting to be here. I was walking around this floor yesterday and realizing how colorful and how vibrant this area is, and I was really excited to be speaking here today. So I'm here representing the Climate Investment Funds, or the CIFs. We are one of the largest multilateral climate funds in the world, with pledged resources close to $12 billion. We have close to 400 projects in over 70 countries across the adaptation and mitigation spectrum. So we're quite a large fund. Our operations are channeled through the multilateral development banks, so 6 MDBs. And we're very happy to be here today because we partnered with this with the African Development Bank and the GCA for the Youth Adapt winners and partnerships. So really excited to be here. I've already introduced the CIF. I come from the evaluation unit, and there's a lot of lessons that we've learned through our work at the CIF in terms of how to create more transformational impact. And the youth and local stakeholder engagement has emerged as quite top priorities in that regard. And at the CIF, we're seeing the youth not just as future leaders or agents of change for the future, but agents of change today. I mean, a couple years ago, you couldn't have imagined that the youth advocacy movement in climate would be as big as it is today. So just very excited to be here and looking forward to questions. Do you want me to speak a little bit about how CIF is supporting the youth, or?
Supporting the youth, and also, speaking more about partnerships. And, we heard Joyce speak about partnerships and its role in climate finance. So, speaking about partnerships as well as how does the global climate finance architecture influence the funding that flows into youth enterprises?
Yes. So one of the things I want to say is what the Climate Investment Funds champions is a programmatic approach to its investments, which means that we're not trying to do things in silos. We really want different stakeholders coming together around visions of a large-scale investment plan. And we want large-scale investment to be predictable and flexible and reach those that would need it the most. And there's specific mechanisms that we're using to make this a reality, though a lot of our funding flows directly to governments or the private sector, and we've already heard from Joyce some of the challenges in that type of financing reaching youth or younger people who may not have a long history or may not have collateral and may not have the business expertise or access to information. There's a lot that the Climate Investment Funds does to make sure that this access really flows and this information is widely available. So I'll take the example of one of our projects in Turkey, for example, where we're trying to encourage entrepreneurs to adopt new technology, energy efficiency technologies, and make their operations more efficient. Before any funding is given or any type of concessional fund is given, technical assistance is first provided to make sure that they're aware of the types of technologies that may even be out there. So this type of information sharing, technical assistance, awareness building is associated with a lot of our programs. In the Turkey example, there's also a marketplace that makes sure that businesses are connecting with each other. And in the inspiring examples that we already heard, that's something that I wanted to emphasize, that once you are aware of a potential funding opportunity or a potential opportunity to partner, spreading that word and sharing those opportunities with others, I think is an important part of making sure that that movement grows.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you, Neha. And, before I move to you, Dr. Kevin, I would like to acknowledge that we have indeed Miss Edith Edera, a very inspiring leader in the African space, pushing and leading the AAAP program in the African Development Bank. Thank you, Edith, also for joining us today. So, Dr. Kevin, Generation Unlimited works a lot on capacity development, on supporting and building young people's skills, especially around entrepreneurship. So, I would like to have some reflections from your side about how can we, what considerations should donors be mindful of when it comes to scaling youth-led entrepreneurships, and also how can we build better partnerships between, the private sector, the public sector, as well as those young entrepreneurs who wants to grow?
Great, and I think two extremely important questions. I think I'll take your second question first. So how do you create partnerships between the public sector and the private sector that are going to support amazing youth entrepreneurs like the ones on the stage today? Well, the problem is the public sector, governments, and the private sector have very different incentives. The people they serve want different things. And so to be able to bring the public sector together with the private sector, you need organizations like GCA, like Generation Unlimited, who can build a framework program that has the kind of results, the KPIs, the measurement, the evaluation that you could provide to an MDB, a multilateral development bank, that you could provide to a government in a donor country, that you could provide to a government in a program country, and that you could provide to a high net worth individual and a private investor. Framing that program, as GCA has done here, is no small undertaking, I can promise you, to manage those ecosystem of partners. So the first thing you need to do is have organizations like this building the framework. Now, why does it matter to have public and private together? I can also tell you that both public sector and private sector, especially today, are all about leverage. So when you go talk to a government or a multilateral development, they say, okay, I give you $1, how are you going to turn my dollar into 3, to 5, to 7? When you go to the private sector, they ask you the same thing. So if you can bring them together, you have a force multiplier that's going to raise much more money. And what we've heard from our young entrepreneurs today, number one thing they need lots, ecosystems, mentoring skills. They need money. To build a business, you need money. So we need to mobilize more funds for young people, bringing public and private together. Now, your second question was for donors. When they're looking which programs to fund, what should they be looking for in terms of criteria? The first thing I would say is you need to look for an organization that has reach. Because in fact, when you're selecting great young entrepreneurs, at the top of the funnel, you need huge amount of entrepreneurs and ventures that you're looking at. The second thing that an organization needs to be able to do is to select. So to evaluate and identify, because from that huge top of the funnel applications, picking the winning entrepreneurs and the winning ventures is very difficult. But from a donor perspective, if you're not picking the right entrepreneurs, in fact, the money's going to go and the mortality rate of startups can be as high as 90%. So you want to pick organizations that can identify and evaluate. Third thing, there has to be some skilling. Because once you've picked your organizations, you need to be able to figure out where their gaps are and help them fill in on skilling. Fourth thing you need, dollars. Do not move with organizations that are not mobilizing money for young people, because if you're supporting entrepreneurs and you're not providing them with finance, it's not enough. And the final thing, and we heard it from both of our young entrepreneurs here today, you need to fund organizations that can bring an ecosystem to play. You need customers, you need suppliers, you need mentors. So look for the organizations that can bring a whole ecosystem together around the entrepreneurs.
Very important criteria, and also this sheds some light for young people who are, looking also for funding about what to keep in mind. Finally, I would move back to you, Brian. We know that Lightsmith Group supports a lot of growing enterprises to grow, and would love to hear from you when it comes to adaptation enterprises, which are typically deemed riskier than mitigation. So how does Lightsmith Group de-risk these investments? And also looking ahead, what are some of the emerging trends and opportunities in climate finance that we could look further to boost adaptation entrepreneurship?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And congratulations on the Youth Adapt program and the launch of the report. I think it's really exciting to see the entrepreneurship going into climate adaptation. The Lightsmith Group, as a background, is the first private equity investment firm globally that is focused exclusively on climate adaptation and resilience investments. And we think that we're we're the first of hopefully thousands of investment funds like us that are investing in companies that can help build climate adaptation and resilience in technologies. I would push back a little bit on adaptation being more risky than mitigation. Typically, we think that adaptation is about 20 years behind where mitigation and renewable energy was. And so essentially, we're just very young in the process of developing the financial mechanisms and structures to be able to take a company from the startup stage up to the growth equity stage where we would invest. So our typical investments, we're looking for companies with an annual revenue of $5 million or more a year, which is a very monumental level to achieve. And so the processes and the steps from startup to reach there, they're not always there. So there's lots of gaps to accompany the adaptation finance gap, which the UN Environment Program put out again this year. It's like 2% of the amount of financing that we need. There's probably $350 million that are put directly towards climate adaptation that's been recorded by the Climate Policy Institute, and we're 185 million of that. So, there needs to be more, and I think we're getting a lot of momentum from this COP and then from other, the multilateral agencies and organizations that are pushing that forward. But so as far as risk, we view climate adaptation technologies a little bit differently. So we published through the Adaptation SME Accelerator program, which I've been running for the last 2 years, as a part of Lightsmith's dedication to building out these structures and this nascent sector in finance to support adaptation and resilience. And we published the Climate Adaptation Solutions Taxonomy, which is trying to provide a foundational definition for investors and funds and multilateral development banks and consulting firms. And lots of people have been picking this up since we published it in 2020. And we look at climate adaptation technologies as the main thing is, do they help your customers to better understand the impacts of climate that they're facing? Or do they help their customers to respond to that? And so really, we see climate adaptation resilience, with growing impacts of climate change, that's more customers for companies that can deal with climate adaptation. And so that, having customers builds in a resilience for a company, and so that lowers the risk. And just structurally, we build in environmental and social standards that we monitor in our investments. We hold that to the IFC standards, and also work on governance with the companies that we've invested in. And so really, I guess to sum up, a call to action, we need more people. We're doing our part to advocate on the investment fund side, the people who are putting the money into this program, but a lot of times they need that adequate pipeline to be able to invest. And so, I think that's where the Youth Adapt program comes in, as you're pushing it forward to, engage with the next level of financing. And I was having a conversation yesterday where I think there's a need for engaging with the local financing to provide that the debt capital for the company that we talked about, to get to that stage where we can continue to grow. So I recognize that it is challenging to engage with the financial sector in general, but it is a call to action to everyone to recommit to building these structures for having these technology and solutions for climate adaptation.
Governance is a very important point, and supporting them throughout the journey. Very insightful information. To wrap up, I would ask each of you for one sentence, one final message for our young entrepreneurs listening to us here and online. How do you better access and prepare yourself to access to climate financing? Open to all the floor. Maybe Joseph first?
Okay, so thank you very much, Said. I think my last point, especially to the young people that are here and listening to me, I think what we've done at Sustainable Builders is to identify a problem and link the problem, identify a problem and see where this organization that is putting in the fund are focusing at. So I will actually challenge you. There's the Sustainable Development Goals that we are currently looking at. So if you can read through the Sustainable Development Goal, find where the challenges are, and then look at that. If you understand it better, you find that there is a link to where the money is coming from. So follow that link, and your enterprise is going to be funded in no time.
Amazing. Niha, next?
I guess in addition to follow the money, I'd say always keep your ears and eyes open for opportunities at the climate investment funds. We have youth internships. We have a youth fellowship program where we're sending you directly into the field to work with multilateral development banks. We're collaborating with the GCA and AFDB. So there's a lot of different opportunities that are opening up to gain the type of experience that you need to access this finance. There's a lot of programming that's really focused on the youth. So keep talking to us, keep talking to others, keep your ears and eyes open, and yeah, continue to follow the money.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Joyce?
Thank you very much. So I would say I would encourage more networking, partnership building, because through these networks, through these partnerships, we are able to more know information about the investors, various funding sources. So by doing so, I believe we might grow. And thanks to Youth Adapt innovation program, they are not only offering funding, they are also building capacity among the youths. So we are being equipped with a lot of skills in terms of financial management, in terms of business management, pitching skills. You know, we are now able to know how we can pitch out our business to investors. Thank you very much.
So I think I want to second where Joyce started, which is my advice to young people is to stay relentless. You're going to knock on 99 doors before the 100th opens. So you have to be determined and relentless in networking and fundraising. Never, never give up, and you'll get there.
So I guess my point of view, or my final note would be say that to the youth that the future we're going to have is the one that you're going to build. You know, we have these projected climate impacts that we're going to see by 2030, by 2040, by 2050. 2030 is 6 years away. It's almost 2024. So we're going to definitely see some of these impacts that are projected, even if we hit the targets that we're supposed to. So look at the impacts that you're facing and build solutions, because that's, you know, we have to build towards the future we want. And once you build those solutions, you know, it is frustrating, but the financing will come if you are, you know, sticking to the business fundamentals and building towards those, having that impact.
Amazing, amazing. With that, you know, I would thank you very much, all the panelists, for joining us today. Feel free to network with our young presence today. Before closing, we have also some prospects and projections to the future. So I would like to invite my sister Ghislaine Matij to present to us. She is one of the winners of the first ever cohort of the Youth Adapt, to quickly share with us, you know, what are we looking for the alumni network and for 2024, before we head it to Miss Edith for closing the session and a family picture. So join us.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. So we've heard about the Youth Adapt Network, and thank you for the unveiling of the magazine today. So our partners, the Global Center on Adaptation, the African Development Bank, came together to create an organization called the AAAP, African Adaptation and Acceleration Program. Now to the youths, what does it mean? This is a platform where the GC and the AFDB came together, betting money on youths for the development of Africa, actually putting the power in our hands for the development of Africa. And what did we do? Through the Youth Adapt initiative, the first edition, $1 million was given to youth, and we saw the adaptation reports, the growth in the increase in finances, the growth in jobs. But what are the situations currently? In the field, the Youth Adapt can't get to everyone at the same time. We are in the field, we are the youth, we work in the field, and adaptation to climate change is a reality. But we just cannot keep making it about help. So through the business arm of the Youth Adapt, since it's mostly for young entrepreneurs, we work in the field and we are able to create jobs, generate incomes out of this climate change. We just cannot sit every time and complain about the climate change. How do we make money out of it? That is why we are here today. So we have questions. When is the next rains going to come? When are we expecting the next drought? How are we going to sell the produce from the farms? The floods, the houses which are down. These are problems. And at times, these organizations are not in the field to see us. At times, youths have ideas that they don't have people to bet on them for. So through the Youth Adapt Initiative Network, which is actually an alumni of the Youth Adapt Initiative, the youths came together and decided to create an organization to actually mentor the other youths in the field. Most of them can't have access to this money. Most of them at times they are not even aware that there is a conference of parties. At times they are not even aware that there are funds available for them. So we want to be the eyes in the field. We think it is important for us to send a hand to someone who has an idea in the field. Okay, what do you think we can do for Africa? Yes, you don't have access to these finances. We have this network. If you onboard the network, through the mentoring, through the network creation we have, through the trainings we have, and through the innovation hub, you can be trained in order to access these finances. At times, you might not have these finances, and most often than not, it's not always about the money. If you have the money, what will you do of the money? How will you run a business? How will you be able to work with other people? How will you be able to access other finances? How will you be able to work with? Because for every innovation we have, there might have already been the innovation in another country. So why don't we just network with these other people who have created these organizations or these solutions and bring it back, be able to implement it in our countries? So those are some of the problems we are facing. So what do we want to do? Through a mentorship, peer-to-peer mentorship, especially because we are all youths, through the innovation hub, and through the network we are creating, we're intending to bring as many youths as possible in the climate change battle. We want to bring as many youths as possible to help us in this fight, because we cannot do it on our own. The number of people the African Development Bank, the Global Center on Adaptation, and the AAAP can reach in a go, we have many more youths than that. We have many more solutions than that. We have many more innovative ideas than that. So through us, we invite you today, if you want to be part of this network, you can just reach out to us through the African Development Bank, through the Global Center on Adaptation. Through this network, we'll be able to bring together our ideas for the creation or for bringing out the solutions that Africa needs the most, especially at this period in time. We need to stop talking, and we need to start walking the walk. So thank you very much. And the Climate Investment Funds, we are going to come to you for the internships of those who need to work with organizations or to work with businesses which are already established, because we have many of them in the field. They don't know what to do. They have the very brilliant ideas. So we are definitely going to knock at your doors for these internships. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and indeed, we still look forward to making this network happen. And as Joyce said, working together and exchanging is very important. Finally, before taking a group picture, I would like to invite Ms. Edith Adera, who is the AAAP program coordinator in the AFDB, to give us some closing reflections, and we will have our family photo and to finish the session. So, Edith, thank you for joining us, and to you the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We're in the Children's Pavilion, and we're allowed to be children today. I know that we have a very short time, so I would like to just share 3 points, 3 reflections based on listening to the panel. And I had the privilege recently of going to the field and spending some time with some youth adapt winners, just to see for myself what they are doing on the ground. And this is what I would like to share. Many people ask us, you're working with young people who are business people, they are making money, why would you give them a grant? That's the question we're being asked. Why would you give them a grant? For me, what I've seen from the ground is that it's smart to invest in young people. You get a triple dividends. 1, you help them make income for themselves. 2, we have seen them generate jobs. Our first cohort alone have created 8,500 jobs in less than 2 years. Very impressive. At the same time, they help us deal with issues on the ground in terms of building resilience. So community resilience is built. So you get triple dividends when you put money in the hands of young people. We know that young businesses typically die in the first 2 to 5 years, which is called the valley of death. If they do not get that support, then the enterprise will fold. And that's the reason why we target early stage enterprises that are 2+ years old, which means they're enterprises in the valley of death. So the seed capital they get allows them to wade that valley of death. Now, to the second point, which was raised by the panelists as well, is that we need to transition young people from grants to blended finance. And that's absolutely critical, whether it's debt, whether it's equity, whether it's guarantees, to ensure that we can de-risk. We need to give them that support. Well, but we need to ensure that they move towards blended finance so that we can have long-term viability of their enterprises. My last point is to do with partnerships. I know we talked about partnerships at the enterprise level, but I think it's very critical to have partnerships among those agencies and organizations that are working with youth, and to ensure that we can have collaboration where we end, somebody else can take over. I saw Lightsmith, you talk about giving funding of $5 million. Very few people will be able to afford that in Africa, looking at the enterprises we support. There could be others who are providing smaller grants. The last point that I'd like to say as I close is the ecosystem approach to supporting entrepreneurs. And I think, Kevin, you brought that up, which is very critical. It's not just finances that they need more than finances. And let's work together to support the Youth Adapt network. I think it's a way that would help us to reach to scale, and partnership will help us reach scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edith. And indeed, with that, I'm thanking all the participants today, the panelists for joining us today, and GCA and AFDB and all the partners who have supported this initiative, and looking forward for more impact. With that, I am happy to close the session. Give a round of applause again for everyone. Panelists are invited to take the picture outside in the pavilion entrance with the sign, and we are welcoming our high-level segment of the day, where we will be talking about capacity development. We have the chair and the director of Education Cannot Wait, Her Excellency Miss Yasmin Sharif, who will be joining us. So for the next 30 minutes, we'll be having a dialogue with her about capacity development for young people. And yeah, I will be inviting my colleague Sirina to moderate and welcome the high-level speaker.
She's here. She's coming to stage. But everyone is leaving. The next session will start in a few minutes. This event, yeah. This is not for now. You have to stay. If you stay, you'll get it in about halfway through. This event will have free snacks if you're hungry, and we'll be handing out T-shirts and bags as well. Oh, you did it already? Okay, perfect. Okay, do you mind taking those away? Yeah. Yes, hello.
I'll be over there.
Maybe just on this chair. On the chair, yeah.
On the chair, no?
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Saad. Saad, Mashka. Mira. Hi, how do I get this? Is it? Oh, thank you. Okay. Shall we get started?
Yeah, we get started. Yeah.
What do I like refer to? Just ED? ED?
Executive Director of Education.
Or like in conversation?
Yes, me. Yes,
Yeah, where do we go now?
Wherever you like.
I don't want to sit there. I want to speak. Hi, you're here.
Okay, hi everyone. Welcome to our high-level midday address.
So listen.
Do you want to sit just while I introduce you? Yeah, and then you can just sit. Just what I. Yeah. Hi everyone. Thank you for coming to our session. As you know, we do this session every day from 12 to 12:30, and so thank you for coming. So sitting next to me, it's really my honor to bring you all today to Executive Director Yasmin. Yeah, sure. Who is the ED of Education Cannot Wait. Sure. Education Cannot Wait is the UN's billion-dollar global fund for education in emergencies and crisis. So, yeah, without further ado, and you all know how this session works, feel free to... It's just a very open dialogue. It's a very open dialogue, very informal. Feel free to chat however you like. If you want to make a comment or you want to just say something or ask something, Yasmin has decades of experience in the UN, in NGOs, in emergency work, everything. So please feel free. Yeah, over to you. Can you just... Well, we want to hear all about you and what exactly you want to say. Can you just tell us about your story, your journey, why you do what you do, what drives you, whatever you want to tell the young people today? And maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Serena. Thank you for organizing this. And I want to thank all of you for being here. You know, the future lies with the youth. And I will get to that later on. But when I'm still youth, by the way. I count myself part of your league, your people. I'm part of you. Since I was a child, I was very strong on justice, human rights, and humanity. I saw so many injustices in this world. And I felt like I want to give my life to help people. And my mother used to say to me, serve others, and then everything else you want will follow by itself. But service is like the most important you can do. And that shaped me. So I grew up with role models, like Nelson Mandela was one of my big role models, and the injustices made to the people of Africa. Gandhi was another of my great role models, famous Pakistani poet. What was his name? Give me the help. The famous one. He didn't want to become a prime minister. You think about it. You should know. Another of my role model, Martin Luther King was my role model, seeing how the segregation was in America and so forth. And then I came across the situation in Palestine. I was like 16, 17. And that really put me on fire. Now I had seen all continents. There's an injustice in this world.
And I don't agree with this. And if I'm going to give my life to something important, that's going to be to alleviate and be behind all these strong, strong people out there who are suffering these injustices. That's the only thing that really, truly brings you happiness in life. So I decided that I'm gonna study human rights law and be a lawyer, because when you study law, it's very hard for anyone to argue with you. So it's actually very good. But there are so many other things. I wanted to be an artist. I like film, I like to move emotions, I like poetry. I'm an artist. But I thought, maybe I can't change the world with that. But I think you can actually, because I think today we have reached a point where we also need to touch human beings' emotions, feelings, and that you do best with art. It's not enough anymore to just use our logic and rational and reasonable thinking, because most people who are committing these crimes or supporting them are not reasonable. So it's difficult to reach them through that channel, but if you can reach them through their heart and their feelings, art is a very powerful, powerful way of doing it. So I continued with that, became a lawyer, and then I decided I wanted to join the United Nations, because back then the UN felt very big to me, and I still believe in the UN Charter. It's not the UN that is failing. It's we who are failing to materialize the Charter and the Universal Declaration for Human Rights. It goes back to us, not to the Charter itself or the Human Rights Declaration. And then I started off working in Afghanistan. Are there any Afghan girls here? No Afghan girl? Afghanistan? Huh? Africa, oh yeah, you are with us as well, don't worry. We are so much with you. But Afghanistan is the only country on earth that girls are not allowed to go to secondary education and onwards. So I worked there, and I can tell you from what I learned in this beautiful culture of Afghanistan and when I joined the UN, is that it's not Afghan culture not to have a girl go to school. It's an interpretation that is misleading. And then I worked during the war in the Balkans. The whole war, I saw mass atrocities, I saw crimes against humanity, and my job was to rescue as many refugees as possible. I was with the UN Refugee Agency. Then I worked in Cambodia. I was only 26 when I discovered secret prisons held during a UN election. And since I don't by face value, respect authority, and they first have to earn that authority. I got into a big fight with my boss who said, no, don't investigate those prisons. We're having UN elections now. And I said, no, if you're going to have real, fair UN elections, we can't have political prisoners. So I kept working with the police, civil police of the UN, and we discovered this prison. And that opened a Pandora's box, and the whole UN mission changed its course. And now everyone was looking for secret prisons, and I had the full support of my human rights boss. So I'm saying this because I was youth, literally, and I decided to follow my conscience rather than to follow a bureaucracy or hierarchy. And in the end, I walked away whole and actually having done something. It's not as scary it might seem. And then I worked in Sudan for several years, both in South Sudan. Anyone from South Sudan, North Sudan, or South Sudan? Well, I worked there. You're from the north. So I lived in Khartoum. I worked in Darfur also, and then I worked in South Sudan. And then I worked in Al-Quds, which is East Jerusalem. I was based there, which is the 67 borders of Palestine, East Jerusalem, West Bank, and Gaza, for 6 years. So I learned a lot what it looks like on the ground. And then I traveled a lot. With my work to many, many, many countries. Very few countries I haven't gone on mission to. So I will stop here because I think it's really boring. Yeah, I wrote a book also called The Case for Humanity. You don't need to buy it, just look it up. But if it makes you stronger, you make me strong. I have to say that the ones that really shaped me in life have been the young people. I have a son and a daughter, 25 and 30. And their youth, coming from that generation that you are from, is a different generation than I came from. You are coming from a much more outspoken generation. You're beginning to see through the lies. You're seeing failed governance in the world, not just in your own countries, but on the world. The world order is upside down. I mean, we are here for a climate conference because they didn't manage the climate properly. And tomorrow we will be watching war crimes tribunals because they didn't manage to respect human rights and humanitarian law. I mean, this is the world we live in. We live in a world where there's an extreme imbalance between the global north and the global south, where all the wealth is on the northern hemisphere and very little in the southern hemisphere. Everything is screwed up, upside down. So the new generation, the Gen X and the millennia, that's you, right? You're the Gen X and the millennia, right? We depend on you. We depend on you because you're still strong. And if I were to conclude with 3 points. One, don't accept authority face value and think that just because somebody is an authority, they are right. Always have a critical mind. And the best parameter to judge a personality is how much they value human rights for all, not just for themselves, for all. Their ability to feel empathy. You can have 100 PhDs, but if you can't feel for others, you lost your humanity. I don't care, because that's what makes us human. And third, how responsible do they feel for the world? Without discrimination. I mean, you got to look at that. If they don't have that, don't make them your leader. And yesterday, I was at one of these speaking engagements in a panel, and one youth activist asked the panel, so what should we do to make our voice heard? And one of the panelists said, you need to adapt the language of diplomacy. Make sure that you can position yourself, you know, in the conference room and convey it diplomatically. You know what? That's what my generation was taught, and that is how you silence the voices of those who are suffering. So I couldn't hold it back. I said, sorry. The best way to make your voice heard is to speak loud and clear. Look at all the movements on the streets today as Gaza is being bombed. Their voices are heard. Time has come to speak truth to power. Yes, there's a time to be diplomatic if you're dealing with civilized diplomatic people. But if you're dealing with people who don't have any concern for human life, for all human life, no matter the continent, race, ethnicity, religion, they don't have that sort of civilization, you can't be civilized with them. You just have to stand up and speak truth to power. So please, speak truth to power. Don't be afraid. Conquer your fears. Everyone has fears. But as many has told me, I spoke to someone from Gaza a long time ago, and they were one of the many bombings, because Gaza has been bombed many times. This is just the most prolonged period. And he explained what it felt like to sit in his living room when the bombs were falling. And I said, so how did you survive? And you said, I felt such deep indignation. I can't even speak English. Indignation. I was so afraid. But at one point, I had this indignation that this is so wrong. And suddenly, he was just swept away by a force of courage. He said, I refuse to be afraid. And I think that's what happens when you're in a matter of life and death. And I think our planet is in a matter of life and death right now, as we speak. Finally, education cannot wait. We are an organization that really supports the youth. We rely on the youth. Everyone who works in education cannot wait has to have the spirit, the mindset, the courage of the youth, creativity of the youth. Okay? No dead wood, no boring bureaucrats. You really have to have the passion of the youth. And we support the youth all over the world because we believe in the youth. And we have just come out with a report or an appeal right here, right now, an emergency appeal to support education for children and adolescents affected by climate hazards. And I want to thank my dear colleagues, Nasser Al-Faqih, Iraqi Williams, and Ken Page, and others in my team who worked on this. And our call to you, you have a copy, like this code there. Take this one and scream and tell your representatives, private sector, government officials, for $150 million, the appeal is $150 million, we can provide climate affected children who also live in conflict and occupation, also on top of it, but are also climate affected, with a quality education, with safe schools that can withstand the shocks of climate change, water and sanitation that is clean, that is not destroyed by climate change, and keep them on the pathway of learning. 2 million. So if, you know, there's billions of dollars in the climate change agenda, right? If 10 governments and private sector partners said, okay, we're gonna put in $15 million, or 20 say we're gonna put in $7.5 million. If you can get 20 or 10 to do this, we can reach $150 million, and we can reach 2 million children on all the continents where education cannot work. Your continents, your countries. So please go out and tell the word and speak truth to power. Now I'm going to stop, and I'm going to let you do the talking. Thank you very much. I don't know how to do this thing. Doesn't matter. I use this one. It's okay.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Yasmin. I really love hearing you speak about all of this because your passion just radiates through, and I think everyone in the audience could really feel that and hear that. It's so interesting to hear about all the different countries that you've worked in and how you started your journey. You talked about how in Cambodia you saw these secret prisons during the election when you were 26. I'm 25 years old, and that I can't even imagine what that must have felt like, and I'd love to catch up with you later and find out, I don't know, just how you dealt with that, and it sounds emotionally quite tough. But yeah, very, very interesting. I really like your remarks as well about how this is a very outspoken generation. I completely agree. I see it here at the Pavilion every day and for the rest of the COP every day, and this is how we are. This is how the young people are, and it's our mandate to be outspoken as young people. That's what we're here for. That's what makes our voice unique in the COP process, and it's really quite wonderful and amazing to see it every day. And so I guess. Oh, actually, another thing, Yasmin, that you were mentioning is about not accepting authority at face value and really, really criticizing things and having that kind of analyzing things, making our own judgment. We don't have to listen to things if we don't feel like they are right. That's where we can come in and think, this isn't right, and we want to do things differently. And I've seen some very, very powerful actions and solutions specifically from young people using our brilliant, creative, innovative minds to try and change the world for it to be how we want it to be. But anyway, I guess, yeah, let's now pass over to all of you. And if there's anything you want to comment or say or ask, the floor is yours. So please feel free. I'll come and pass.
I can walk around with it because I like to move. Okay? Do I have things here? No, okay. So now, who wants to start? We're going to have a discussion here, okay? You start. Mohammed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammed Usruf. I'm from Gaza, Khan Yunis. And what I wish to sort of highlight is I do not think that the Palestinian youth have anything to lose. As a Palestinian diaspora, sort of growing up, I always sort of felt this attachment to my family. I was in Gaza during 2014, during the bombing in 2014. And I can tell you that I felt fear at the time, but the fear was not fear of the Israeli occupation. It was fear of losing family. And I was so overwhelmed about family. And the only thing I can think about is, am I going to lose my family or am I not? However, at the time, I was sort of very, very content, because if my family were to sort of pass away, I would go away with my family, as opposed to sort of what's going on right now. Now, just to shift the narrative back to education, I really think that education is very mandatory. I respect what Education Cannot Wait does, and to provide an education for youth, especially in Palestine and conflict-affected areas, because that's one thing that we need in this current age and time. Because without education, it's very difficult to sort of become outspoken, because to be outspoken in the first place is to be provided with a platform to talk, and sometimes you have to take power, and you're not going to earn power, be sort of given the power. So again, I really respect all of, let's say, Generation Z and all youth in general for being outspoken, yet knowing when to be diplomatic. And one thing that I wish to acknowledge is also refugees. not all refugees have the right to or sort of access to education or the right to education. So that's one thing sort of that I would wish to push on, to have as an agenda to one, raise awareness that not all refugees are educated, yet there are sort of very, very, very unique and very smart and very charismatic, and they have the potential. So it's all about the privileged doing much more to provide for the underprivileged. Thank you all.
Lovely. Thank you, Mohammed. I mean, one thing before we continue is I think you mentioned refugees, and it's so important because, and many of you, you may not have been refugees, but you suffered. You suffered because you come from tough, marginalized places. Remember that those who have suffered as a refugee, they had to flee their homes, they suffered from war. They have two choices in life in a way. One is to become a perpetrator and just take out that anger elsewhere. But what I see among refugees, and I worked with refugees for many years, is that often they have a resilience that makes them actually more empathetic, more intuitive, more courageous, more innovative, more creative. So with it comes, it's almost the great poet Rumi once said, under the ruins there is a treasure. So always to remember that experience can also turn them into the real change makers in science, in justice, in human rights, in medicine, in arts, around the world. I honestly think that the youth from crisis-affected countries or from parts of the globe where you suffer the most is actually the future for the rest of the world. Because you've been there, you know the feeling. And once you feel, you move. All right, who wants, yes, now we want to have a woman first. First a girl, yeah, lady.
Thank you so much. I just went through the Education Cannot Wait website, and it was impressive to see in how many countries you work from. But my country, my name is Faustine from Rwanda, and I represent the World Association of Girl Guides and Girl Scouts. But I had this concern. In my country, Rwanda, we hold so many refugees who are coming from different countries. And it's a question and a request at the same time. I know you work with the core activity is education, but in most refugee camps, there are less education opportunities. What do you think about introducing non-formal education in those refugees camps? Because sometimes, yes, they cannot be able to go to school, but non-formal education can help them tackle this climate crisis, like entrepreneurship. We teach them how to do soft things. So it's a request to the Education Cannot Wait. Can you kindly adopt the non-formal education so that it's more easier to transmit knowledge in those induced places? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is a very good, important question, and also coming from Rwanda, I think you can relate very well to all that we're discussing today. Education Cannot Wait is a strong proponent of non-formal education when the national system is not working. And here I speak, for instance, girls in Afghanistan, internally displaced in Mali, fleeing, sitting in a tent, there is no school, and so forth. It's because, you know, the traditional education camp will say, no, only formal schooling matters. And until the formal school takes them on, we heard that a lot when it came to the Rohingya refugees. We should not be doing non-formal education. We have to wait until the government opens up. Well, if we had listened to them, the Rohingya refugees today, they came to 2017, and it's 23, they would have been 6 years without education. We refuse to listen to that. Of course, formal education is the ideal one, but in all these very abnormal circumstances, the system is not working, so you need to provide non-formal until they can join the formal system. So at Education Cannot Wait, we provide investments in non-formal education wherever the national system is not working, whether it is in Mali, in Cameroon, in Yemen, or in Rohingyas or Afghan girls. So that's number one. Number two, invest where you have big refugee caseloads. And the ones that would have to alert us would be UNHCR in Rwanda. UNHCR is responsible for refugees in Rwanda. We work very closely with UNHCR. If they contact us, and we know that the numbers are more significant in Rwanda than in many other parts of let's say, Africa, we would get engaged. But right now, we are supporting refugees in Uganda, which hosts the largest number of refugees. We were the first to come in there when they had fled from South Sudan. In Kenya, Zambia we supported, and across the Sahel, and also South Sudan. And when you had the refugee crisis from Sudan, we immediately came into all the 5 neighboring countries. So we are very much on top, and refugees receive about 40% of all our investments. But please get UNHCR to engage with us if it's growing exponentially in Rwanda. Definitely, and also I bow to Rwanda. You've gone through a lot, and I remember when the past of Rwanda, how I worked in New York then, how I was reading that report and I was crying and feeling horrified that the world would allow this to happen. And now the same is happening in Gaza. I mean, again and never again is becoming again and again. You have to stop that. Please stop it. Please, we need you. Okay? No, there's a gentleman and then a lady. Yeah? One more. Yeah, there was a man here. Yeah, you. And then the lady behind you.
My name is Geoffrey Mbowe. I'm from Kenya, and I was quite impressed with your human rights background. And I just wanted to share an example of how young people can actually push for more reforms. So the past 2 years, we've had massive eviction within Nairobi that have not been documented. These happened in urban poor communities. And we know for sure the media has shied away from addressing that, from highlighting that, I mean. And so we teamed up with Amnesty Kenya, and we saw the Amnesty Secretary General coming to ground and actually joining us in solidarity to call for the government of Kenya to actually talk about the issue, because there's an article written by Guardian that documents over 40,000 families that were evicted within Nairobi. At the moment, they're still living in makeshift tents, but the government, the media is not highlighted. So it's a matter of showcasing such real example of young people coming from such settings, and some of these are considered as world poorest communities. And so we need more platforms where these stories can be showcased. We have pictures, we've documented reports, but there are no enough spaces where we can actually highlight some of the work. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sometimes I wish that Education Cannot Wait could take on everything, because we are speaking, just on the education side, we are speaking about 226 million children. Now you add those evicted in Kenya, you add so many others who are affected. We're probably speaking about a couple of billion, or 1 billion at least. And so they may not come straight to Education Cannot Wait, but I think that for those who don't fall directly under Education Cannot Wait's work, I think you need to go and create that platform. You know, Malcolm X once said, don't expect anyone to give you human rights. You have to go and take your human rights. You have to fight for your human rights. You have to demand your human rights. Or you create your human rights. So I would say if there are also other organizations in the UN, in civil society, NGOs, local NGOs, but you got to believe that you can make that difference and keep working to create that platform. Just don't. The moment you stop hoping, that means that you're giving up. And those who actually are victorious in this world are those who never give up. Perseverance is actually the most important character trait a human being can have. So mobilize. mobilize and find equal partners and find outlets. And obviously, as a youth, we will be happy to see what we can do, though it may not fall strictly within we are flexible. Thank you. We have a lady here. Yeah, and then we have a gentleman.
Yeah, okay. Um, um, okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to thank you for being here and taking the time to have a dialogue with us and listen to our concerns. My name is Rania Harara. I'm Palestinian Moroccan, and I wanted to know what is Education Cannot Wait is doing to help provide education to folks in Gaza, because we understand there is a crisis going on, but what about when the crisis ends? What about these kids? Because the school year ended in Gaza, people don't go to school because a lot of kids died. But what about those who are still alive? How can we support you and you support them in accessing education? Because if we don't support them and don't provide education, then who's going to be taking over? Who's going to be leading the change when the whole crisis ends? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just on what we are doing for Palestine and Palestine refugees, Education Cannot work very closely. We work very closely with UNRWA. So we are supporting all UNRWA schools for Palestine refugees across the region. So that's number one, especially in Lebanon. We're also working with UNRWA, UNICEF, Save the Children, and a few others, and the Minister of Education for the West Bank, and UNDP also for the West Bank, including Al-Quds, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. That's what we've been doing for a long time. We're going to scale up our regional response for Gaza, because you cannot do education right now, as you so rightly said. We just released $10 million for mental health and psychosocial services through UNRWA and UNICEF for the children and adolescents in Gaza. We are speaking about severe trauma, totally abnormal situation. So what we can do now is advocacy, which we do quite a bit, thanks to Kent and colleagues, and to support mental health and psychosocial services. When this is over, the occupation will end. When it's over, we're going to work with all our UN partners and with the governance of Palestine and the Palestinians. We'll rebuild, and we'll build back better. Yes, and we will work with you. We mustn't give up, inshallah. Thank you. Last one, and then we have to go. Yeah, you want one sentence? I hate to say no to
one sentence.
One sentence. Yeah,
One sentence.
But I like these earrings.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Darren. I come from Uganda. And my question is long, but maybe I'll try to make it. Okay. My sentence is, how would you advise a young person that is doing research around refugees? Because I'm a refugee from Rwanda, and I work with children in Uganda. I have a grassroots organization. So how would you advise to go about research regarding refugees?
Yeah, but keep doing the research and reach out to the UN agencies and the civil society partners in Uganda. You can also send your research to Education Cannot Wait. We have it in inbox. You find it on our website. And if we see that this is very helpful, we will contact you. But we have a big investment in Uganda, working in northern Uganda, and I've been there several times. And keep going, and keep raising your hand. Yes! Be strong, tough, fearless. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. I'm so sorry I didn't have a chance to speak with you. You managed, yeah? You okay? Absolutely, I want to hear also. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And you will, because Yasmin, I think you can hang around for a bit, right? And so we can continue the conversation just out here. So all of you can still continue. But we have the next session waiting to go. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, thank you. That was brilliant. Actually, before you all leave, shall we take a quick family photo? Do you want to sit here? Yeah, does everyone want to come in the photo? And the next session, feel free to come in and start setting up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was really amazing to have this session. If you can kindly take your seats. I just want to introduce.
I love your outfit. Oh, yes, man. Yeah, I want my brother. Perfect.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. We have our next session now, and it's titled Show Me the Money. We're going to see how youths are accessing climate financing. So please take your seats, and we're going to start in just a few minutes.
You promised us shirts and bags, and I haven't gotten anything.
I will give you. I promised I will give you.
Are you sure? No, you're not. You're just trying to get rid of me. It's fine.
If I said I will do something, I will do it.
Like, how's the campaign going?
I have not started anything.
Huh?
I've not started
You've been
anything.
going to spokes?
I speak on spokes every day. How many are you?
Are they here?
Can they sit down? Can they sit on the chair? Valentine?
I'm so sorry. That's okay. Everyone's very excited. Is this Jasmine's book? No, this is okay, I'll just leave it here then. But they might just need to press play on it.
Or they have to download it in another.
We're lucky because we so helpful.
Oh, okay.
So it's not, it's just because of the formatting on the slides. It
Oh.
actually will play on our desktop. However, they've uploaded it, it's not playing automatically, so they have to put
Oh, okay.
Good.
It's working.
The microphone is on. Need to get my water.
I can.
Where's your water? It's in my bag behind you. Help me this way, kindly. Thank you.
So apparently you can't move. You can't move because of
Hey, I didn't notice that it was
No.
right behind there.
Okay.
Sorry, we're starting in about 1 minute. Preparing the exhibition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just sit down.
You're rich already.
That's good.
See how when the money goes to where it actually requires the ground.
It's getting late. I have another event I have to go to.
For now.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, hello everyone and welcome to our event. Please feel free to sit down. This is Show Me the Money, and we're looking at how we can make financing accessible for youth and their communities. I'm Claudia, I'm from VSO International. I'd like to introduce my panel. So we've got Valentine.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me? I'm Valentine Minor, also working for VSO as a youth and climate change specialist. And thank you so much for sticking by.
And then we'll go over to Tracy.
Thank you. I'm Tracy Kajumba. I work with the International Institute for Environment and Development as a principal researcher in the climate change group. Thank you.
Okay. And then Lucky.
Yes, good day, colleagues. My name is Lucky Abeng, and I'm one of the young people from the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, coordinating young people from the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. Thank you.
Okay. And finally, Obed.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm also one of the young people. My name is Obed Koringo. I work with CARE International as a climate policy advisor. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you.
Okay. And we're going to be exploring in this session to what extent are different types of climate finance reaching communities and youth? Are there good examples? Are there ways that we can increase accessibility? So we're just going to show an animation just highlighting some of the challenges.
Could we have mitigation, or that helps people and countries to prepare and adapt to different climate? At global level, climate financing includes the Global Environment Facility, GEF, the Green Climate Fund, the Special Climate Change Fund, SCCF, and the Least Developed Countries Fund, LDCF, and the Adaptation Fund, AF, have been established. The Loss and Damage Fund has also just been created. National governments also have their own national budgets from taxes and sometimes loans, which can be allocated to climate interventions. And development agencies and donors are increasingly making finance available for climate. But are these funds reaching the communities and youth who need it to adapt to the impacts of climate change? Through adaptation planning with communities, youth have been identifying solutions such as water access, sustainable food production, recycling and waste management, green jobs, tree planting, beekeeping, safe schools, health access. However, there are many barriers which are stopping the flow. Funding shortfall. Not all funding that has been committed has been given to the funds, and even if it had been, it isn't enough to address the current need. Most global finance mechanisms avoid financing community projects, focusing instead on larger grants to national governments and agencies. Or sometimes they are too complicated for communities and local civil society to apply for. There are often high fees charged by the funds. Some funds make it down to local government, where the changes of reaching communities is much higher. How can youth, civil society, governments and donors increase access to climate financing by those who need it most?
Okay, thank you. So we tried to make the messaging inclusive of children and youth, but how can we make the financing inclusive of children and youth? So I'm going to go over to our panel with that very question. Can you tell me a little bit about the financing mechanisms you're looking at? Are they reaching communities? Are they reaching youth? Are there any good examples? Let's maybe start with Tracy.
Thank you, Claude. And I think the animation mentioned some of the points. I work with IID, and we have been working on climate finance for many, many years. And one of the findings of our research was that out of the adaptation finance, only 10% gets to the local level. The rest of it either goes to the organizations that are accredited, the UN agencies.
Show me the money.
And the UN agencies and then the national governments, but at times it goes to the local level. Only 10% is trickling down there. So we have been working with the least developed countries to try and change the complicated systems as you've heard. Accreditation was very hard. Like 5 years ago, we only had 5 institutions in the whole African region that were accredited. The others were all UN agencies. So we have been working with LDCs to work in different ways of getting the money to the local level and also trying to understand what are the barriers in between. So one of them is the transactional levels, the intermediation, where percentages get lost before it gets to the local level. But also, as mentioned, most of the donors prefer to fund big organizations who can account for the money quickly, who have systems. So the small organizations, like for youth, for women, do not actually access the money because they are looked at as not able, not capable to account for the money, and yet they are the ones on the front line delivering all that is needed to address climate impacts. So the issue of equitable partnerships within that, who received the money, who does not, is a challenge. And when we go to the governments as well, there are challenges of coordination, for example, siloed approaches to adaptation, each ministry doing something different, integrating climate and planning together because climate and development, for the developing countries especially, has to go together. And there are issues of inclusion. There are groups that are left out, the youth, the women, indigenous people. Those groups that don't get to the table, that don't have strong institutions, are always left out of that. So we started an initiative, the LDC group actually, which is called the Least Developed Countries Initiative on Adaptation and Resilience, to try and move away from the GCF bureaucracy and others to get money directly into the least developed countries and formed a partnership with the developing countries. And this partnership is based on equity. It is based on inclusion, making sure youth, women, other groups are part of it, and working with governments and making sure that the finance is long-term, it is predictable, and it is accessible. Those are the issues that the LDC group is trying to address, with the issue of social inclusion strong on the agenda. But the other component of it is that it should be locally led. It is not the top-down approach of telling communities we are giving you water or we are giving you a dam or whatever. It's about doing the climate risk assessment that is context-specific, and then communities decide what investments they want. And those investments have to be inclusive. Are there youth in those investments, women and other groups at that level, to decide what kind of investments? So we start with building the systems to enable the money to flow through it up to the local level. And the target is that at least 70% of the financing should all go to the local level. The ambition is to go higher, but at least 70% is the start. So this is working in 6 countries. Another 4 countries signed up yesterday, but 1, it's now 10. But that business unusual way of working, to be able to influence the donors to put money directly, is, I think, a breakthrough because it has not been happening, but also to accept that there's risk, there's failure. So you have to be patient to learn from it, to pilot and to innovate is really important. We haven't gone back, we have not done the actual investments, but we have other programs like the decentralized climate finance in Kenya, Mali, Senegal, that has piloted, and we have very good results. And they've been scaled up to show that actually, when the money goes directly, when you include all the groups that are supposed to be there, it actually works and delivers resilience to the local level.
Thank you, Tracy. So yeah, from 10% to community to 70%, imagine the transformation that would result in. And you mentioned about locally led, so I'd love to come into Valentina, because Valentine is a youth climate specialist, and she's been leading that very process and trying to access funding through that process. So Valentine, can you tell us a little bit about your work at county level, doing risk assessments and locally led adaptation, and how is it going?
Yeah, I like to leverage on what Tracy has said, the importance of the locally led initiatives. So what we do is we use a tool called the Climate Risk and Vulnerability Assessment. So we did that in coordination with the county government, because also having the goodwill with the county government has really enabled us to reach down to the community. So we did that, and that tool has really helped us in terms of looking at those gaps, specifically touching on inclusivity. So you'd find that there are those who are mostly left when it comes to the adaptation and mitigation planning at the county level. So we wanted to really try and understand the issues that are targeting the persons with disability, children, we had youths, and also we had women. So the tool really helped us in that. So we looked at those gaps, those are the challenges, but also looking at their capacities. So what is the capacity of persons with disability in terms of building their resilience and also mitigating the impacts of climate change? Working also again closely with the county government. So there's that relationship of starting from the bottom up, but also having people who can also negotiate at the high level has really been impactful. So yes.
Okay. Thanks, Valentine. I'll come back to you a little bit to see what the status of the funding is. The funding flowing down yet? But maybe let's move over to Lucky. Lucky, you're looking at national level in Nigeria. Can you tell us a little bit about whether you see the funding flowing down from global to communities in your context?
Thank you very much, Cloda. So if we try to look at the flow of climate finance at national level, and I'll focus this conversation on one of the funding streams that was showed on the video clip, which is the GCF. And I think before, in the last 3 to 4 years, there have been calls for a change in the way the GCF is being operated. Because if you look at the bureaucracy, which Tracy had also highlighted, most times these funds come directly to national government, and it ends at the national government, who now have the right to decide how the funds are being disbursed. Now, I think one of the cases in Nigeria is the fact that the funds get to the national government, and then they disburse these funds to sub-national government, without mentioning that this is a climate finance facility. So it paints this picture of government has funds and they are supporting subnational governments maybe to take care of issues of erosion or issues of desertification. However, when you start looking at trying to have a conversation of trickling down climate finance to rural communities, I think it is important that there's some form of openness, which we've not seen yet. Openness in the sense that if the national government is assessing a certain amount of funds, it will be better to have representative from subnational government to say, we have these funds, this is the source of the funds, how do we effectively disburse, rather than saying you're giving support to state and states don't really actually know that this facility is coming from one of the climate intervention. Because what that would do is, if they knowing fully well that states have their own subnational development planning, and they have also inculcated, some states have also inculcated the issues of climate change, the risks, and all of that, but leaving it blank because there's no finance to move forward. So we've not really seen that openness that allows inclusivity between subnational governments with national government. And if you allow me, if I'm not running faster than myself, and in this chain of conversation, you see that there are young people. We all know that Africa is a very youthful continent, and it also goes down to national government who also have very youthful population. And you have young people who also roam about and find it very difficult as well assessing this fund, because you still bring it back to the fact that there is no openness and inclusivity in it, which is one of the things that needs to change. And I think young people are beginning to ask questions, trying to raise advocacy on how to get involved, because they have over the years built capacity from online webinars they've been attending on climate finance, effective implementation of climate finance program, short courses. I think it will amount to a fruitless effort if you, as young people, have attended sessions and don't have access to the finance to implement some of the laudable ideas and initiatives that they have in their head. I think I would stop here and see how we can have the conversation forward.
Thanks so much, Lucky. So the importance of transparency, communication, knowing the funds are there, what they're for, making sure they actually flow down to national level with that transparency, and also communities know what they're for so they can demand those funds, really critical. Thanks, Lucky. I'll go over to Obed now. Obed, can you share a little bit about how you feel? Do you care? Do you see the financing flowing down to communities, or what are some of the challenges you're seeing?
Thank you, Claudia. And of course, I want to start from transparency. And one of the work that CARE does is tracking especially international financial commitments and whether this finance is actually flows and is used for the intended purpose. And from our recent research, we've discovered that donors and developed countries actually they routinely exaggerate the adaptation finance component of their projects that they implement in developing countries, and of course, therefore, reporting the amount they spend, especially on climate adaptation finance. And we did this research in 6 countries, that is Ghana, Uganda, Ethiopia, Vietnam, and Philippines, where we assessed a total of 111 projects in the 6 countries. And the research was basically investigating whether those funded projects the money that actually is channeled to this funding, this project is actually used for the intended purpose. And what we discovered is a massive over-reporting of projects that are reported that they are adaptation finance projects, yet they are not. So we saw a total of adaptation finance that was reported as 6.1 billion, which represented 13% of climate adaptation. And out of this, there was an over-reporting of 2.5 billion as adaptation finance. And this is really a stark, reminder that even the amount of money that we see being purported as adaptation finance is not actually adaptation finance.
Obed, I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm going to just highlight. So you're saying that even those money bags we saw that look slightly full at global level are actually much emptier than we think because people and national level people are over-reporting how much money there's in it.
Yes.
Can I just come to the panel because we're just about to finish? But if there's one message, Obed, from you about how we can transform that, what needs to happen so that that is addressed? From each of you, just one thought to close us off. What needs to happen at COP28 and beyond to address some of these barriers and also scale up some of these hopeful initiatives we've heard from Tracy and Valentine?
I think what we need is transparency, especially in terms of countries really being able to report transparently and not purporting to, address climate change. Yes, they are not. And from this COP, we want the element of additionality to be reflected. When even the money that has already been pledged, especially on loss and damage, is actually not new and additional. It's not over and above the ODA. So we want to see the amount of money that is being pledged to be new and additional. and we also, we saw recently the Adaptation Fund gap report, actually. It gave us a very stark, worrying figures, especially in terms of the adaptation gap, which is to the tune of $166 billion to $366 billion per year in terms of the gap. Yet the adaptation doubling that was agreed in COP26 only brings us to 40%. This still shows us that the figure is really, really small. So in this COP, we want at least a doubling and a framework to be able to help us to double that and go beyond the doubling of adaptation finance so that this money can be accessed at the local level where it's required, especially by women and girls and local organizations. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Obed. Any other final thoughts? How can youth access this funding? What needs to happen at COP28? Valentine,
Yeah, maybe I can add 2 pointers into that. So I think one thing is we know this information at a very high level, but is the information going down to those rural people? So for me, I feel like capacity building is still very important. Letting the youth know their right is also very, very important so that they can be able to monitor some of these finances. And also we need very actionable policies, both at the national and county government, so that we can be able to see where this money goes. So I think that those are my 2 or 3 points that I can add to what Obed has said.
Thanks, Tracy. I think if we see scaling up of that adaptation planning that you're leading, including most vulnerable groups, then the finance can meet that in the middle. And finally, Lucky and Tracy, any final reflections? How can youth be accessing this funding?
Thank you. I think the whole problem is the barriers to access the funding, because even the funding that is available is not going to the right places. We are not using it for the right things. So breaking the barriers to access is important. Institutions like the GCF, if they focused on direct access for small organizations, because that's where you find the youth, small-scale entrepreneurs and others who can access this money. But most importantly, reiterating the message of the LDC group that is trying to get at least 70% to the local level with locally led processes that include groups that are likely to be excluded. Yeah.
Thank you, Tracy. So I think we have to leave it there. But just to finish, we want 70%, not 10%, going down to local level. Thank you so much, panel, for your incredible experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really great for us to see how we can really access these funds. It's important, especially that youth-led action is funded and they're able to deliver on the ground. We will have our next session, which is Empowering Arab Feminists. If you can join me on the stage, we have Hajar, Ruqayya, Hanan. The speakers here? Okay. What is? No? Thank you so much. Yeah, sure.
يا رقية هي اسماء هاجر. She's here. Yalla, go.
Thank you so much.
Yalla. Hi, everyone. We're just waiting for the speakers. No, I'm going to just have a question. No, don't worry. Okay. So, hi, everyone again. My name is Islam. I'm Tunisian youth activist working. Oh, okay. Don't worry. Okay, perfect. We can start now. Okay. Hi, everyone again. In Tunisian, we say Aslema. Does anyone here need to speak in Arabic or need translation? No? Okay. Yes or no? In Arabic? In French?
Manal?
We will try. Okay.
We'll do French too.
Yeah.
Okay. No problem.
Hi, everyone again. So today we are having this session. We are Young Arab Feminist Coalition. Young Arab Women Coalition is an organization founded by young Arab women from the MENA region. We brings together activists across the Arab region who are committed to advancing gender equality. And now we are here today with many different female activists from the MENA region to talk about especially empowering Arab women in the face of climate change and disasters. So we have today Anissa. Anissa, she's from Libya, North Africa. Hajar from Masr. Ruqayya from Yemen. And Rania from Morocco. Hi, everyone again.
Hi.
So speaking about climate change and impact of climate change, especially climate change impacts on gender and especially women's and in Arab words. I'm gonna start asking North Africans, my girls, about how it's happening, the impacts of this climate change. For Anissa, tell me, in Libya, especially after what happened in Libya, how women's and the gender equality is impacted by climate change in Libya.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me just. Okay, this is awful. This mic is horrible. Can I borrow the other one instead? Yeah, that's what it takes. Okay, is it?
just bad. Oh, okay. Okay, so if you know anything about first step towards empowerment, what you need is data. And you need a lot of it because this is how you measure, where is the improvement or where are you lacking. And this is something that the government doesn't really do. And especially when it comes to issues related to women. We don't even have a ministry that is focused on women's concerns. Most of the things that are related to women well-being, women empowerment, is done through civil society. And civil society is supposed to be there to sort of cover the gap, because if the government is not going to be able to do everything, then civil society is going to step in to cover that gap. However, we don't have that. Civil society needs to do everything. And we have a serious case of corruption. And after what happened in Ukraine, most of the funding that used to go to women organization now went to half. So a lot of projects were canceled, and therefore for the past couple of years we haven't been really getting a lot of reports regarding the status of Libyan women in different areas, and especially when it comes to climate. Because let me tell you something about climate in general. The main relation between women and climate is that we see women facing climate changes as one type of violence. So we think that the global fund that usually goes to combat violence against women should put into consideration climate issues. So for example, women who, let's say women in Derna, women in Derna who survived the floods, for example. These are women who survived a climate disaster, and that some of these funds should provide these women, violence against women funds should be able to provide some assistance. However, funds to support violence against women or women who survived violence account to only less than 2% of the total funds sent or allocated by the United Nations for this specific issue. So to specifically say that women will be receiving a percentage to support women who survived climate disaster, that does not exist. It has not been negotiated before, and it's still not discussed in Libya, at least, among international organizations that work with women. So basically, all the women who were victims were completely neglected. I even heard that there was serious sanitary issues. So because of lack of funds, the government doesn't do anything. So like I mentioned before, we are 100% dependent on civil society organizations. Civil society organizations were not able to go to the affected areas to provide women with sanitary pads, to provide them with medication, with nothing. So these women had to face some serious and awful conditions for over 3 weeks before they started receiving assistance from other women from other parts of the country. So this just to give you an idea about the kind of misogynistic society that we live in, where women really are considered a second-class citizen. And nobody thought when they were putting together the aid packages, sending them to the affected areas, that women there, menstruating women, need pads. No one, not a single soul actually thought about that and put it into consideration. And that's why I think having a session like this is very important, because now we understand where are we lacking, and we get to learn more of what is the difference between the regular violence against women and climate violence against women. And also, this place is perfect to demand special funds specifically to be allocated for women who survive natural disasters.
Thank you so much, Anissa. She really mentioned two important things. I think the data and finance and integrating women in prevention and damage plan. Thank you so much. Now I think we can move to Hajar from Egypt.
Hello.
Hi, Hajar. So tell me about Egypt, women in Egypt, how they are impacted by climate change, and if is it the same as Libya? Does we have common impacts like in Libya, in North Africa?
So I would like to shed the light on two main aspects regarding the case of Egypt and regarding the case of women in Egypt. So I would love to shed a light on women in agriculture, especially in rural areas and in flying communities who do not get the chance to be in spaces like this. And as you know, the situation in rural areas with women are considered the majority of the labor forces in agricultural lands in Egypt, although they're not in good accessibility of land ownership. So I consider this like the major thing that we should empower women starting from this. And also the other thing I would love to share some lights on is the education opportunities and empowerment opportunities. So like to what extent there are a research covering the women's need in education and research, and to what extent they're giving the accessibility to recent technology and innovation so they can build on their capacity building, and then afterwards they can reflect on their whether they're working on agriculture or any other fields.
Yeah.
And also, I would really love to shed also the light on women's representation when it comes to climate negotiations. I found it very hard to access spaces like this, and also like the top-down approach that works in that matter that makes it very hard for women to access such spaces, and it goes very systematically, like through formal organization, and you have to break so much barrier to get in. So if we're wanna empower women, we should give them the lead in education and research, in ownership of their land. As also my colleague Anissa mentioned earlier, like it is super hard for also women to maintain their well-being and psychological well-being within rural areas if they do not have the knowledge and education and accessibility to such services. It would become so super hard to address the situation first and then to mobilize upon that. Yes, so this is basically what I want to cover about like women, especially in rural areas and offline communities. And I have been in so much discussions about like how can civil society empower women, but like I find it very hard for.
Don't worry. Cup of water. Thank you. Yeah, Amal. Yeah, thank you.
So sorry for that. So I find it also very hard for women to access such resources if all the funding are going through top-down approaches or going through like very long processes. How would women in rural areas would access such a thing if they do not have the knowledge, or if we do not challenge philanthropists to change their narrative or change their system, we would be reiterating the whole thing again. So we have addressed the problem. We are addressed the problem, but how about them? Like, who are giving them the accessibility to such a thing, and how we can build upon that for like more effective solutions toward the future. And as I'm speaking about the funding, it's also worthy to mention that right now we're witnessing leaders are pledging money to loss and damage funding, but like to what extent women are included in that loss and damage funding, especially again women in rural areas, because they're not like marginalized. They are marginalized, but like they are a dominant representation of Egyptian women. So I think we should start to pay attention to this if we are really serious about contributing to the change. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Heather. Thank you so much for highlighting about how important capacity building and finance especially. So now we're giving the mic to Ruqayya from Yemen, من Yemen, to speak also about highlighting the climate impacts in Yemen and how women in Yemen and young girls are impacted by these impacts.
Yeah, hello all.
Hi.
First, let me thank Islam and Rania for having this session today. It's really... what is happening today? What is happening? Yeah. Yeah, so thank you very much for both of your efforts that you brought us here together today and have this... Thank you. And have this incredible space to talk about the impacts that us as women are facing within the MENA region, and especially the conflicted countries. So basically in Yemen, we do have this so difficult country which women are not represented at all. We don't have any representation in any spaces, in any negotiations, in any policies, in any institutions. We don't have them at all. For example, the delegation that we're having from Yemen, there is no one female delegation from Yemen, even from the civil society. It's only us, the young people, who are trying to just fight back and trying to have a space for us and come to represent other people who don't have the ability to come here. So according to recent studies that mentioned 58% of women, they do have this weak adaptive capacity to climate change and disasters that is happening nowadays. And from these 85%, we have 1/3 of women in the MENA region. They are working in the agriculture field, and they are the main resource for income for their families. So basically, we have to amplify women voices and leadership. And that should go when we should just ensure more representation with them through the negotiation processes, through decision making, and having them being represented in any sessions, in any conferences, in any of these that is happening. And second, we can just empower them or enhance their participation. You know, nowadays we're noticing that so many women, they do have their own initiatives, but they're not finding the support. I'm not talking here about only the financial support, but even about the encouragement that they need to receive just to go and to do their projects. Yeah, for example, I'm coming with an example from Yemen. A lady called Iman, she's working on renewable energy project, and she's working in one of the most rural areas called Abs in Hajja Governorate, and she received literally no support from her family unless she got this funded project from the UNDP. And when she won like so many prizes, then her family started recognizing the work that she's doing. And nowadays she owns a project in which she is like doing this renewable energy station and selling the energy to her neighborhoods with like affordable prices. And suddenly I met her yesterday here in COP. She's attending COP and she is like having so many sessions talking about her experience. And one other thing I would like that we have here in the MENA region is to have like a platform in which we give the floor to women to talk about their experiences and their suffering and how they are suffer and how do they overcome these sufferings and how do they deal with these things. And this would just give the opportunity to other women to know and to be more adaptive. One other thing I would like to mention is that we need to address the vulnerabilities and inequalities. Yeah. And I mean here, like, to be more gender responsive, because whenever we're having these projects, we're just having the regular assessments or the regular approaches we have, but we don't have like gender responsive assessments in which we analyze the gaps that women are facing, and then according to the gaps that we're analyzing, we can design the projects, the commitments, the action plans, the strategies that would be more effective to serve women needs. And then we need to empower the gender responsive financing and to ensure that these financing are allocated in a very good way. and to be more inclusive for women coming from the rural areas. And one other thing also is the resources. We're facing like, how can I say, it's not equal when they are just dividing the resources. It's not unequal at all. Lands, for example, energy, water. For example, in Yemen, when the woman is working in the agricultural lands, she's working and she is doing her best through the day to work on this land, but actually she doesn't have even a paper in which her name can be found and in which that this land is owned by her. No, it's owned by her father or her brother or anyone, a male relative from his family. But she is, as a female, she doesn't own even 1 meter from the earth that she has been working for whole her life on, and she has just working all day. She's trying to also manage other tasks relating to her children, her anything, but she owns nothing.
Yeah.
And here we would advocate more that women have to have the equitable resources of these all things, including training, capacity building, education, and other things. Last point, I would like also to mention that we need to encourage also men and boys to be our allies as females. Not us as females, we have to just advocate for our rights, but also men and boys, they have to understand and have to just stand with us and face these challenges that we're facing and hindering our empowerment against climate change. Yeah, this is from my end. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruqayya. Yeah, for really highlighting to give the opportunity for women in Yemen and I think in all the Arab regions, Africa and Middle East, to give them the opportunity to speak aloud about how climate change is impacting us, and even differently from the men, and also, to give hand by hand with the men to understand what's going on in women challenges.
Okay.
Now we're giving the mic to Rania.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I'm just gonna take it off. Okay, I think you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you
Okay.
well.
Hi guys, my name is Rania Harara. I'm Palestinian Moroccan, and I would like to ask you, Islam,
Yes.
to not only cover Morocco but also what's going on in Palestine.
Yeah.
Because the occupation in itself is a climate disaster.
Yes.
And I would like to tackle this too because I'm one of the few privileged who had access to this space, and I don't think I should do my people justice and talk about it too. So I don't know if you guys, I think everyone heard about the earthquake that happened in Morocco, the starts of September, end of September. A lot of young girls found themselves becoming orphans, and we had a lot of men from the West come to save these little girls and propose marriage to them. And what surprised me was how it was publicized on social media. It was mainly like these Arab male influencers who live in the West, who were organizing these solidarity trips to come to Morocco and the mountains and try to offer a new opportunity, a new life to these young girls. But all what they were doing is first of all, that's pedophilia, and second of all, that's stealing a child's life. Because these young girls don't have a figure, don't have anyone to look up to. And that's one situation that happened in Morocco, and that happens in so many countries where we have disasters, where we have predators who take advantage of climate disaster to specifically target young girls and young women to marry them. And of course, if you don't have anyone, if you lost everything and everyone, your only resource to marry someone else, because there's a lack of education. There's a lot of educational opportunities for you. A lot of these remote areas in the Atlas Mountains don't have a lot of educational institutions, and in times of crisis, there's no continuation of education. So that's why it's important to tackle also other forms of education and make education more accessible in most vulnerable communities. I also think that governments, especially, for example, in Morocco and other countries where there's climate disasters, should invest in a social system that protects women in times of disaster, that provides shelters, that provides food, because that's a lot of people died of hunger, and a lot of people in other areas in the Arab region are dying because of hunger. So I think making food security a priority, even in our advocacy, is very important. Okay. And also, I just would like to mention that a lot of young girls also found themselves in forced marriages where their parents lost everything. And one of the ways to kind of like make the economic burden less, they would like marry them to other families. And these young girls are like me, they're like you, they all have aspirations, they all have goals, they all want to do things in life. And just because of a climate disaster that happened because of our pollution and the pollution of the whole world, they have to like carry all of the burden. That's when it comes to Morocco. And I also wanted to take time to mention that, again, the occupation, the bombing is a climate disaster. People don't have access to water. 95% of the water that people have access to in Gaza cannot be drank, cannot be used for irrigation. The air, Gaza has one of the most polluted air in the whole world. How are we going to be here sitting talking about climate justice, climate change, if we cannot even talk about
it.
how it affects young girls, women, men? Because I'm tired of everyone demonizing our men. I'm tired of everyone treating our women like as another species. They're all humans, okay? And we cannot be talking here about climate justice if we're not going to be talking about justice for all, access to water to all, land back. We want to own our lands. We don't want to have an entity controlling our land, our oil that they're trying to get, our water. And it's important that we fight back, and we need the support of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Rania. We just have 3 minutes, but talking about the indigenous people, because what happened also in Morocco, the earthquake can happen in Amazigh. In Amazigh communities, the indigenous people of the North Africa. And it's also important to mention that the indigenous people of Palestine land is also important to talk about how they are impacted and how the indigenous people are really important to face the climate change, because they have the local solution to adapt with the climate change, but also to the resilience for the climate change and impacts. Just give you also, I have another questions for you all. How you think this COP28 can help us as Arab women from the Middle East, from the North Africa, and all Africa, as a woman in all of this world, to help us to get to a better step, to move to a better step? I know it's just have been 5 days, but yeah.
Do you want to start? Okay.
Honestly, as a start, I wouldn't expect too much. At least not from the top to bottom, I wouldn't expect much. Because most of the time, especially in our government, our part of the world, these events are mainly used to like publicity stunts, where they try to polish their image in front of the world, but they don't actually do anything on the ground. Again, it's mainly civil society's responsibility, but what we could do is use the networks here at COP to create. We already created our own networks. We already are working on side projects that we wish that they would be helping women in the future. So this is what I think that's going to come out of COP, because honestly, I don't have any expectations from our governments or any community leaders in the Arab world, because not only do they not serve the community directly, but definitely women is not on top of their agenda. So
yeah, thank you so much, Anissa. I would say the same. Thank you so much.
So, hello. So I can use my voice.
Yeah, go.
Actually, I come on agreement with what Nisa has said. Like, I came here just to create our parallel narrative, because, like, even though we have the privilege to access this space, but we also came here with the intention to represent people who do not ever would be having access to such spaces, or coming along other people, like 90,000+ people from across the globe, to share our narrative and share our collective fight, not only as a young woman, from MENA region, but also it goes like. Do you hear me, guys?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So what I was saying, that like our representation here is very important, not because like I came here with a high hopes that something would suddenly change the world. This is COP28. That means this has been going on for 28 years old. I'm 31, by the way. So that means that has been going on like when I was a little kid and nothing has been changing. Although the whole situation in the whole world has been changing, wars erupted, everything like catastrophically changing, and nobody actually pays attention to do so. If they're serious, they would have worked only on an action plan. If like, okay, we have hopes because of the pledges coming out at the very first day, but again, these pledges comes in hundreds of millions, not hundreds of billions of dollars, and we can look back at the profits of fossil fuels company who are represented here, very well represented here, and they have their profits in 2022 and above, exactly above $400 billion. So, like, if we just would like waste our time reiterating the whole thing, I don't think a real action without a real action plan, I don't think like we would change something really meaningful. Also, regarding women's perspective, if the loss and damage fund would not address indigenous community, women in offline communities, women in rural areas, and the whole world, that would be just like a wasting of time. Yeah.
Totally agree.
Yeah. I don't want to like waste the time, but like this is mainly what I'm looking here for, just creating our parallel narrative. It is really important, especially as our colleagues mentioned, the perspective of women coming from conflicted areas. They do not have people conveying their voices, and this should be really addressed. Would they would really leaders do something about it? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Palestinian women. What's happening in Palestine actually extremely concerning. And yesterday, when I gave my speech to the World Summit, I was not able to actually call out any country or say any name specifically, but I did talk about the amount of money that is put specifically to war and the war industry, which is around $2 trillion. That's how much countries actually put to support their military power. However, whenever it comes to supporting, let's say, indigenous women or let's say Palestinian women who are currently in Gaza, we cannot get them out, they need so much, they would say we don't have enough money, or they will ask you, regular people, to donate. And then when you donate, we don't know where that money goes. And half of it goes to their pockets. And then or organizations that actually heading these funds take huge percentages, like the loss and damage being headed by the World Bank. This is going to be awful. I can see half of that money already going to the World Bank, and the other half, then we have to somehow find a way to actually get it.
Thank you so much. We have to go so fast. Just have 2 minutes. So yeah, for Ruqayya and.
Okay, then I will not repeat.
Yeah, go.
Then I will not. It's not working, right?
It's working, yeah.
Okay, then I will not repeat the same points that were mentioned by my colleagues. But actually, we knew. For me, COP27 was my first COP to attend, and we went to COP27 with a lot of demands as young people, as women representing the vulnerable communities. And we went back from COP27 literally having nothing translated into action plans. And here we go again in COP28, we're having so many demands, and literally I know that we'll come back having nothing. And that started hearing the amounts that were contributed to loss and damage fund, and I know that we all know the amounts that were mentioned, and literally they are nothing compared to the needs that we need. I'm telling you about Yemen. We're facing huge needs, and now we're facing reduction in fund. I don't know why. It's because of some political concerns they do have within the country, but we're facing this reduction of fund, and now they're coming with this loss and damage fund with like few amounts, which literally will not cover all the region or the world. And as Anissa mentioned, that most of this money will go directly as operational cost for World Bank, and then it will go, half of the half will go also to the operating partners who will operate the project. No, to the UN agencies and other partners who will work on the field. They will take also half of that amount as operational cost, and then we will end up with 20% of that amount distributing on some projects. I don't know what the impact that we will get.
Thank you, Ruqayya. So Rania, just
I'm gonna try to be quick. So I think okay, I'm just gonna try to be quick. I think we should be hopeful because we're going to be fighting for it. If they don't want to give us back the money, we will fight for it and we will get it. They need to fund, like, if they care that much about women, then fund women-led initiatives, then fund indigenous women-led projects in these areas not you, that they seem to care so much about. It's like, we need the funding to go back to the sources. You cannot be exploiting our resources, and then when we ask for, for getting money for the damage that you caused, suddenly no one is there. So we need more money, more funding going back to women in the region, and we need also more voices coming here. Because like literally I can count Palestinian people here on my fingers. We're like 7, okay? There's thousands of people. We need organizations from the global north to mobilize and bring us out, because there's a lot of orgs in our countries who don't have the support and also the badges to bring us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Our next session is going to be brought to you by the Scouts. So it's going to be Scouts and Sustainable Development, changing the planet one day at a time. If you can kindly clear the floor, we have our next session starting now. I understand. The problem is that the session after this, they have a short, because they have a schedule and they have after the...
But we waited too.
I understand you waited. I gave you your 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much.
I gave you your 30 minutes and you went over. So that's what I'm saying.
No, I was trying really to make them stop. Thank you so much.
The session with the president of African...
It's already gone. It was the first.
It was today?
Yeah, it was today.
What time?
At 11. Could you kindly clear the floor, please? As good as can be. You can sit. Are you speaking? You can take a sit.
Test. All right, guys, how's everyone doing? Great. All right, we shall just give a couple of moments for people to come in. But we're looking forward to give our presentation to you guys.
I'm having trouble. Yeah.
This doesn't work? Or we have to... No, y'all can pass it around.
Thank you. So sorry.
Yeah, if you want, you can use this one. Anything? Yeah, sure. Now, if you want to walk around,
We could just stand up all the time.
Welcome everyone, we're about to start the next session. If you'd like to take a seat and join us.
Hello, everyone. So we're very happy to stand in front of you all. So my name is Lucas, and I'm from Madagascar, from the World Organization of Scout Movement. And I am a youth representative. She's my friend, a youth representative too, Laura, and my other friend, Keg, a youth representative too. She's from Spain, Singapore, and Madagascar. So today, we will talk about climate activism as a road to finding solution and support. So we will make it with a different way. We will have a game. Okay. So what is Scout? Scout is one of the world's largest youth educational movement, which educate young people to play an active role in their communities. So guess what? We are involving more than 57 million people all around the world. And we educate young people through a value system based on Scout promise and law. So you can see Scouts around the world taking social action. So everyday actions make a difference. So young people around the world are transforming their communities by taking action for peace and also sustainability. So you might ask why Scouts are at COP28. So as you see, we have a global program, which we call Earth Tribe. What is Earth Tribe? Saving our planet together, one challenge at a time. So it's a global program that we use to educate young people to have their own personal impact on the environment, and also to support them to speak out and take action through community service projects. Okay, so inside Earth Tribe, we have three also big projects. We have Champions for Nature, which is in partnership with World Wide Fund. We have Scouts Go Solar, which is in partnership with Sol Africa. And also we have Plastic Tighteners, which is in partnership with United Nations Environment. So about Champions for Nature, we educate young people to become a champion for nature. So we make challenge for young people. And also with the Scouts Go Solar, we make the young people to discover that we can have solar energy, which is a clear energy. And also, we have plastic tighteners. We educate young people through this to how to recycle plastics and reduce using plastics. And all of this project is inside the Earth Tribe project. So you can pick them inside www.scout.org. So now I will give the floor to my friends from Spain, Laura.
Thank you, Lucas. So, hello everyone, how are you doing? Okay? Good to see you all. So, firstly, I'm Laura, and I wanted to express how privileged I feel for being here today with you all, but at COP28 representing so many young people. We are so privileged to be taking this space, and I just wanted to recognize it. So in this part of the session, we will basically be relating climate activism and mental health. Have you ever felt overwhelmed or stressed or having to compatibilize so many things in your house? Work, your jobs, your time at the university, but also your association implication. Working on making a better world. Well, I have, and I've done so much times. I've been trying to handle it on my own, but I've never could that alone. So in this part, we will be making a little dynamic following the non-formal education process that we teach to children and young people, and it's based in the learning by themselves. In this process, we will be basically doing a dynamic in which we will have an imaginary line here. In that way, in that place, in that part, we will have the true statement, and in this part, we will have the false statement. The false statement. So I will encourage you to stand up, come with me to the front of the room. And now we will be reading 5 statements, and you will have to position yourselves, at the point in which you identify or not with the statement. And if any of you would like to share how they feel about it, please do it, because this is a space to put together and exchange ideas. And also for the ones that are live, please think about it at home. So the first one is media information about the impact of climate change usually makes me feel helpless. What would you think about this one? Would you position in the true statement or the false statement for me, for your own personal perspectives? Yeah, sure. Okay. It's all the way in between. You can either go radical to the extremes or to the middle. Yeah? Would anyone would like to share about it? Why are you positioning in the middle? Yeah? Let's go.
I'll try. I do think sometimes media is trying to overwhelm us with everything that's happening right now. And the thing is, sometimes language is really important, you know? The language they use when they create a paper or when there's something on the news. And it's always a choice. We can choose from where we are getting our information from, and we can always find people who are actually committed to the truth and to what's really happening to the world. And sometimes we can just help people that are trying to scare everyone or trying to get us to the wrong direction.
Absolutely, I agree. That's why for the Scout movement, we thought it was really important in this COP to be talking on a more positive way, on a more helpful way. We're always talking about damage, about crisis, about danger, and we need to be speaking more positively. Why are you in the false side?
Okay, I totally agree with you, because there is a lot of media that going to say that you are like helpless and so. But on the other side, I think there is a lot of media that is enhancing the role of youth and trying to empower them. But there is always a but. But it became a propaganda lately. Like youth, we are doing so and doing so. We are so powerful. We're gonna change the world. We're gonna stop the climate change. But actually, we are a little bit helpless. Let's talk about reality. It's not about being vegan and holding a tote bag that's made from recycled paper. That's important. I'm not underestimating this. But it's always about we need the help from the corporates, from the governments, from different parties around the world, because we are not alone. We are a stakeholder inside a full of ecosystem. So lately, media started putting me like I'm not helpless, I'm powerful, I'm empowered, but sometimes it's a little bit greenwashing and youth washing, so we need to avoid this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would anybody else? We have 4 more, so okay, let's continue. The second one is, as a young person, I feel uncertainty and stress regarding having my personal and community basic needs secured. Okay, I sense there's some sense of, I feel like, yeah, needs. We need to have our needs secure, and the fact that you are all positioned in the true, even though we are from these different nations, that tells a lot on its own on your position. Would anyone like to share anything? Yeah.
Yeah, uncertainty is definitely there, and I think, yeah, it's a common thing for most of our generation. What makes me sometimes kind of hopeful is to compare the fact that people are speaking more and more about this, people are more aware of what's happening, and that's creating a certain level of pressure that's pushing, while not enough, but the different responsible entities, being public sector or private sector, to take action, and at least there is a framework that is being created. So while I'm not quite confident on what the future is going to hide, I feel like we're kind of progressing, although slowly.
I think that's awesome that we feel unsafety, but we are on the progress, we are on the path to achieve that goal. So for the next one, participating in climate activism has connected me with skills and values on decision-making, tolerance, teamwork, and democratic dialogue. 100%. Yeah. I absolutely agree with this statement, so I would go to the true with you. Sorry, Cake. You're left all alone. Yeah, this is so important that we need to value the skills and all the important abilities that we gain through talking with others, through dialogue, through association, through climate activism. I feel hopeful about our global future when thinking about young people working on climate action. Awesome? Yeah. Another 100%. I think the power of young people is what gives us hope. And of course, it's the important part of this session is as well that we share that the responsibility is not only on us. It's on political outputs, it's on stakeholders, decision makers, and we can press them. We can also do communitarian projects. We can get young people and children involved locally, but the responsibility needs to be collaboratively. And last but not least, I have found a social network or communities to support me personally thanks to my journey in climate activism. So, would anyone of you like to share an experience about this part? Yeah?
Thank you. Myself Priyanka from the Bharat Scouts and Guides India. I have a JLS project, Juliet Law Seminar, in which we are working 500 girls from around the world. But when I have a project to distribute, I distribute not plastic bags, I support to distribute cloth bags to girls. I have thousands of sanitary napkins to distribute them. And awareness rally, like 100 awareness rally have organized. And the people of my community and my state, my district, they're supporting me and they advocate me. Yeah, you are doing good and you should do it, not to stop this, because my JLS project is like 6 months. But I'm still doing on it and continuously will do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay, so this would be the conclusion of this small part of the session. We'll keep going with Kek, but basically just wanted to transmit to you and express that we are not alone. I even struggle with that, with this uncertainty when I'm working and going through papers and reading stuffs and turning in some documents that we need to, I don't know, make a good schedule for next term in our Scouts projects and also at a regional and national level. So just to make sure that you are not alone, that there's always your community. You need to speak to them in case you need and ask for that help. And yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, I pass the voice to Kek.
Thank you, Laura. All right, guys, take a seat. All right, so I don't know about you guys, but as an engineering student myself and a climate advocate, sometimes I find it really hard and stressful to balance between my advocacy goals, my educational goals, and my personal goals. And sometimes it causes a lot of mental stress, but at the same time, I know that with my strong support network through Scouting, anything is possible, figuratively. So the two main takeaways that we can get from our little game that we played earlier is that, firstly, climate activism is challenging. We often see the nice outcomes at the end of climate activism, but what we don't see is the many hours that we put in through climate activism. Not just when we present it in front of a large audience, nice results, nice statistics, nice graphs, but the hours and hours that we put in coordinating with other partners and putting in the work ourselves. The second takeaway that we can take away from our previous activity is that support networks exist, and we have to capitalize on them in order to achieve our higher goals. And Scouting is a great example of this, where we are able to ride on our support networks towards our greater environmental
Essa mesa, antes disso, a gente está se organizando e articulando com as redes, com as organizações de todos os estados da Amazônia. E, a partir disso, discutindo com quem está, de fato, na base, com quem sofre, está dentro dos territórios, sofre com a mudança climática, sofre com essa crise e com todos os impactos, e como que eles têm se mobilizado e atuado com muita luta, com muita resistência, tanto a juventude como os povos, comunidades tradicionais de forma geral. E, a partir da atuação local, a gente consegue trazer para cá, para vocês, um pouco de como que tem sido. Possivelmente, a gente não vai conseguir explanar exatamente tudo o que acontece aqui nessa mesa, mas só da gente estar aqui, eu não estou falando só por mim, eu estou aqui representando diversas organizações e diversos povos. Então, minha vinda aqui não é só por mim, mas é por muitos. Eu acho que isso resume muito esses caminhos. A luta ainda é muito grande. A gente sabe que o caminho da transição energética envolve muitos outros setores que é muito complicado, mas que a gente está cada vez mais incidindo politicamente, economicamente, socialmente, para tentar alcançar esses lugares e, a partir disso, a gente conseguir minimamente mitigar esses impactos.
Bem, boa tarde a todas as mulheres e não mulheres. É um prazer muito grande estar aqui com vocês, e aí quero agradecer imensamente o convite. E muito feliz por estar aqui com esta mesa tão linda, né, de mulheres. para a gente debater esse tema. E aí eu vou concordar aqui com a minha colega painelista de que nós não vamos esgotar esse tema, porque é um tema que requer ainda muito debate. Eu sou Josileia Caingangue, eu sou indígena Caingangue, do estado do Rio Grande do Sul, nascida na terra indígena do Guarita, que é bem no bioma Pampa, um bioma que não é tão falado, é um bioma que está em processo de desertificação no nosso país, e já tem muitos anos que ele passa por esse processo, e, infelizmente, não há um debate também tão grande sobre isso. Eu, atualmente, estou na Secretaria de Articulação e Promoção dos Direitos Indígenas, eu sou antropóloga também de formação, e esse debate, né, sobre a justiça da transição energética, ela é muito cara para nós, povos indígenas. Eu não posso deixar de dizer isso para vocês, porque a gente quer, sim, e a gente sabe o quanto vai ajudar a humanidade toda a gente fazer a transição energética. A gente precisa que os países, né, se dediquem cada vez mais a fazer a transição energética. Agora, não é a qualquer preço. Não pode ser a qualquer custo. A gente precisa fazer uma avaliação sempre sobre os lugares em que a gente está e como isso vai impactar as comunidades locais e os povos indígenas. Nós temos tanto impactos gerados pela energia vinda de hidrelétricas, quanto agora nessa posição que o nosso país está tendo também, e está capitaneando esse debate, né, sobre as eólicas em alto mar. Como que isso vai impactar a terra indígena dos nossos parentes que estão no Ceará, a mais ou menos 5 quilômetros de onde serão instaladas essas eólicas. E os biocombustíveis. Quem não lembra de 2019, a campanha que foi feita pelos povos indígenas, pela articulação dos povos indígenas do Brasil, Sangue Indígena Nenhuma Gota a Mais, na Europa, onde eles foram discutir com os países que compram matérias-primas que vêm do Brasil e que são produzidas em territórios indígenas. E aí eu tenho que falar da cana-de-açúcar e da relação com o povo Guarani Kaiowá. A gente precisa lembrar que os povos indígenas eles foram altamente impactados na construção de Belo Monte. E, mais uma vez, eu reforço, nós precisamos fazer a transição energética, mas nós precisamos fazer a consulta prévia, livre e informada, como está na Convenção 69, com os povos indígenas. E aí o Ministério dos Povos Indígenas faz esse diálogo com o Ministério de Minas e Energia, com o Ministério do Meio Ambiente, com os outros ministérios, mas principalmente chamando os povos indígenas para dialogar dentro do Conselho Nacional de Política Indigenista, que está aí esse conselho reativado pelo governo Lula. E nós também precisamos lembrar que, pela primeira vez na nossa democracia, ainda tão jovem e tão recente, nós temos um Ministério dos Povos Indígenas, capitaneado por uma ministra indígena. Então, é nosso papel articular, promover os direitos e fazer esse debate. Obrigada.
Baixa pá, galera. Xerera Rai Joyce, Xe Aime Ha Paraguai P, Ha Brasil P. Oi, pessoal, tudo bem? Eu sou a Joyce Mendes. Eu sou colombiana de nascimento, mas migrei para o Brasil e para o Paraguai, ali da Tríplice Fronteira, aceito como a minha cidade local. E aí aprendi parte do Guarani, essa língua muito maravilhosa. E eu queria dar as saudações em Guarani para vocês. Eu não sou indígena, mas os meus avós eram da comunidade Guaju, da fronteira com a Venezuela. E a gente migrou também para a América do Sul devido aos conflitos territoriais em relação à mineração de carbono. Daí, quando eu cheguei também e fui estudar engenharia e energias ali na Tríplice Fronteira, a gente vê que a relação entre energia, território, água, segurança alimentar, está tudo muito relacionado. Ali eu entendi que, como migrante, a gente não consegue, talvez, fugir de um conflito armado, mas as mudanças climáticas, elas não têm fronteiras. os conflitos energéticos, a gestão, questões dos rios, também não tem fronteiras, mas também não tem fronteira a cooperação juvenil, a cooperação intergeracional. E às vezes eu sinto, né, o pessoal tem um olhar, né, em relação ao Brasil. E às vezes eu sinto que a América Latina, a gente está do ladinho, meio separado, mas eu acredito nesse processo, né, de integração latino-americana, né. A gente ali vem com os colegas ali da UNILA, da Universidade Federal da Integração Latino-Americana, conversando como a gente, além de ter uma integração de infraestrutura e tal, ter essa integração cultural, histórica e decolonial também, que eu acho que a gente precisa falar muito em relação à transição energética. Só vou dar uns dados. A gente conversando ontem com o secretário-geral, o tema da energia foi fundamental. E, infelizmente, né, tem essa meta global, 1,5 graus Celsius. Né? Os números, os compromissos climáticos estão para chegar a 2,5 graus até 2,9 graus de aumento de temperatura. Isso é catastrófico. Então, tem 3 objetivos, assim, que ele repete e a gente conversou ontem, né? Triplicar a geração de energia renovável até 2030, dobrar a capacidade de eficiência energética de 2030 e trazer também eletricidade e diminuir a pobreza energética. Mas como vai ser isso feito, né? Então, essa pergunta, a transição justa, eu acho que tem que vir também para os povos latino-americanos, para a visão, né, decolonial, descentralizar, democratizar esse processo de transição energética. E a gente o pessoal está falando muito, o fundo de perdas e danos, né? Só para vocês terem em relação ao financiamento, o atual verba do Fundo de Perdas e Danos equivale ao salário anual de 9 jogadores de futebol da Saudi Arábia. Isso são migalhas, gente. A gente não pode se conformar com isso. A gente tem que puxar a ambição. E foi, né, disfarçado. O primeiro dia temos o Fundo Perdas e Danos, para a gente não falar que o país agora da COP está fazendo negócios de combustíveis fósseis com 15 países, e um deles é a Colômbia. Então, agora a gente está trabalhando também muito forte com o Ministério da Energia da Colômbia, para quê? E com o meio ambiente. Tem uma visão um pouquinho divergente em relação ao Brasil e à Amazônia. Colômbia está falando, a gente não vai tirar petróleo, a gente vai deixar a Amazônia quieta. Então, vai ser bem interessante ver também esse modelo de transição justa que a Colômbia está propondo, trabalhando com o Brasil. Eu acho que a gente está aqui para estabelecer esses diálogos, para a gente cooperar, né? Talvez já tenha uma cooperação ao nível de governo, mas também ao nível de juventudes. E ontem, naquela sala, a gente reuniu as 3 organizações mais fortes assim, da América Latina em relação à transição energética para trabalhar nisso aqui, num laboratório de transição energética latino-americana. Mas a gente vai falar mais disso para frente. Obrigada. Aguide.
Incrível, incrível. Acho que a fala de ambas, né, foi construindo um caminho para o nosso próximo tópico, que é falar sobre impactos, né? A gente está numa região que ela é conhecida, apesar de sua abundância, pela pobreza energética, né? Onde nossas comunidades não acessam isso que é energia. E, ao mesmo tempo que a gente vem aqui para a COP e ouve falar muito sobre transição justa, na realidade, o que a gente tem neste momento dado é a injustiça sobre isso, né? Então, para os nossos povos, a transição ela não vai acontecer. A gente precisa do acesso justo ainda, né? E aí, nesse sentido, e aí isso se conecta com isso, né? Pensando nesses impactos, assim, na Palmares a gente acredita que a transição ela não se trata apenas de adotar tecnologias verdes, mas sim como que a gente redistribui poder e faz com que as comunidades também acessem sobre isso. E aí a minha pergunta é sobre governança, né? E aí eu queria começar essa pergunta exatamente com a ministra e aí distribuir para as meninas que constroem com a secretária, desculpa. E aí distribuir isso depois para as meninas que constroem a partir do ativismo da sociedade civil, né? Como que juventudes, pautando energia, podem fortalecer a governança, seja ela na política nacional, na política doméstica, mas, sobretudo, no âmbito local, né? Em como que nós utilizamos a governança, seja ela no governo, na sociedade civil, para impulsionar esses investimentos, projetos e etc. Muito obrigado.
Então, super importante a gente pensar esse momento que o Ministério dos Povos Indígenas tem, né? No ano de 2023, nós ainda trabalhamos com um recurso financeiro do governo passado, né? Então, não havia no governo passado o Ministério dos Povos Indígenas. Nós tivemos, então, que trabalhar com o recurso que o próprio Estado já tinha e poder nos organizar. Nós fizemos um planejamento estratégico e nós convidamos tanto a PIB quanto a Amiga, né, a Articulação Nacional das Mulheres Indígenas, para participar com a gente. E foi muito importante porque quando você traz a sociedade civil para o diálogo, né, em um diálogo aberto, um diálogo que você está preparado para escutar, você consegue construir também. E aí, nesse sentido, a gente precisa, e tem pautado muito isso, que vem muito já da nossa história de luta, que é o reconhecimento da governança dos povos indígenas em seus territórios. Nós precisamos falar disso. E aí colocar, obviamente, atores que às vezes ficam relegados, como é o caso de gênero, né, de mulheres, no centro do debate. Porque são as mulheres indígenas que cuidam dos territórios, são as mulheres indígenas que fazem a roça, que cuidam das famílias, que ensinam a língua, que são responsáveis pela transferência da tradição. E aí, muito nesse lugar, enquanto mulher indígena que eu falo. E são as mulheres indígenas as mais impactadas com as mudanças climáticas. São as mulheres indígenas, as mulheres, de uma forma geral, que têm esse impacto visível nos seus corpos territórios, como a gente tem chamado. E as mulheres indígenas precisam, então, falar de mudança climática e precisam abordar esse tema que a gente está trazendo aqui, que é a transição energética, né? E quando a gente pensa que as mulheres indígenas ou os povos indígenas precisam ser escutados, precisam saber sobre o que vai tratar aquele empreendimento, que eles vão ser afetados, isso quer dizer que a gente precisa ter paciência. Isso quer dizer que a gente precisa ter respeito. Isso quer dizer que a gente precisa reconhecer as línguas dos povos. Não há como a gente falar de justiça de transição energética se a gente não considerar as línguas dos povos indígenas e conseguir levar o maior número de informação para eles, ou para elas. Sabe? As comunidades, elas têm uma característica de fazer a gestão do território, mas a gestão do território, quando ele é impactado, ela se desfaz. A gestão do território, quando o território é impactado por um grande empreendimento, ela não consegue, muitas vezes, superar aquilo que aconteceu. E aí a gente vai ter, dentro do Ministério dos Povos Indígenas, na Secretaria de Gestão Territorial e Ambiental, a nossa diretora Suliette, que é a diretora, né, desse debate sobre clima, está aqui com a gente, nos acompanhando. E dentro da secretaria, a gente vai ter, né, um programa, um projeto que já foi pensado desde 2012, que é de gestão territorial e ambiental dos povos indígenas. Porque nós precisamos garantir que, sim, a energia chegue até as comunidades indígenas. Tem muitas comunidades que estão totalmente isoladas. E que não há, quando a gente vê, e aí, compartilhando com vocês isso que a gente tem pensado também, quando a gente percebe que o nosso Estado, infelizmente, vendeu a nossa companhia, né, de energia elétrica, uma das maiores do mundo, que é a Eletrobras, sem um debate com a sociedade no ano passado, isso faz com que os povos indígenas que acessavam aqueles programas que era levar energia, luz, lembram? Tinha um programa Luz para Todos, do governo Lula. Quando a gente percebe que a Eletrobras foi vendida, bom, o debate vai ter que ser outro, porque o debate não vai mais ser com o Estado, o debate será com as empresas que hoje são donas, e o Estado, obviamente, também tem parte nesse consórcio, mas o debate vai ser outro. Como que a gente vai garantir que as comunidades indígenas tenham energia elétrica? Vai ser um diálogo bem extenso, um diálogo que a gente vai precisar fazer. E aí, dentro desse comitê de gestão ambiental e territorial, a gente pretende, né, e tem aí o convite para vários ministérios para ampliar esse debate. Porque é isso, nós precisamos hoje falar com os ministérios e garantir que os ministérios se comprometam com a causa dos povos indígenas. Porque quando eles impactam as nossas terras, bem, aí a gente já não pode dizer que a gente realmente tem governança se a gente nem participou do debate, não construiu coletivamente. Então, nós precisamos pautar isso. A construção coletiva, a escuta aos povos indígenas, levar o maior número de informações e garantir que essas populações possam pensar um plano de vida sobre os seus territórios depois que eles forem impactados.
Como ponto focal da Amazônia, eu começo falando que, quando a gente fala de governança, a gente tem que olhar para os recortes da sociedade. E eu, aqui no meu lugar, de 3 recortes vulneráveis, que é mulher, jovem e indígena. Na Aliança, a gente tem esse duplo trabalho, que é, para além de tratar da própria transição energética que seja justa, a gente quer trazer isso através da juventude. E a juventude está nesse grupo de vulnerável como juventude que é mais atingida. E quando a gente olha para a juventude de povos e comunidades tradicionais, isso vai se intensificando cada vez mais. E eu, nesse lugar de ponto focal, venho trazer visibilidade para isso e tentar cada vez mais incluir essa juventude de povos e comunidades tradicionais dentro da aliança, que é abrangente para toda a juventude. E aí, quando a gente trata de governança, a gente tem esse trabalho de tentar reivindicar esses espaços para a juventude, que é um problema muito sério no Brasil. Quando a gente olha para os grandes cargos, para os atores, está muito distante da juventude. Os jovens estão muito distantes de alcançar esses cargos que sempre nos são tirados de uma forma muito sistêmica e estrutural. Então, o nosso advocacy, ele acaba sendo muito mais trabalhoso, porque quando trata de juventude, acaba que a gente sempre não é priorizado dentro das políticas públicas, dentro dos espaços para que a gente esteja. Então, a gente começa por esse caminho de como atuar para que a gente consiga ocupar e, a partir dessa ocupação, conseguir falar de justiça climática. E aqui, nesse lugar, falar agora, já é um imenso impacto, porque a gente está aqui nesse local, que tratar de transição energética já é uma contradição muito grande, que é um local que é das maiores fornecedoras de petróleo, e a gente está aqui como puramente resistência mesmo, de tratar desse assunto no mesmo local, que estão utilizando de um movimento que era para a gente lutar por uma transição energética justa, estão fazendo negociação de petróleo. Isso não pode deixar de ser falado. E aí, quando a gente recorta para o Brasil, de como que tem se dado a situação, a gente olha como um suposto fornecedor de minérios críticos. E aí, quando faz o recorte territorial, os olhos estão se voltando para os territórios indígenas, que são os territórios que menos tiveram pesquisas para entenderem dos minérios que mais estão sendo cada vez mais ameaçados por conta disso. Como já foi falado pela Parenta, é muito importante que a gente faça essa transição energética. E já tem muitos dados científicos e está muito claro isso. Mas que essa transição energética, ela de fato nos inclua, ela inclua todos, principalmente os povos e comunidades tradicionais que são mais ameaçados com isso, e que a gente seja consultado e que participe de uma forma justa. Porque assim a gente consegue minimamente atender os nossos quesitos de direitos humanos. E esses direitos humanos tratam de que a gente tenha voz, que a gente consiga falar sobre os nossos próprios corpos, territórios, e que isso está previsto em nossa própria legislação brasileira. Na nossa Constituição já prevê que seja respeitados os nossos costumes, que seja respeitadas as nossas tradições, as nossas religiões, e que se isso minimamente não for tratado, e a gente pode ver até mesmo no próprio Congresso, que estão com o PL 2903, e a gente não pode passar dessa mesa sem falar desse PL, que ameaça muito os nossos territórios, principalmente os protocolos de consulta. E esse PL 2903, ele ameaça os nossos territórios com o marco temporal, com o enfraquecimento do protocolo de consulta, dando uma abertura muito grande para que essa transição energética seja injusta para os povos e comunidades tradicionais. Então, a nossa luta também é para atuar com os povos e comunidades tradicionais, que é quem está defendendo os territórios, que é quem está mais preservando e contribuindo para que os impactos das mudanças climáticas venham a estar cada vez mais sendo mitigados e são os que mais são atingidos. Vou passar para minha colega, que acho que a gente está com pouco tempo já, né?
Ser bem breve, talvez, né, a gente pensar, né, ao nível global, o pessoal fala, são 940 milhões de pessoas sem acesso à eletricidade. E disso, né, a gente sempre fala, a América Latina está tudo bem, né, 93% de eletrificação, mas realmente está tudo bem? E veio nesses processos de extração, né? Só rápido vou comentar o exemplo do Yasuní, né, que a gente acompanhou muito a luta dos irmãos do Equador. Faz 10 anos, as juventudes começaram a ter um processo de criação, né, a conscientização em relação à importância de manter, né, o petróleo e não fazer essa extração. O Yasuní é uma região do Amazonas, do Equador, uma das mais biodiversas do mundo, e eles conseguiram, nesse ano, fazer um referendo e 62% da população votou para não fazer a extração de petróleo. Isso é um ganho muito grande e uma referência, porque eles já têm feito várias lutas, várias demandas ao nível regional, com várias petroleiras. E eu acho que, só para finalizar aqui, a gente tem essa questão de, como foi dito, né, olhar para a América Latina com recursos, com esse olhar extrativista. A gente não tem uma opção se essa transição, como a Mika fala, né, essa revolução energética não é justa. A gente não vai ter uma chance de realmente a gente ter uma resistência anticolonial, porque a gente está com perigo de soberania, mas também como é que a gente vai se organizar como bloco, compartilhar essas questões para a gente fazer uma resistência ao nível internacional. Passo aqui.
Gente, eu queria muito, muito, muito fazer uma pergunta, mas a gente está com um cara em cima da gente. Mas é isso, né? A gente já sabia que desde o início a gente não poderia esgotar todo o assunto, né? Mas a gente também não pode passar em branco que nesse exato momento, né, uma empresa de energia está fazendo um impacto neste momento, né, em Maceió, né? Que é a Braskem, uma empresa que também está aqui na COP vendendo todo o seu case de sustentabilidade, né? Enquanto que energia é essa questão central e estruturante. Né, é isso, eu estou muito feliz, eu agradeço muito a presença da secretária, muito a presença da Joyce e da Natália para estar aqui hoje conversando com a gente. É claro que esse não acaba por aqui, esse foi só um primeiro momento, a gente quer muito mais esses pontos de intersecção mesmo, né, entre nossas causas, entre as lutas e principalmente com juventudes, mas não só com elas, né, a partir da juventude, dialogando com esses outros grupos, setores, etc. É isso, muito obrigado a todo mundo, espero que tenha sido proveitoso e valeu! Vamos, uma sentada e uma em pé.
Test. want to thank the leaders of the previous event. And the next event will be about elevating women in agriculture. And I would like to welcome the leader of this section, Jermaine.
Check.
Are we? No.
Oh, you took it up.
Perhaps I can grab you and my sound bag and help with the mics. Thanks.
like this girl's photographer. How does it feel?
Now my mic is on. So loud.
Test. 1, 2. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
Microphone test. Test.
Hello. Hi, welcome to everyone. Hello. Hi. Let's start. Dear guests at the Children and Youth Pavilion, dear guests on the live stream, dear changemakers, everyone with us here today, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all on Gender Equality Day at our event, Changemakers Stories, showcasing how they elevate the voices of women in agriculture. My name is Caroline Gansdorfer. I will just show you that real quick. Okay, or not? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Super. So my name is Caroline Gansdorfer. I'm a program officer at the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. And we're very grateful to be here with you today. Big thanks to the Children and Youth Pavilion team for having us. And I have the honor in our session today to introduce you 4 truly inspirational change makers. 2 of them are already sitting on stage. We will get to the introductions in a minute. Overall, in our session today, you will hear a live panel. You will watch a 10-minute documentary about a truly exceptional project and get the chance to ask questions in the end. So we hope for that at the end. Our speakers will share their stories on how they empowered women smallholder farmers in their communities in Rwanda, Nigeria, Kenya, and Cameroon. And before we dive into all that, I would like to hear from the audience, at least the one in the room, who, and maybe I can see a show of hands, who grew up in a farming community or is still working in agriculture. We have 1 hand, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you. Okay, me not. I'm not putting my hand up. But to begin officially, to kick this off, I would like to invite our first speaker, Katrin Harvey, on stage. Katrin is a senior advisor at the Ban Ki-moon Center, and this is her 9th COP. So I think there's no better person to kick this off. She's very passionate about the Sustainable Development Goals, especially climate action. So please, Katrin, over to you.
Thank you, Caro.
makes me sound a little bit like a tiny bit of a failure if this is my 9th COP and we're still at the place where we are. But thank you again for everybody for coming. It's our great honor to have so many of our change makers with us this year. The Ban Ki-moon Center was set up by the former Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, together with the former President of the Republic of Austria. And it was meant to continue with SG Ban's legacies of the SDGs and the Paris Climate Agreement. Our main goal, our vision is to see a world that is led by people who care about the climate and who care about the SDGs and act accordingly. We do that by working with current leaders and decision makers, advocating with prime ministers, with presidents, to really help them make the right choices, and then also working with young change makers in elevating them, empowering them, and bringing them to the table where they belong. Today, the main program that we're working on presenting today is called Elevating the Voices of Women in Agriculture, where we call for applications throughout the year, and we have a very, very strict selection committee that then chooses the champion of the year. And we're very excited because nobody knows, but today you will be the first ones to not only know and find out who the champion is, but also to see his documentary, as Caro mentioned. With that being said, I don't think anybody wants to hear more of me. We really want to hear more from our change makers, so I'll hand over to Caro for the moderation. Thank you.
Now, thank you, Katrin. Yeah, and let's get to that, like you said. Thank you for explaining our EVA campaign, and I'm very happy that we have so many faces behind that campaign with us today, or actually in the front line of the campaign. I will introduce you really quickly before I'll give to you for the stories that you want to share today. We are very thankful that you're here with us to learn from you. Jermaine and Kunzu Rwanda, and I learned yesterday that that means I love Rwanda, so this is just what I said. You are an agripreneur and have founded the Agro Solution Project at only 22 years old. We're getting the clap from over there, but I think this deserves a clap as well. And the project that you're doing is bridging agriculture and entrepreneurship just like you. Thanks for being here. Elliot Ragat, you are also an entrepreneur because you founded Silo Africa. And Silo Africa has a really great slogan that explains exactly what they are doing, which I would like to quote. It says, transforming grain storage, agricultural logistics, and cleaning cooking in Africa. So many aspects that we will hear about now. And we have a third speaker with us in spirit and with a video message, Kelsey. But I know Kelsey is also watching on the live stream, so hi. Kelsey is an environmentalist and community advocate who amplifies the voices of marginalized communities such as women smallholder farmers, but also LGBTQ youth. Kelsey initiated a climate-smart network to connect farmers in Nigeria's riverine areas, and we will hear a couple videos about that. But to start with our panel present here today, Jermaine, let's go first to you. In preparation of this event today, I saw your WhatsApp status, and it actually says, I love this, my parents raised no quitter. And I think that really describes your drive and your motivation. Please, could you tell us how you did not quit and what motivated you to found the Agro Solution Project?
Yeah, thank you very much. 2 years ago, I was in rural areas and I got interest in agriculture because they say this is not a lucrative sector, and I found myself in agriculture sector. And on the way to explore the opportunities in agriculture, I've got to visit different farms. And one day I just met a woman and I could listen to her story saying, you know, I used to grow crops to feed my kids, to even sell some to the market so that I can gain income from the commercial production that I've made. But for now, my crops couldn't grow anymore, and my soil has been degraded due to different synthetic fertilizers that I'm using, due to maybe limited knowledge to what I can do to increase my production. I felt that this has to be a problem that needs a solution as a person who was looking the opportunity in agriculture. And from there, I sat and I realized that with all the knowledge that I'm getting from my university, because now I hold bachelor's degree in conservation agriculture, that's where the initiative of funding Agro-Solution Project came in, which was intended to promote conservation agriculture practices as a farming system that will help not only that woman that I met, but the whole 43% of the women who are actually in agriculture labor force and who are also contributing to 50% of the world food, and they are responsible for 60 to 80% of food production in developing countries. So with that, most of conservation agriculture practices is just to train them on how they can do minimum disturbance of the soil so that we can avoid these issues of soil erosion, to use cover crops, mulching so that they can retain water. You know, most of the farmers, they just rely on rain-fed agriculture. And if there is no rain, the crops are going to fail. Their children are not going to school because their standards are just getting low because they couldn't get income out of their production. So with them using mulching or using cover crops, now they can retain water. And lastly is use crop diversification. If just one crop fails, the another one has to grow. That's more of intercropping. And with that, now they are leveraging their lives and they're getting the market to different crops. So that's mainly the journey of Agro-Solution Project. And I didn't quit because I realized that it wasn't only that woman, but the community needs the solutions that can increase the agriculture and blend agriculture as a lucrative sector. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Applause to Jermaine. Thanks so much. Elliot, you have a similar mission of also making sure the farmers get income from their production and working as an entrepreneur with a team of 8 people, you told me. And you also told me that you have 8 siblings. I wonder if that's a coincidence. But 6 of your team members are women, and you told me that was a very conscious choice. Can you share with us why and also what exactly you do, please?
Thank you very much for having me. You're looking at a smallholder farmer, a person who grew up in the farm, someone who was schooled, someone who was taken to hospital from income coming from farming. And growing up, I grew up in the slopes of Rift Valley and in Kenya, and it's one of the farming regions there. And just like other community members, my family relied on farming. And we had nothing else. Actually, after my dad lost his job around 2000, the year 2000, we were left desperate. Like, what next for us? Where do we start? And I think the whole issue of being stressful, losing a job, my dad decided, let me start selling off land so that he can take us to school. But that wasn't sustainable for us. And my dad was in the banking sector. So shifting back to farming was very difficult for him. And that is why my mom stepped in, because she was in farming, she was doing farming, and now we relied now on our mom to start doing farming to provide for us. But remember, we come from a patriarchal society. Africa is a patriarchal society. All the land, the title to the land belongs to the mom. So where does my mom start from? Now that became also a huge challenge, because anytime she was trying to convince my dad to let her farm the land, it was a big issue. But later now, I decided, I saw that, I saw the drive that she had, and slowly by slowly I started helping her to do vegetables that we're able to sell to the nearest market, and slowly by slowly we started getting income. And from them, I decided now to have a sit down with my dad, and I told him, look at the numbers, it's working. My mom is now doing farming, and this is the money that you're bringing in. Slowly by slowly, she started paying for school fees. She started providing for our meals. And that is when he decided now, I'll give you the land to start farming. And that is how now I saw it best to start Silo Africa, so that I can champion for women, first of all, to get land so that they can start farming. And then on top of it now, they can be able to live, provide for their families. And at Silo Africa, later, while we were doing farming, I realized the biggest issue is we were losing a lot of the produce due to post-harvest losses. We didn't have the technologies to store these grains very well. And we are losing up to 40% through weevils, infestation to rats and all that. So I decided to come up with a solution. It's not a new solution. It was designed by a Food and Agriculture Organization in 1940, but it was not available in Kenya, in Africa by that time. So I started fabricating these silos and giving it to, I started it at home. I gave it to my mother and we were able to store the grains. And we were able to store it safely without using any chemicals for up to 5-6 years. And you see, where we're coming in from in Africa, women and the youth, we are more prone to this issue of climate crisis because there is no storage. We are not planning ahead. But with this solution, we are able now to store grains, not for 2, 3, but 4-5 seasons ahead. And that way it was bulletproofing us. It was not exposing us to the effects of climate change. And so with that, I came now and started a team. And I saw if I don't have women in this team, these are the people who are at the forefront. They're the people who are most affected by the climate crisis. If I don't bring them to this team, what will I be solving? And I came up with a team of 8. Out of the 8, we have 6 who are women, and we are doing phenomenal things. Thank you.
Big applause. And after what you said, I think we all agree you're doing phenomenal things. It's great to see how from this story of your mom farming, you went into that project. Thanks a lot. And you started to talk already about the challenges, and I would like to address that question to both of you about land tenure issues. What other challenges do you see specifically for women smallholder farmers? And how do you address those in your project? You said a lot about that already, Elliot, maybe Jermaine also.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the main challenge is that land tenure. As long as I'm trying to provide the workshop trainings to the farmers by using simple demonstration farms that I managed to own, it's an issue for them to apply all those practices. Now, it's the fact that I had to engage the men to let them understand even their women can farm on the land and they can actually produce and contribute to household. So with that, the main challenge is that land tenureship, and the next challenge is that climate change affects unequally, especially to the youth and women, because if women are not able to raise the children are the ones who are going to grow and become youth. So that's an equal effect of the climate change, and that leads to still land tenureship. They have no access to land. The second is that lack of knowledge. Actually, women, according to previous statistics, they were not able to go to schools due to different cultural backgrounds. So insufficient support to adopt to climate resilient practices is still a challenge, as long as to limited access to information and technology, core tools and stuff. So those make a huge challenge to them, but now we are trying to bring them on board, trying to train them, informal education, formal education, and bringing in the youth who can really adopt those technological tools to help the women and general smallholder farmers to increase the commercial production.
Wow, that's impressive. Thank you so much. Elliot, would you like to add to that question as well?
Yes. She's brought it really out, the issue of women access to land, and that one means they don't have collateral to take to the banks and access finance. And I can add to that is finance is a very huge problem for the women in Africa, for the women in Sub-Saharan, and also the Asian region, simply because they don't have that collateral. Yes, do they have the solutions? Women have the solutions, believe you me. They have the solutions. But now the problem is, how do we scale it? How do we uplift them? Yeah, like from my community, the women we are working with, they're already organized in groups. We call them chamas. Yeah, they are doing table banking, small savings around it. But now, after they're doing their small savings, they're now looking, they have projects they want to do so that they can increase their income. But you find that the amount they need to be able to diversify their income, to maybe start another small project so that they can be able to supplement what they are getting from agriculture, it becomes an issue. Simply because wherever they go to banks. They're told, oh, do you have land? Can you bring us the title? Do you have do you have a car? Can you bring us whatever, the ownership of the car? Yeah. But now, so it comes down to how can they access cheap, affordable credit so that they can be able to venture into this other business and also supplement their income. Another thing is when it comes to food security, you realize that food security, especially, I can speak from the African point of view, food security for us is not a journey going forward. It's us going back because we are coming from a point where our ancestors used to be food secure. We used to have granaries that was filled with millet, with sorghum, with maize, with all these pulses. But right now, even having that maize is a problem. Simply because we've continued to adopt these technologies, we are continuing to use these chemicals, the fertilizers, and it has destroyed the farms. The soils have degraded, and we are still depending on that farm to provide for ourselves, to pay for school fees and all that. So we are putting so much stress on the resources, on our natural resources, yet we are expecting it to apply it back. So I think women, if you'd ask me, women have the solution. What they need is a little help so that they can be able to scale the solutions that they have. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And I like how you really well described also how it's connected, this issue that you said of land tenure to the finance and back, so the access to both, but as well technology, other resources. I think that gives us a really good picture already. And I would like to include Kelsey from the videos into this discussion now, and would please ask our lovely tech team to play video 1, Kelsey, and hear from them. So while we're waiting, just to remind you about our third speaker, Kelsey is an environmentalist and community advocate, and let's hear from them.
And saw water everywhere. It was not the kind of water that you play with or drink. It was the kind of water that destroys everything in its path. It has flooded our house, our home, our farm, and the only source of income for my mom. She was a smallholder farmer with 6 children to feed, growing crops to sell at the market, and she toiled every day, but all that was taken away by flood in a matter of hours. Initially, I was too young to understand what was happening, but I could see the pain and fear in her eyes. Unfortunately, she was not the only one affected. Many other women, especially widows in our community, had lost their farms and livelihood as well. They had no insurance, no saving, no support. They had to start from the scratch with nothing but their courage and resilience. That was the day that changed my life. That was the day that sparked a fire in me, a fire that would not stop burning until I made a difference. I wanted to help those women, those farmers, those survivors. I wanted to prevent such disasters from ever happening again, or at least to reduce its impact. I wanted to create a better life for myself, for people. Recognize also then that relief was not enough. They needed solutions, long-term solutions. In 2021, I got a chance to work as a research assistant for a project that aimed to do just that. The project gave rise to what is now known as the ENVO project, with a sole mission to empower women smallholders farmers by providing them with access to renewable energy, clean water, organic fertilizer, and climate-smart agricultural practices.
Thank you very much. Applause for Kelsey. So in the beginning, I think the sound was a bit low. Kelsey describes how there was a flood in his house, and from there, how he got inspired to found the ENVO project. Thank you very much. I would like to continue the discussion after our next agenda point. So you can imagine that it was very difficult for us to choose champion from all these great initiatives that we have present here today. But yeah, we had great experts behind this and did choose one champion for the EVA campaign 2023. And for that official announcement, I would like to invite Katrin again to stage. Please, over to you.
I'm going to do this like this. So I really don't want to say too much. You're going to see a documentary about this very special person in a very short moment. But for now, please let me introduce you to Niforte Prince Will Ghana. He is our 2023 champion. And I have an official certificate for you. There you go. Signed by our two co-chairs. And I would like to invite everybody to sit down so we can all see the documentary now before Ghana comes back on stage and has a conversation with you.
Thank you very much, Katrin. So yeah, again, asking for the tech team to support us. We will see the EVA Champion 2023 documentary. It's under 10 minutes. And I would like to especially thank Abdul Hafiz and the team from Digital Creative Media, who are the producers of this beautiful documentary, as well as Achille Bryce, who is the second camera operator. Let's go.
At the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, our vision is that the world should be led by global citizen leaders. These are leaders who care for people, for our planet, and for prosperity. And while current policymakers are slow to act, it is often the young people on the ground who bring the change.
Climate change is real. Climate change is happening now. And those who contribute to it the least are hit the hardest, especially millions of smallholder farmers worldwide. Climate change further intensifies existing gender injustices in the farming community, such as access to land, finance, and education, increasing women's farmers' vulnerability.
In times of rapid climate change, women smallholder farmers are facing multiple challenges. Yet, they're producing.
This is why the Ban Ki-moon Center, with the EVA campaign, aims to elevate the voices of women in agriculture, particularly in Africa. This year, we are very proud to announce Niforte Prince Will Ghana and his organization, Sustain Afrique, as the 2023 EVA champion. Our champion is empowering widowed farmers in Cameroon. He provides trainings on climate-resilient agriculture and specifically for snail farming.
Sustain Afrique, we're just young guys from the university. Most of us grew up in a cocoa family, areas where they produce cocoa, and saw how our mothers were suffering. One person did plant health management, I did crop production, another guy did livestock, and we said, okay, what can we do with our skills? We said the best way we can use our skills is to be able to go back to the same community we left in poverty to be able to help them. That's how it came about, just young people who were passionate to change their community.
Since I discovered them, they are here with me, telling me do like this, do like that. So I am so with Sustain Afrique. They taught me very well, because if not, how will I even know that I can raise this, I can have money?
Snail farming is a circular economy where you can use the shell, the feces, you can use the slime and everything, and then you can use buckets and things around. It's a sustainable way in which they now do farming and can be able to make money. We've trained so far 350 women in the subdivision of Tico subdivision in Cameroon, on sustainable snail farming. At first, people never believed that snails can, actually the eggs can hatch at home. So when people saw what I was doing, they were really amazed and excited and said, wow, so we can keep snails at home. The women are doing so much, they already have their small farms, and some of them are already selling, and it's helping them in so many ways.
The women are very ready and they're very willing to do snail farming because it's cheaper to manage.
rather than doing poultry or piggery. It's not a wasted business because snails don't die like fowls.
No, you don't need so much. You can start with just tires. So you can go to the road and pick tires. And then you buy like maybe 2-3 snails. With a single snail, like I said, you can get over 300 snails in a year because snails are prolific breeders. Everything in the snail is beneficial. The shell is important. We use the shell for calcium. So when we remove the snail, this is a snail, this shell, we grind the shell to add as supplements to feed, animal feed. We have the slime, which is used for cosmetic purpose. If we extract the slime, you use it and then you rub on your face and you look even more beautiful. And then we have now the meat. This is the snail itself, the meat, which we can then remove and then we do what we package and sell. People consume this and it's a delicacy, it's so nice. What we realize is that snails are good for those who have cardiovascular diseases, those who have issues with high blood and the rest. The physics of the snail is the best organic manure you can find, so you can use that to grow your crops. So everything about the snail is important. You're not just cleaning your environment, but everything is being used.
The landlords now, they are renting the farm very expensive. A piece of land we used to rent at 5,000 for 1 year. It's 10,000 now. And at times you go and hire a farm, you plant maize. You know that the other season is coming, you will plant a groundnut. They will say, no, your 5,000 is finished.
You have a farm, you burn down everything, and then when rain falls, it washes away the topsoil, and some of those areas will easily flood. And then you find out that these women now will have to go and look for somewhere else to farm, and these areas will be a bit further from civilization, from the villages, so they have to spend more in transportation. And we know we don't have farm to market roads. They are almost absent in Africa. So imagine them carrying a bag of cassava on their head in these far distant farms to come and sell. First of all, these farmers are smallholder farmers, which means they have limited resources. And then again, you have drought on top, limited resources. How do they irrigate their farms? So you find out that the only time they can farm is during the rainy season. And during the rainy season, food is cheap. Everything is cheap in the market. Food is not only cheap, but they're exploited by the middlemen. So this is why farmers remain poor. So climate change will only worsen the whole situation because farmers will not have money to irrigate their farms. They won't have money to buy new lands and all of that, especially even for the women. It's even worse for the women.
What is going on in the society can make a widow have a psychological trauma by thinking all what she has gone through, the hands of the in-laws, family, and some of them, they are not opportune to be supported by the family.
Give the phone, give this one, that, all that thing they better be still stand up. I give them all, they tell me, say, and for all the women they be married and me one be different right. Farm way, mama survive for me for Bamsi, they don't say nearly all.
Most of them don't have lands. They don't have lands to farm because of the traditions and inheritance law and land tenure and all of these different things that affected them. If you don't have a husband, then you're left with nothing.
My man died with me in the 7th week. For our tradition, they say, where your master died, go marry a brother. After they was enter trouble. Kind trouble, me. So I suffer with them. So that time we also hold this meeting today. So they will say, no, when you be widow, no thing say you don't die, you don't do this.
Women and youth are underrepresented in decision-making processes and political institutions. Yet, it is the youth who will bear the cost of climate change in the future, and women in the global south already suffer disproportionately from its effects.
If I could wish, I would say that we should provide the enabling environment for these women, because I know farming is profitable, everybody knows about it. But why are African farmers the poorest in the world? Why are they suffering? Because they lack the enabling environment, the land issue. They don't have the resources. We have climate change. They don't have farm to market roads. So if we can do the hard things for these people, they can help us in producing this food. It will be like a dream come true to me. I think 5 years from now, we're going to have a bigger team. We're going to have more people who will be committed to the cause. We're going to have more work that we've done in our community, because our goal is to empower at least 5,000 women in 5 years' time. Things are going to be bigger. We're going to have a bigger team, more impact in our community, more projects. I'm sure we're going to have a more happy community too. One snail at a time.
Applause for our EVA Champion 2023. Please join me all back on stage. Thank you. Have a seat. Connect to the mic, please. Or I will just hand it over to you. That's also an option. Yeah, congratulations again, Ghana. I'm so happy you're actually here with us today. It's a true privilege to all be at COP. I think we have to appreciate that. There's many people that can't. And as soon as you got it, yeah, thank you, Elliot. Super, perfect, thanks. So Ghana, we know from the documentary you are a passionate speaker. Thanks for being here. So I have a very, very difficult task for you now. Please describe your feeling right now in 3 words.
I'm super excited, and to watch myself on this stage, it's emotional for me. It's really emotional. I didn't know my father when I was 10 years old. You can imagine. I grew up with my mother doing cocoa. So to be here, I'm just so happy. Thank you.
Beautiful, thank you. I'm also excited, and I think we're also very happy that you're here with us. You told me, and I think we heard that at some point in the documentary, that you call the widows that you work with mothers. You don't say widows, you always say my mothers, my mothers. Can you please tell us why?
Yeah, they are my mothers. They love me so much. Before coming here, they prayed for me. And there's something they do. Each time I train them, they'll rub their fingers and then they'll do like this. They say, these are blessings we're giving you. And some of them will even invite me to their houses to eat with them. And they'll introduce me to their children and say, I would like you to be like him. And so it's a big family. And before coming here, we shared meal. I bought rice and some few stuff. So they were so happy. They're my mothers and they love me so much and they are doing so much for their community. So much.
Yeah, great. Just like you and everybody else here. And I wonder, so after all this COP live and the announcement and everything, what is the first thing you will do back home? And I would like to ask you that question as well. Like, what is our Monday morning task, as we like to say?
When I go back home, I'll watch this video with the mothers. I'll call a general meeting with all my mothers. There'll be 350 of them. Hopefully they could get their kids too, because this project is not just about the widows, it's also to inspire their own children who think that because they don't have a father, their fathers are dead, their lives are finished. I didn't have a father when I was 10 years old, and even when he came, he was absent. This video too also inspire them to say, okay, you can live a cocoa family, you can be in this family which is poor and still be able to make it at COP someday and still be able to influence the world and change the world. So I watch this video with them and they are waiting for it. They call me every day. One of them has WhatsApp, so she always write me, where is that our video? Why is it not ready? So I'll watch it with them. And also Monday morning activity is to get the team together because we want to be here, maybe here again. If there's another competition, maybe we want to be here again, probably with 5,000, that 5,000 mark someday. So we want to be able to reach out to more people, more communities, and hopefully take it to other African countries.
Great, thank you very much. And I keep my fingers crossed for the 5,000. Sure. Elliot, would you like to answer to that question as well? Like, what is the next task? What's our Monday morning action?
The next task is to take the message back. I was sent by women, smallholder farmers from Kenya. Now I have to take the message back, whether the message was delivered. Yes, I've delivered their message. They need more financing. They need insurance that takes care of them from farming to production to storage. And they'll also want to know what are the finances. Are the finances coming? Yeah. I think I'll have to talk to you guys about that. Yes, and I think for my team is to continue pushing our solution, continuing empowering more families to have storage of their produce, to reduce post-harvest losses, to bulletproof, actually climate-proof their households, and also I'm hoping by the time I go back. I'll be going back with a cooking stove for them. Yeah.
That would be beautiful. Thank you. Jermaine.
Oh, okay. For me, I will need to challenge again the youth to keep working and to keep finding the niche where their capabilities are to keep empowering women in their communities. Normally, our mothers or women believe in their children. And I always say the children are the one who are youth and they have all abilities, all capabilities to leverage the market and all those things that in agriculture value chain. So I will keep challenging the youth with the knowledge that I've got from here, and I will even keep empowering women, being the voice to them, raising about the finance and all of those issues they made. And I will actually have to give them feedback about, if we didn't maybe get this money, we always have the outlets that we can get finance to keep the good work they're doing.
Great, great, thank you. And I hear, okay, a lot of taking the message back home, what you learned. And I would like to know, on the other end, maybe each of you can share in 1 or 2 sentences, what do you want the negotiators here in the rooms to know? Like, what is the message you want to give to them? And let's start, whoever would like to go first.
Okay. My biggest message to them is it's 20 years now discussing. We've been discussing for 28 years. It's time for action. And I think the climate has really told us nature is very unforgiving, and it has showed us that it can really have an impact. And I can say from the global south, we were really affected by something that we are contributing very little about. And these are livelihoods at stake. So we are saying, please don't just commit, now it's time to act. This year, I think last year, the contribution towards agricultural financing came down by around 40%. I think around, I don't know whether the statistics are right, I hear someone saying 0.8%, but that's not a figure to even talk about. When you're trying to even talk about your business, whether there's growth in the business, 0.8% is, it's a sad story. So we need to act and act now. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So,
Okay. The message for me is, we understand there is climate change, there are all these things, but we need not just action, but action in the right way. Because in my experience working in the village, in these rural communities, is that these people don't get the funding. In my country, 100 billion has been sent to empower these women. 100 this has been sent to empower farmers. But the honest truth is that those who are supposed to benefit from this money, it never reaches to them. There is high-level corruption in so many ways. Even the organizations, the NGOs over there, they take this money and they do whatever they want to do with it. So I think we need to look at the strategies, the right strategies, and people need to be held accountable. I've never heard in my life where the CEO of an NGO is locked up. I don't know why, but there are so many projects that are never realized in Africa. So many, trust me. These women I discuss with all the time, they'll say, NGOs come, take their names down, but they don't do anything, especially the big NGOs. And also with organizations like Ban Ki-moon, I also want to say that it's important that like what you're doing, funding NGOs like us who are still young, because we have the zeal and the force, the young people who want to work. But what we realize is that 100 billion is usually meant for those very big organizations. And those big organizations, they have worked over a period of time and they stop working. They know this money is theirs, they have the requirements to get this funding. So the small ones, what happened to them? And we know that the big NGOs don't really do much, especially those in this individual country, they don't really do much. They have very expensive cars, they have very nice houses, they have very huge salaries, and we, the small NGOs who are in the field every day, what do? So I think the strategy has to change. People have to be more honest, and I should come to a COP like this and see and hear that somebody was locked up. in an organization, a government minister was locked up because they had money meant to save the lives of our people.
Okay, thank you. So I hear climate action, held people accountable. We're all responsible. We're all in this. Funds are needed. Jermaine, do you have something to add or to emphasize on as well?
Yeah, I will emphasize on climate finance. Actually, I strongly believe that we are the generation to mitigate the effects of climate change, and I challenge everyone, if it's not us, who, and if it's not this time, when. So if everybody can think about all this, we can actually do climate action now, climate finance, and climate for adaptation.
Thank you. Applause, I think, because it's really, if not us, and now, when, and who. Thanks so much. I think we have like a few minutes left. If there is any questions in the room to our panelists right away, I'm happy to hand around the mic. I would need a show of hands. Ah, yeah, sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think my question is, you talked a lot about the issue of land ownership for women across Africa. It's actually a huge issue. My question is how the steps that you actually take to do that, not only in the sense of ensuring that women own land, but also because a lot of women tend to have an ownership in terms of land use, but not ownership in terms of title deed. So if there's also any way to mitigate that difference, because as you said, most of them, it's their husbands who own the land, but they are the ones doing the farming. So yeah, that nexus.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Would anyone of you like to respond directly?
Yeah, what I'm currently doing is that I'm trying to engage men in my training session so that I can try to bring those issues, or I can try to show the contribution of the women in food security so the men can, I would say, lower their plight in terms of holding the land ownership. So that's actually the ways of engaging them, putting them in everything that you are trying to inspire women. Because if you are just taking the women aside and they left their husband, they're like, okay, you are just putting in them propagandas and everything. So they try to be against. But if you can engage them, they learn together, is how they're actually trying to solve all those issues.
And also I would like to add for the widows, because she's about women, but what about the widows who lost their husbands and everything taken away from them? So with the widows, the funniest thing is it's almost impossible to solve this, but I think there's always possibility in impossibility. Let me explain. Like, there are laws in my country, there's even a gender desk where there are police officers to solve this issue, but the problem is these women still believe that there is witchcraft. So if you fight the property with your in-laws, there's a possibility of you being killed by witchcraft or something. So it's really tricky. It's really tricky. But what we are hoping is there's a new generation coming up, and this thing with time, we hope this superstition and all these things will change.
Thank you. Would you like to add as well?
Yes, I can add from a story. There's one of the regions in Kenya that we are implementing the project, and there's an NGO that came in to fund the women, and it's an agricultural project. But now they are telling the women now, okay, we have these funds, go and farm. But now when it came to payment, do you know what the women did? They told them, no, don't pay us, pay the men. And once their husbands were paid, and because they are the leaders of the family. Once they received that fund, the funds, they came to their houses, and then they were able to discuss how to manage the money. And slowly by slowly, the guard, I can say what, the need to be defensive, slowly by slowly, they became defenseless, and they're able to accommodate the women now in the decision making, the planning, the finances. So I think the approach that we are using is let's engage the men. Let's not come and tell them like, no, this is how it should be done. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think that's a bit what you said as well, right? That you have to really engage everyone to convince and do it together. Thanks a lot for that question. I think this is the moment where the organizers tell me to please end. So I would like to take one last moment to thank you all for being here. Thank you, especially our great speakers. I would like one last applause for them to share their stories. We learned a lot, and I think it's clear why we have to elevate the voices of women in agriculture. And thanks. Have a good rest of the day. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, give them a round of applause. You know, very inspiring stories. Listening about how empowering women, you know, women are mothers, are holds of the societies. And if you invest in a woman, you invest in a community. So, you know, this is the intersection between gender and finance today, which is our Gender and Finance Day. I guess it's time for the fun part of the day. Now we will be entertaining the TEDx-style sessions, where we will be having for the next 30 to 40 minutes a number of inspiring speeches from young people who have stories to share with you, both about gender and about finance. So we have a couple of speakers who will be coming or calling to the floor. So to start with, I will invite WWF Brazil, who will be presenting a TEDx session. Do we have them here in the floor? So WWF Brazil will be how to create a possible path for climate finance that benefits youth from traditional communities. So please, can we have the speaker to the floor with your round of applause? Woo! Okay, go for it.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Valesca. I am an engineer, a master student, a social environmental activist, and a 21st century climate leader. I come from the periphery of Belém do Pará, the city where COP28 will happen. I work as the president of Jandira's Network, and I am also a member of the executive commission of the COP of the peripheries. I would like to thank you for the invite to be here to discuss the challenges of finance we face, especially in grassroots organizations. One of the main problems we face is the lack of access to resources. In 2021, a preliminary research conducted by PIPA in Brazil showed that 90% of the collective organizations, movements, and grassroots organizations from the slums and peripheries face barriers in the access funds, and a third of those generate less than 5,000 reais a year. We usually say that our territory is the periphery of the world, and one of the challenges we face is regarding lack of resources, which is that due to lack of information, we have resource transferring. All that severely limits our capacity to achieve goals and develop our projects. That due to lack of resource is in our territory, we see ourselves depending on foreign funding, which offers bigger numbers. Comes with linguistics. Linguistics is very difficult. Comes with linguists and bureaucratic barriers, as well as rigorous requirements of formalization. These bureaucratic challenges often keep our organization face a tendency of investors to only support the projects, but not the people or the organizations behind them. Hence, every time I talk about access to funding, I bring up to reflection. Who is willing to invest in those behind the projects? There is lack of support in institutional development and formation of those involved. That leads to precarious work conditions to many of you who dedicate our lives to this cause. We need investors to understand that investing in the people behind the project also means investing in job generation and the strengthening of local leadership. Our organization committee profoundly to our initiatives because we know the positive impacts they have in our territories. They are more than just projects, they are extensions of our communities to social and climate justice. Therefore, it is crucial that our work is recognized and financially supported. I had much more to say, but I will conclude by urging investors and financial backers here in COP28 to consider the challenge when making your announcements and finance projects. It is important to create less bureaucratic and more accessible and include funding, which really supports those who are transforming their territories. Climate actions will be in vain if they do not consider local organization as allies. Rede Jandiras, COP of the Peripheries, and other organizations are looking for your support. We are open to dialogue. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hello, my name is Elis Utami, or you can call me Tami. I'm from Indonesia. Coming from vulnerable country, of course, I'm fueled to survive from climate crisis because I want to live longer. Along with my organization, Hutan Itu Indonesia, or Forest is Indonesia, we did many fundraising activities to protect the people, the forest, and the climate. One of the initiatives that we carry is Adopsi Hutan, or Forest Adoption Program. This initiative strengthened by the collective action through crowdfunding from the individual or the public support to the corporate support. People can adopt not only a tree or a mangrove or baby tree seedling or something as a part of restoration action, but also can adopt a tree inside the tropical forest. So the people or the local communities will protect the forest because they also protect the tree inside the tropical forest. So every donation that we gain from the campaign for forest preservation goes to local communities. So in this initiative, collaboration is really a key. So, we need to do, to do this collaboration, so we also create so many creative ways in fundraising. For example, we made a charity concert, of course, when the ticket goes to the donation. And also we made like running event, because in urban city, people like to run. So we tried to convert every 5Ks of running, they will adopt one tree in the tropical forest. And also another thing is we also collaborated with many artists, like the designer. We made a collaboration to design fashion items from clothes, bag, and also the shoes. So instead of selling our organization merchandise to do fundraising, we sell some design fashion items to do the fundraising. So it's more attractive to the people because of the design and the story behind it. And also, we collaborated with some artists to make a forest campaign song. So the artists will donate from the royalty of the songs, from the monetizing the song in many platforms, and the funding goes to the local communities from our partners. So we made so many collaboration with some artists, and I will say that artivism is also plays crucial roles in doing fundraising. And despite many challenges, I would like to ask all of you or some funders, government, and to join hand in hand to support the local and youth locally led initiative in our project. So thank you. We are young and we are a resilient generation.
Give them some round of applause. Thank you very much. Moving on next to our inspiring speaker, we have Impudera Klima, who will present to us about youth and gender in climate finance, how to make funding more intersectional and intergenerational. So please, Impudama, to the floor.
Is it working? Yeah. Thank you. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carmen Roberta Taboada. I am Research Director at Empodera Clima. And we appreciate the opportunity to co-organize this event with IAPARD and Engajamundo. And we thank you for your presence here. Empodera Clima is a Brazil-based youth-led initiative that focuses on the gender climate nexus through education and advocacy. We have a database with multilingual content on this subject, where we aim to raise awareness on the disproportionate impact of climate change on women and girls, especially from Global South, with a focus on Latin America and Caribbean. As we know, financial investments are scarce when we are talking about gender and youth work. For example, only 3% of philanthropic environment funding supports women and girls' environmental activism. With that said, it is of the utmost importance to bring this issue into the discussion and especially into the negotiations. To continue this conversation, I invite Isabelle Flávia Dias from Engajamundo to take the floor. Thank you.
Well, hello everyone, good afternoon. Well, I'm Isabelle from Brazil, and I'm from Engajamundo, that is a youth-led organization for justice, not only for climate, but another working groups. But here I'm representing the climate group to talk about a little about the climate finance. As is crucial for Latin America due to the region's vulnerability to climate change and its immense potential for sustainable development. Latin America countries face a multitude of climate-related challenges from extreme weather events to show deforestation and biodiversity loss. A study by 350.org showed that youth-led climate activists receive only 0.76% from grants made by the largest climate foundations. Climate change poses a significant threat to resources for adaptation and mitigation strategies. These include investments in young people and other minorities, as they have a new perspective, as well as they are living the impacts that it was brought from the past agreements. Furthermore, leveraging international cooperation and partnerships is a key, and Latin America often lacks sufficient. Sorry. The lack of internal resources caused by the exploration, the massive colonization that we live and still are living in a new way, but we still are. And to combat climate change comprehensively, we need these external resources. Therefore, foresting in collaboration with international organizations, developed countries, and private sectors can be substantially a booster for climate finance in the region. And in addition to financial support, there's a need for innovative financing models. Exploring innovative financial solutions and climate-focused partnerships can mobilize additional resources specifically dedicated to climate initiatives from young people in Latin America. Moreover, ensuring transparency, accountability, and effective governance in the allocation and utilization of climate finance is critical, as establishing a framework and mechanisms for monitoring the flow of funds will enhance trust among stakeholders and ensure the investments in a tangible way and sustainable outcomes. Finally, promoting education and awareness about the importance of climate finance is essential. Engaging local communities, policymakers, and business in understanding the benefits of investing in climate resistance can lead to more concerned efforts and support for these initiatives. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Give them a round of applause again. Woo! Nice, nice. Thank you very much, Impodera. Gracias. Now moving on to WaterAid Bangladesh, who will be talking us about fostering women's and youth engagement in climate action and how we can bridge the gap. So, my friends, to you the mic. This one, this one. Cool, just get it on. All the best, 7 minutes.
Hi everyone, my name is Adnan Kader. I work with WaterAid Bangladesh as a climate governance specialist. And with me, Joy, would you?
Hello everyone, and I'm Joy Chakma, and I'm working as youth representative at International Center for Climate Change and Development.
Yeah, so my job here is to walk you through what youth in Bangladesh are facing in terms of climate impacts. And at the same time, WaterAid works with water sanitation and hygiene, especially looking into the impacts of water and sanitation, especially felt by adolescent girls and boys in the coastal belt of Bangladesh. So I'll walk you through some examples from there. Next slide. Next please. Can we do? Yeah. So I'll walk you through a story of a family in the coastal belt of Bangladesh. You see the girl in the middle. Her name is Khushi. She's a 13-year-old girl living in the coastal belt without access to proper clean water. And climate change is gradually making the drinking water available there saline. And it's impacting her life in a very major way. As we speak right now, Bangladesh has already faced 3 cyclones in 2023. And if you can see in the picture in the background, that's just the Bay of Bengal. And that's where the major water inundates every time a cyclone happens. The happy picture changes, and this is the reality they're living with right now. Just a quick question to everyone. Can you identify the latrine in the picture? Just go through the picture, the latrine in the picture, sanitation facility. Exactly. So this family is surrounded by waterlogged problems. And at night, without electricity, without any kind of amenities, they have to go use that latrine. Imagine that problem for a girl, especially an adolescent girls, walking through knee-deep water, especially when a cyclone happens, and they have to walk through saline-rich water, and it causes major impacts for them. And at the same time, you can see, can you identify the water source quickly? Right there, and they can use it. And because the groundwater is being depleted, at the same time encroached by salinity. So imagine a life for Khushi and without drinking water and without access to safe sanitation facilities. And this is the reality. Most of the people in Bangladesh who are hardcore poor or below the WASH poverty line, they're facing this kind of problems. And from WaterAid, we're trying to change this reality, and we have youth advocates like Joy here who are trying to bring about change in Bangladesh. And she came to our leadership program and are representing the youth communities in Bangladesh. So Joy, I'll request you to walk through the realities this woman faces in Bangladesh.
Okay, thank you so much, Bhai. So as my colleague has described about what like in the salinity and why the water sources are not very severe in our country. So because of this, like all the saline water, we can see that adolescent girls and they face a lot of problems. And because of using the saline water, they have many menstrual problems. So because of that, they have to go through like many health issues also later in their life. And because of that, they have to drop out of school. And when they drop out of school, they then get married to, like, it tends to give them to early marriage. And then eventually their lives becomes a threat to them. But now, here I will talk about now indigenous women. As myself an indigenous woman, I'm from the Chakma community. Indigenous women are also marginalized in Bangladesh, and they also face a lot of problems because of have enough water. They do not have any enough water resources during the dry season, and because of that, they have to also go through the menstrual health problems and all of that. And now, besides all of the negatives, now I will focus on the positives. So what are the scenarios in Bangladesh with our NAP, which is National Adaptation Plan, 2030 to 2050, there is a provision of capacity building of where the government has included that they will capacitate the young women, youth, and also it includes the gender and also disabled persons with disabilities. And here,
just a fun fact, this amazing young lady here advocated for that, so that those things are included in the National Adaptation Plan. Yeah.
Okay. And we also have another one, a Youth-Led Adaptation Plan, YLAP. That's also included in National Adaptation Plan. Next slide, please. And my colleague has already said that I'm one of the products of the leadership program that I was included in the Jolkona, which is basically means water droplets. Here we have included each of the young women are droplets of water that will somehow make a change in the society by becoming together. Okay, and then we have in the WaterAid there is another program that is called Water Woman, which is now going on, and as a youth advocate, I'm now working as youth representative in International Center for Climate Change and Development. And ECAD, we also foster youths. And here we foster the youths through capacity building, through programs that involves ECAD Youth Fellowship, and also we give youth innovation funds where the youths come up with the solutions that they believe to work on the climate impacts. And that's how we just trying to include and trying to bring positivities in terms of all negatives. Okay, back to you.
So in a nutshell, youth inclusion in our national policies is really difficult. And I'm pretty sure you sitting here have faced that problem coming up the levels in your different countries, in your different cities. However, doing bilateral work with youth organization, at the same time INGOs in Bangladesh, we're trying to change that scenario. The success is slow, but it's happening right now. What's more important, it's not my role in WaterAid or her role in ECAD. What's more important is that we are trying to give a platform for the most vulnerable, especially youth and children like Khushi who don't have access to clean water and sanitation. And hopefully, in the coming future, we'll be able to change that. With that, I thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Nice. Give them a round of applause again. Woo! Nice. Thank you very much. And, local communities and indigenous communities very, very much affected, and we need to support and empower them. Next, we have UNICEF. We deserve better. How do women and girls influence policy on climate change and social protection? So, presenter, please welcome to the floor. You have 7 minutes. Woo!
Hello, everyone. I'm Sabah, I'm global leader from Yemen. Actually, we are here all today to represent and to generate a better futures for the children and youth, for our generations and the next generations. You share today to make a positive impact and a positive change for the future generations. Arab regions, they have faces a lot of climate change issues, which are like two-thirds of them are facing water scarcity issues. For example, the MENA regions countries like Yemen and Iraq and the other countries, they are facing a lot of issues. So, in our solutions, we have made a cohort with the UNICEF that support the youth and support the girls to make advocacies and to make advocacies for the governments and stakeholders so they can improve the climate change impact around the MENA region. In addition, as a part of the solution, we are here representing WAD Network, which is a part of Karama Networking. They are partners of UNICEF, and in the MENA region, we have made a cohort with the UNICEF last year, and we have made like different advocacies for the girls, which they are between the range of their age, between the range of 13 up to 16 years old, and this cohort, each country of the WAD network have made a different advocacies with the different climate issues that enhance them and enhance the stakeholders around the MENA region. According to the national way, I am a coordinator of WAD Network in Yemen. Actually, we have our partners, Save the Children MENA region. We have made for 3 days workshops for the girls between 12 up to 15 years old. We trained them about the climate change impact, and we have trained them how to affect positively the climate change and how they can speak and how they enhance their voice for the youth and stakeholders, especially that we are in Yemen. These issues is somehow it is unknown issues, the climate change in Yemen. Furthermore, we are now working with the UNICEF and Save the Children MENA region in Yemen to make small initiatives that have a sustainable goals, and that will achieve the climate change impact, for small projects that will make sustainables for the future. For more information about WAD Network, maybe I'm going to leave my LinkedIn, so you can contact me, because I am the representative of WAD Network MENA, and I am the coordinator of WAD Network National in Yemen. Thank you for your listening. In this speech, I hope all we can achieve a positive change according to the side of the climate change around the globe, around the MENA region and around the global, because we are here to achieve specific goals, and we can speak about these issues in more efficient way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we will move on to our next speaker from Karama. Oh, one more? Because she told me that she wasn't here. Okay, Brenda, come on.
So we have two.
Okay, okay, okay. What? Yeah, you can use it.
What about the presentation? We have a presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is Brenda Mwale from Malawi.
Hi, I'm Ruby Hajinai from Syria.
So we are here for our TED Talk on We Deserve Better campaign. So one thing that we have to understand is that climate change affects everybody, but we are all affected differently. And especially women and girls are highly impacted by the impacts of climate change. But then still more, the question still remains is that what can we do to mitigate and prevent the impacts that girls and young women are facing. And at the same time also, what can we do to ensure that girls and young women actually have access to better livelihoods, as well as have access to basic needs and decent jobs? And at the same time also, what can we actually do to ensure that women are staying out of early marriages and teenage pregnancies? And we are actually able to keep them in school and have access to SRHR services, as well as sexual and maternal health care insurance during climate solutions. This is where we are calling for the role of social protection.
Okay, so when we talk about climate change and social protection, we must acknowledge that women and girls are impacted differently from everyone else. So we know in humanitarian crisis, we know that women face many challenges. We know that gender intersect with age, with socioeconomic status and other factors. So someone may come and tell me, yeah, but climate change affects everyone. Why are women and girls more vulnerable? So I'll tell them, consider this. Limited economic opportunity restricts women and girls' resilience. Enforcing poverty cycles. Education essential for women and girls' empowerment become distributed, denying them essential tool for adaptation. Gender-based violence emerge as a significant issue, making their situation even worse. And the lack of accessible health services such as reproductive and sexual health amplify health risks. So what is even more shocking is that the existence of child marriage become even worse in climate crisis. So when we talk about social protection, we need really a comprehensive social, economic, and health services for women and girls. So my question to you here is, do you think that women and young adults are really meaningfully included in policies when it comes to social protection?
Thanks for the great question, Luby. While women and girls are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, we also have to understand that they're the change makers and they're innovators. And we have actually seen in Malawi the work that we're doing. I was actually leading the work with UNICEF Malawi, where we have actually trained 270 plus girls and young women as community climate change champions. And at the same time, the project has actually impacted 8,000 plus people. And the recent study that UNICEF actually did in 2023 has actually brought in the question to say girls and young women and the society that we are living in and the policies do not actually see them as important stakeholders when it comes to policy designing and implementation. And the study that UNICEF did in 2023 actually shows that only 2% of girls of like the national climate change policies are actually mentioning girls. And when we also looked in MENA region, only like 6% of girls and young women actually reported that they are consulted when it comes to national climate change policies. And one thing that you have to see is that social protection impacts are strongest when it comes to women and girls. And yet, there are like specific gender objectives to social protection, and yet many programs and projects, they actually disregard this fact. So speaking about this has reminded me about another question that I want to ask you, Ruby, to say that why does the breach in social protection and social services hurt women, children, and young people, like adolescents, the most when it comes to crises like climate change?
So in time of crisis, the flight of women and children, especially adolescent girls, is magnified by a lack of social protection. So in a region like the Middle East, where I have extensively worked, the reality hit really hard. Imagine, women are already grumbling with limited economic independence and education opportunity due to unpaid work and limited education opportunity. So as crises unfold like climate crisis, these lifeline vanished, leaving them vulnerable without access to health services, education, or any financial stability. So the repercussions are really severe. Maternity and child benefit disappear, health insurance become unattainable, and education door shuts. Worst of all, gender-based violence spikes, and even rates of, as I mentioned, child marriage skyward, which really shattered the future of women and girls. So this isn't isolated, because this is really a this is a global crisis, because women and girls, when they lose crucial resources, society lose resilience. But to be honest, this is not a hopeless situation, because strengthening the social protection for those vulnerable groups, women and girls, isn't just a moral imperative. It's a strategic move toward a more resilient world that we, as UNICEF and other agencies, work on. So I'm just asking everyone here in the audience to imagine a future where crisis do not actually tear apart dreams, where prioritizing social services for women and children is really the priority, and where everyone is resilient regardless of their age or gender.
So one thing that we have to understand from like the discussion right here is that the voices of women and girls need to be elevated in policy making, and especially when designing and implementing social protection mechanisms that address the gendered impacts of climate change.
So for this reason, the power of women and girls' voices to drive policy change. So we deserve better. It's especially designed and aimed to enhance the participation of children and women in policy making, in social protection around the world. So actually, social services can meet the needs and demands of young girls and women. So if you're interested.
If you're interested to actually take part in the second We Deserve Better consultation, kindly.
Oh, it's not more.
We're supposed to have a QR code which you can actually scan and, yeah, it's there. So you can actually scan the QR code and take part in the second survey. It's just like 5 minutes, and we really appreciate. And lastly, our voices matter and we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Give them another round of applause. Thank you very much for that insightful session. Now we're going to go on to a session on finance, climate finance. I would like to call upon Karishma to take us through the session.
Hi, everyone. Can we get some energy? That's it? Yes, thank you. So, welcome to our session today, which is about rapid fire climate finance, where we are bringing to you both youth, young entrepreneurs, and funders in the room. So you're going to see initiatives that funders are bringing for you and where the opportunities lies. But equally, you're going to hear from young entrepreneurs about the access of funding. So without further ado, we'll open the event. And I would like to invite my dear friend and colleague, Irene David Arinze, who is a multimedia journalist, but also supporting the work of Yongo Finance and Market Working Group in terms of enhancing climate finance and also bringing the voice of the youth forward to access climate finance. Over to you, Irene. Thank you.
We need more energy in the room. Thank you, because we'll be talking about money and helping you access money. Thank you very much. Karishma, thank you so much for the warm introduction. My speech is very short, but I trust most importantly that you would go out with substance at the end of our conversation. I would like to warmly welcome everyone who ensured they made it here this afternoon. Why is today's conversation extremely important? A very small percentage of funding is allocated to young youth-led organizations, and reasons we sometimes get from funders include the fact that financial institutions always seek to minimize the risks for their investments and prefer investing in organizations with long and sound financial performance. If you agree with me, you could just do this. They prefer investing in organizations with long and sound financial performances, relevant experiences, as well as political and economic stability and track records, even though there are some things that are beyond our control. It is, however, imperative that climate funds should be intentional about having special provisions for youths. And let me take this opportunity to appreciate the likes of the African Development Bank, Access Bank, and a list of others, really, who are already thinking in this direction and acting in this direction to promote sustainable and youth-led initiatives. We would like to see more of institutions which support youth-led organizations while providing the necessary hand-holding support, emphasis on hand-holding support, and also supporting them to scale their businesses. In all these, our youths, both in Africa and globally, I say Africa because I am African, and globally remain very resilient while creating innovative and resilient initiatives which continue to solve major local and global opportunities and problems. Please, a round of applause for yourselves again as we comment in the conversation today. Thank you. Karishma.
Thank you, Irene. I think Irene did set the tone and also gave us, opened the platform for us to engage into meaningful dialogue today between funders and the youth. So without further ado, we have the Youth Climate Justice Fund. She also is an environmental and sustainability advocate with very exceptional leadership and professional skills, serving as a program manager and also as a youth climate and sustainable energy champions network weaver, researcher, facilitator, wearing so many hats, Pasi, but also very efficient in delivering all her roles, and also to bring forward this new initiative on youth funding. So I welcome Pasi to tell you more about the initiative and also what are the opportunities that the youth has with the Youth Climate Justice Fund. So over to you, Pasi. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. You know, my friend Irene said we need to have more energy in this room. Hi, everyone. Great. I like the woos in the house. So I'm going to talk to you about the Youth Climate Justice Fund, which is an exciting and a very new initiative that we came up with recently. So many of you might have heard of it, but many of you might be wondering, what is the Youth Climate Justice Fund? So first of all, it is a youth-to-youth funding mechanism that helps to support youth-led climate justice movements, capacity building, and campaigning worldwide. So it's not limited to any particular region. Every region and every youth, grassroots in the urban areas can apply for this fund and have access to it. Now, Irene also said something very important. She said that the contribution of funding that is given to youth-led climate movements, capacity building initiatives, and campaigning is very little. But she didn't tell you what that number is. So I'm here to give you that number. If you check all the contributions of funding that go to youth-led initiatives, it is 0.76% of climate philanthropy that goes to climate justice work led by young people. I just want to repeat that. 0.76% of all climate philanthropy goes to youth-led initiatives and organizations. Do you see the small proportion of funding that goes to the young people who raise pressure on leaders, who do the action on the ground, and who are also here today? So obviously something more has to be done on that cycle. So we wanted to bridge that gap, and this is why we came up with the Youth Climate Justice Fund. For those of you who are not aware, it is the first ever youth-to-youth participative youth fund, which we just launched during the New York Climate Week. We are happy to announce that we are supported by major philanthropies such as the Children Investment Fund Foundation and the Open Society Foundation, among others, who help us to then be the voice of the youth to access different funding mechanisms. I'm also happy to announce that we launched our very first call for applications a couple of months ago, and we saw very exciting initiatives from around the world. We also managed to translate the applications to 7 languages of the United Nations so that any youth from any part of the world can apply for this grant and can actually get the funding that they need to do their work on the ground. Now, you might be asking yourself, how much is this grant that goes to young people? I'm happy to announce to you that the grant provides $10,000 to $50,000 to groups that need smaller amounts for the purpose of setting up. So, you know, young people, we have different challenges. You're not registered as an institution, you lack the capacity, the resources, so we provide seed funding as little as $10,000 all the way up to $50,000 annually. We will be announcing the first round of winners to the grant early next year, so do look out for that. And we're looking forward to working with so many more of you in the coming rounds of the grants. So for me, it's just to announce that this grant exists, and you can check out our website, which is the Youth Climate Justice Fund, so the initials.org for more information, and feel free to reach out to us anytime. We are happy to answer your questions, and we also do offer capacity building for different initiatives. And thank you, Karishma. Back to you.
Well, I want to hype this room a bit. So we'll do a little quiz on what Pasi has presented. So in how many languages has the application form been translated? Yes. So you're keeping track of it. And what is the amount of the grant that they usually give? What? Louder for everyone. 10 to 50,000. So yes, you're listening and you will be seizing the opportunity. Yes or no? Yes. Can we get a bigger yes? Yes. Okay. So you're being a good audience. I'm loving it. Next, we have amongst us Francisca Deininger, sorry for if I'm wrongly pronouncing your name, who currently leads the gender and climate work in the Gender and Economic Inclusion Group of the International Finance Corporation, which is a member of the World Bank Group. So we are going to see how this work is centered on addressing global knowledge gaps on gender climate nexus and identifying solutions. So today's finance, but also gender day, right? Hope we don't forget that. So we are going to hear from Francisca about the opportunities that the IFC is bringing forward, especially it's new, and it's very targeted to women and the youth. So Francisca, over to you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for the intro, Karishma. Really nice to be here. Can you guys all hear me okay? Great. So my name is Fran. I lead a new program within the IFC. It's focused on gender and climate. It's actually the first time we have a dedicated team working on this intersection within the Gender and Economic Inclusion Department. And we're actually doing a bit of a rebrand. We're really trying not to focus on just gender, but actually expanding to other forms of socioeconomic exclusion. That includes youth, people with disabilities, LGBTQI plus people, sexual minorities, different populations that are socioeconomically excluded. The reason, IFC is a massive financial organization. We mobilized 14.4 billion in climate finance last fiscal year. But as you can imagine, what's critical about feeding so much climate finance into a system is that that system is often unequal and has inherent biases. And that's really the foundation of what the economic inclusion team is looking to do, is making climate finance much more inclusive. Now, in terms of gender and economic inclusion, we've really developed 3 key narratives that we highlight. One is that women and other disadvantaged groups are more impacted by the effects of climate change. The second dimension is that as we invest in climate and we act on climate, we're very likely to reinforce pre-existing gender gaps. And the third dimension is that without including women and other disadvantaged groups, we're leaving solutions on the table. So there's things that we're not accessing, people we're not accessing with critical climate solutions, and these are really the people that we need to be focusing on. So I'm gonna get to the initiative now. I don't know if this is working. Yes? Okay, cool. The She Wins Climate Initiative is brand new. We launched about 5 hours ago. It is focused on the intersection of gender and climate specific to empowering young women with climate entrepreneurship solutions. So this is building on an existing program by IFC called She Wins Arabia, which supported 150 entrepreneurs in the MENA region to get access to capital, finance, and business support. This iteration is focused now globally, so beyond the MENA region, and is specifically focused on empowering and financially supporting women with climate solutions. Instead of focusing just on 150 women, however, this program is actually looking more on the ecosystem development side. So this means partnering with local organizations and institutions that are essentially building the ecosystem around enabling more gender equal and youth-friendly financing. And just to explain a bit also the youth impact of this. So one of the biggest barriers that we see for women entrepreneurs is the lack of female role models. There are few women in climate sectors with big companies, with receiving funding for their initiatives. And so in some ways, the She Wins Climate program is focused on mentorship and also building a pipeline of role models who can essentially sponsor and also inspire the next generation of climate leaders. So I'll stop there and pass back over to Karishma. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Francisca. Is this working? Okay. Thank you, Francisca. I think it's a positive signal to see that more gender and youth-related initiatives are being implemented, and also to see initiatives like Pasi mentioned, the Youth Climate Justice Fund, which is decentralized and also trying to, tackle the main barriers that the youth had, especially last year. in Yongo, we did like a study where we saw what was the main barriers, and one of them was looking at the application form, language. These were like very relevant. And this year we are launching on what is available as climate finance for youth. So we saw that the amount of funding is usually big or too small, like $500, $1,000. But this is also something that is being done by funders to address, these main gaps. So very positive signal. We have much to do. But that said, we are now going to move to our second phase of this event, which is listening from our youth themselves, especially young entrepreneurs, about their story on accessing funding. Are you interested to know more about their journey? Let's give Nicolas a big clap. Let's hype for Nicolas to come on stage and to tell us about his journey as a co-founder and CEO of Key Farms. Regenerative Ocean Farm Network. I must say that I met Nicolas only this week, and I've been seeing him advocate a lot for ocean and access to finance. So I leave you in good hands to Nicolas. Thank
Do I have control of the slides? Oh, I do. I don't. You do. Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Just adjust this a bit. There we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Nicholas, as mentioned earlier. So we started this ocean farm network a few years ago, about a little over 3 years ago. And so we started it in response to a lot of the problems that, Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean was facing due to climate change. On a macro level, but more importantly on the micro level. On the macro level, it really affected us in the realm of, us not being able to do a lot of fishing activities anymore. And over 50,000 fisher folk in Jamaica alone were affected. And so what you'll find now in the Caribbean is that the fishing industry is essentially dead. And so what we did was to move into try to, identify possible solutions. And what we came up with was seaweed as the bullet for now. The larger model is looking at ocean farming generally, where we look at growing things like seaweed, oysters, sea cucumbers, seagrass, preserving mangroves, growing conch. Right now we're focusing on growing gracilaria and euchema, which are a species of sea moss. And so we decided on that because seaweed can essentially solve not only the social problem, but the economic and environmental issues as well. So with our solution, with our apparatus, we're able to sequester carbon, remove it from the environment, increase biodiversity within the oceanic ecosystem, reduce ocean acidification, as well as remove a lot of the excess nutrient runoff. And so this is our traction thus far. We've been able to raise a little over $350,000 US, non-dilutive funding. And we were very intentional about this because the Caribbean space isn't exactly as developed as probably like the global north, as a company from the global north. We knew that we needed to build a deeper foundation into the entire infrastructure so that we could access the market at a constant rate. And so the $350,000 thus far has gotten us to train fisher folk. We've been able to build a lot of partnerships with not just the government in Jamaica, but the government in Barbados as well. We're working on building partnerships and relationships with some of the hoteliers like Sandals to train more fisher folk and to, do things like encourage ecotourism. So we decided on being bullish about the non-dilutive funding and being intentional about that because we needed to build a triple bottom line system of, again, attacking the social, the economic, and the environmental issues that we're currently facing. Through our work, we've been able to, lock in some patent pending for some of our byproducts. So from the seaweed that we essentially grow and from the seaweed that we teach the fishermen how to grow, we take all of that biomass and we turn it into different value-added byproducts. So agar, carrageenan, which you'll find in all your food and beverages, And then we have biochar, hydrochar, which lock in carbon and that you can use for soil remediation. And so we also have activated carbon, which is used in all the filtration devices and materials. And of course, biodegradable cardboard. And for those last three that I mentioned, we use the seaweed from the seaweed that is invasive to our region, sargassum. And so we try to tinker on different solutions, so essentially solving that problem as well, because it does play a role in hampering the fishing industry in the Caribbean. Let me see, what else do I have there? We're Earthshot Prize nominees for this year as well, and we're also Youth Summit Forum winners for this year as well. And so a lot of this, I guess, publicity has more or less kind of ramped up the attention for us to get more non-dilutive funding, as much of it as possible. If it's not evident enough, our revenue streams, based on our model, we sell the seaweed to different buyers. We turn it into different bioproducts. So again, the things that I had mentioned before, so like the agar and the carrageenan, and we can sell it to General Mills. General Electric probably buys the activated carbon. Cargill would buy the biochar and the hydrochar. And like Seprod, for instance, would buy some of the other byproducts as well. And based on our activities, we're able to accrue a whole lot of carbon credits to the tune of about 2 million tons annually, if we're at our peak in about 3 years. And so that is due to essentially unlock a whole other realm of climate finance, not just for us, but for the rest of the Caribbean. This is the market potential. So the seaweed market alone is a little over 15 billion, and that's not even accounting the other byproduct market share as well. And so right now we're focused on trying to capture as much of it as possible in the Caribbean before we advance. This is what, I guess at a high level, our margins kind of look like. I wish I had a little, actually, I do. So as I mentioned before, we've been able to raise a little over 350,000. Right now we have a low burn rate, and so we've been able to raise this amount of money from different donors. And the way in which we essentially access that is from having a lot of conversations, going to different industry events, speaking to some of the key players on the ground. What we found is that, at least within the context of Jamaica, there isn't much support with respect to climate finance schemes. And so it really came down to a lot of hustling, going after different funds internationally, talking to different donors. For one of them, for instance, is like Smith Marine Technology Partners. That was a connection that I had from my prior venture within tech. And so they essentially provide grant funding consistently for ocean-related projects and climate-related projects. And so from there, we've been able to just build a lot of rapport with different donors and different philanthropists to get a lot of the work that we do done. Yes. So some of the major problems that we had identified, however, in just seeking a lot of this funding came down to not necessarily for sure, the lack of climate finance is there, but with respect to the Caribbean, the situation is a bit unique. What you find is that the projects that are available to be funded, they don't meet the threshold based on what is available. So for example, you'll have, say, like the IFC. I'm picking on the IFC a bit because we're technically going through due diligence with you guys. So the IFC typically would fund a project to the tune of 30 to 50 million US dollars in different tranches. If a project doesn't meet that particular criteria parameters, then it is disqualifiable, at least for that kind of scheme. And you'll find this same problem being repeated for other multinational orgs, like the IDB and even different agencies within the World Bank. What you also find is that we don't have enough infrastructure available in the Caribbean to facilitate the funding that would be available. And there is the last major problem that we had identified is that there's a sliding scale with respect to the amount of funding that is actually needed annually to do the things that we need to do because we're high risk as like a small island developing state. So that is it.
How was the presentation? Very good. So yes, bringing to your attention this slide, which intrigued me because you can see the efforts that went behind in terms of raising the funding. Just wanted you to kind of be reminded, not to give up, and also what are the different avenues out there so that you can access funding and also make your projects more viable. That said, I have a little bit of problem, but I hope you can help me. Would you help me? So, yesterday, one of our speakers couldn't attend COP. The latter got COVID. And I have someone that stepped in, Jess Forrester, founder and CEO of Mazi Mobility. But the problem is Jess couldn't get his slides up because the tech team refused. But can we go on LinkedIn and follow Mazi Mobility, look up what they are doing, and do justice to our youth fellow? Are we going to do that? Can I count on you? Someone who came last minute helping us couldn't get his slides up, but I hope he's going to get followers. Okay, I'm going to count the number of followers that is going to come in. She already followed Mazi Mobility. So Jess, over to you.
Thank you for following Mazi. All right. So my name is Jesse Forrester. I'm the founder and CEO of Mazi Mobility, and I would like you to imagine that I've got slides up on the screen. I'll tell you a little bit of my story. So I actually, in 2019, I was living in South Africa, in Joburg. I don't know if anybody here has been to South Africa before. No? Definitely worth traveling to. And I had just done a project in wastewater treatment. But transportation was becoming more of a thing on the continent, specifically in Kenya. And e-mobility was going to be the big thing. But because my company is capital intensive, what you see is most commercial investors or VCs like things that have a software component, right? And so one of the biggest things that was useful in getting the company off the ground was finding champions and believers. So we got the first $20,000, $30,000 in grants from actually the Kenyan government through the World Bank. And then from there, I had a really good supporter and business partner who also seeded the company with capital. I think there's a really big part for grant funding that plays a really big role in companies accessing this. So what we do is we sell and assemble electric motorcycles as well as build and operate the infrastructure. If you're in Nairobi, I guarantee you a free ride on one of my bikes and maybe a potential chauffeur for the time you're there, if you're there longer than 2 weeks. Thank you. So far we have over about 60 motorcycles and slowly growing. We've mitigated more than 2,000 tons of CO2 and are really impacting people. So most of our customers earn about $2 or $3 net per day, which is quite a small amount of money. But our motorcycle is able to add to their bottom line at least 25% of the income. So, and we think that over time we can get our costs a little bit cheaper. So compared to a petrol bike, the lifetime value of an electric vehicle is a lot longer in terms of the value to the customer. That's just because they're able to save more from the operational costs. Most motorcycle riders are on the road 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. It's kind of like your Kareem delivery motorcycle riders. And so we've been able to really change a few lives. And I think one of the things I love about my business is that it's so physical. So that if you give someone a motorcycle, I'll tell a really interesting story. So there was a couple that came with their personal motorcycle delivery rider. We call them Boda guys or Ndudi riders. So a Boda guy came and they came with him and they said, look, we want to give this guy a motorcycle because he's been such a great delivery partner for us. And you know, it doesn't sound like a lot of money because our bike costs $1,400, $1,600. But when he got the bike, he's now been able to ride the bike, increase his incomes, pay for his kids some school fees, which to me is super cool. That I get to be a part of this 60 plus people's stories. And as the company continues to grow, then we can even impact maybe thousands and thousands of people. So my journey to access finance has not been the most straightforward one. But there's been a lot of conversation here at COP and hopefully some more commitments to really getting the capital that we need as young entrepreneurs to really scale. We're in the process of raising more commercial money, and I think there's the beauty of marrying a unit economics of the company plus the climate aspect really creates a business case, which is what a lot of people are looking for. So I don't have too much more to say, but thank you for having me, and let's connect. Ciao.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you so much for stepping in last minute and telling us about your story. This means so much, and I hope you guys followed Mazi Mobility on LinkedIn or social media so that we can hear more about success stories, and impacts that Mazi Mobility is doing. So next, we are supposed to have a dialogue between the funders and the youth. So as you know me, I like to make things very interactive. So we are going to open the floor and hear some questions from you for the youth and also for the funders that you might have, or you might be having some questions or even like opportunities that you want to seek. No questions? Yes, Fida.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Thank you for, I think I would like to thank the speakers for their insights and also for the stories that actually puts youth, at the front line, and this is very amazing. So I want to make some comments and also have like few questions. So I would like to maybe also talk about the fact that looking at the finance system, which is actually out there, I feel like the advisory boards of those financial institutions are not quite fair enough with the youth. What I mean by that is that I would like to see, youth at the table of those advisory boards who made decisions about which proposal, we have to actually dedicate funds for. That's one. The second thing is also that most often people from the francophone settings, they find it very difficult to really have access to such. We know that the finance for youth are not yet what it's supposed to be, but the few that are out there are not francophone friendly, because most of the time things are kind of into English or Spanish, Portuguese, and all that. So that's my second comment. Now I have a question. I would like to know if there is a possibility to kind of see in the current climate negotiations if there will be any possibility for funds that are going to be implemented, or either be loss and damage or any other financial institution, if there will be kind of quota. If I don't know how this will be allocated, but I feel like during the negotiation, the funding, the finance that has to be allocated to country, we know, but it has to also be disaggregated, taking into consideration the youth, women, and gender, because this is how it will give really more rooms for other stakeholders who are not really able to get funds, and especially from the least developed countries and as well as the small island developing states. Thank you.
So that was 2 comments, 1 question based mainly on the outcomes of the COP, I would say, and if we can expect something on youth or gender related.
No, it's a really great comment that you had. I can't really speak what exactly will happen out of this COP, whether there will be funds that are earmarked for specific groups or populations. I mean, that would be the dream, right? Like for us too, I think coming from the gender inclusion side, I think less than 5% of global climate finance is gender tagged. So very, very little is going towards gender inclusion. And for us, we often find that you need to have rules in place, or it needs to be mandated or written in the agreements for it to have any kind of weight. And for sure, loss and damage is a great example of a pretty big innovation that has real potential to be much more inclusive than previous financing mechanisms. So I think we're seeing a bigger lens in terms of earmarking funds for specific populations, but it's not happening enough, I would say. And still a lot of questions about whether it will happen at this COP. I think the verdict is out, I would say. Yeah.
It's not a question, but an addition to the question. So I love what you said. I also cannot predict what will come out of the negotiations, but I am hoping for the best. What I can say is that young people, we also have a role to play in seeing that that comes into fruition. And I'll give you an example of the Kenyan youth. The Kenyan youth were part of developing the National Climate Change Action Plan for Kenya. Within the action plan, there are youth-focused actions that over the next 5 years, the government and other stakeholders and the youth themselves have to implement for the purpose of achieving their goal for the plan. However, those actions have to be financed because you're translating commitments, plans into actions or implementable projects. Now, coming into COP, their agenda is to also seek collaborations and funders to be able to support the implementation of the youth-focused actions on the National Climate Change Action Plan. So there's a role for youth as well to play as we're looking forward to what the negotiations will bring out for the benefit of youth.
Thank you, Pasi. So I'm sure that the questions are unlimited, and also our curiosity, about both what the youth are doing and the funders' ambitions or initiatives. This is also we might have a great interest into that. But unfortunately, we have time restrictions as well. And now I'm going to invite the team from the Climate Justice Map, Laurel and Farhana, whom I met in Bonn this year. And I've seen and witnessed accelerated progress on the map. And specifically, I'm trying to get the numbers correct. So the map already has 1,600 organizations in there, and which represents organizations from over 150 countries working on climate and justice and just transition. So very much aligned to what we are talking at this COP. And please listen to this presentation very carefully, because the team is bringing to you an opportunity to be part of a database of a network, and they are here to support you. So over to you, Farhana and Laura. Yeah, just do this one. Yeah, one more, one more, one more. Yes, good.
Okay, where's Laurel? Come up, Laurel. Thank you so much, Karishma. Thank you so much to everyone who's made the Children and Youth Pavilion happen. We've got about 7 minutes that we're going to take to introduce you to the work of the Climate Justice and Just Transition Donor Collaborative. And one of the main outputs that we've worked on is a mapping. It was intended mainly for philanthropy, but also for you all as well, so that you would know who was doing what, where, especially those working on the front lines of global injustice in the Global South. So just a teeny bit about the reason for the collaborative. It came about as a result of the realization from many of the largest philanthropies in the world that they were not doing enough to fund climate campaigns, activists, grassroots movements in the global south. So I won't read out the statistics. Those of you who are not here, you're welcome to contact us and get the slides. But essentially, of the sort of 2, possibly 3% of climate philanthropy that is going to is mainly going to what we call mitigation, and it's mainly going to North America and Europe, and it's mainly going to male and white-led organizations. So the situation is pretty dire. I think it was Karishma, you said a recent study which gave rise to the Youth Climate Justice Fund, showed that only 0.76% was going to youth. And again, there are massive disparities within that. So the collaborative came about as a result of trying to disrupt this rather depressing picture. And it is changing, and it is very positive that it's changing. So we came along with a mission to try and shift both power and resources. Resources means actual financial resources, in-kind resources and others, but also to make sure, and you'll see a bit more of that when Laurel introduces the climate map to you, the climate justice map to you, because that shows to many of the funders what is really involved, who is doing what, and what they categorize as climate justice. So maybe over to you, Laurel. Okay, that's a summary of what we did in the last 3 years, but in the interest of time, I'd rather, Laurel, that you talked more about the map. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Farhana. So I will briefly take you through the climate justice map and how does it look like and how to add your organizations in the climate justice map. So actually, you can see the slide. So that is just a total number of organizations we have mapped, and the 270 plus are the key themes that we have used to actually include organizations in the climate justice map. And we have selected these key themes from how the organizations used to define themselves, those that are working in the field of climate justice and just transition. And we really are grateful to our team of supporters. We had our Climate JEDI Fellows. JEDI stands for Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, but also our CJJT partners and donors, but also a big applause to the Climate Cardinals who are actually helping with the whole work of translation. So briefly, this is the climate justice map and how it looks like. I just want to take you through the features that are on the left corner. So on the main page, oh, sorry. All right, so actually you can see our website on top. And when you navigate, it's easy for you to access the climate justice map, how to see the database and the total number of organizations that we have already mapped. But also you can contribute to the climate justice map by adding your own organizations and nominating multiple organizations. And this is an overview of the map, and it actually shows a number of organizations that we have currently mapped. As you can see, you might be surprised of different colors that you see: red, blue, and green. So those are just they just represent the total number of organizations that we have mapped in a region. Red represents 100 plus organizations we have mapped, and this is much better, thank you. Hello, can you hear me? All right, thank you so much. So actually, red represents 100 organizations, the 100 plus organizations we have mapped together. Yellow 10 to 99 and 2 to 9 are represented by the blue color. So as you can see, we have the location pins, and once you press the location pin, it will take you through the organization's page, the organization's title, it will take you through the organization's name, and once you press the organization's name, it will take you through the organization's page where you can access it in 4 languages: English, Spanish, French, and Arabic. Isn't that great? Yes. So actually how to use the database, as I told you, we have the database in the climate justice map, and you can search using the 270 plus key themes. For instance, you want to search youth-led organizations that are in the climate justice map, you can just press youth-led, and it will bring you a total number of organizations that are already mapped. For instance, you can see we have already mapped 156 youth-led climate organizations and some other numbers. And you can also search by country. For instance, you want to see how many organizations are mapped in Tanzania. It's easy for you to search there. And these are some of the key themes that we have tried to keep there. So many of the areas or the angles that we are working through actually fall under these themes here. You see, that is the Climate Hub Tanzania. It's actually the organization that I'm also working with in Tanzania, and that is our page. And it is translated. We have our website here, and organizations type, and that is how it actually looks like. But also you can search by geography, such as by region. You can try search Africa, and it will bring different organizations that we have already mapped in Africa. And as I said, the climate justice map is actually accessible in 4 languages. And do you know why? This is because one of the biggest injustices in the climate movements is that we don't have, most of the resources are only available in English. So in partnership with the Climate Cardinals, we have translated the organization's information in 4 languages. And those are the languages: English, we have Spanish, we have French, we have Arabic. Isn't that amazing? All right, and this is actually my favorite slide, how to contribute to the climate justice map. You might be wondering, how can I join this network? And this is how you can simply do it. We have a simple Google form where you can just fill in 2 minutes, very friendly. Alternatively, you can use the QR code. And in the organization form, we will ask for your email just to write back to you when we have already included your organization in the climate justice map. And if you want to nominate multiple organizations, then you just need to get in touch with us directly at our email, cjmap@climatejusticeclub.org, and we will take you through how to fill multiple organizations. It's a bit tidy, but it's really, really doable and very important. So are you ready to use the climate justice map? Are you ready? So this is just an acknowledgement and thanks to our team, our fellows, the tech people, and all our partners that actually supported the growing of the climate justice map. And yes, please give us a follow on LinkedIn. We are there, the Climate Justice Map on LinkedIn. And actually, this is our training package that we have kept for you. You can just scan the QR code, and we will get, you will get all that we have displayed here today. And just to conclude, the Climate Justice Map is actually a very interactive and wonderful tool because it puts all organizations that are working in the field of climate justice and just transition together. And it's very easy for a funder to go there and search your organization and actually form an ally. And it's even easy for me, for instance, coming from Tanzania, I want to do some work in Ghana. It's easy for me to actually go there and search using whatever key theme and find my partner. Thank you so much, and thank you, Karishma. Over to you.
Thank you, Laurel. So we started by setting the tone about what we need, to drive this ambition to enhance access to finance, but also scaling finance. Then we heard from funders about the opportunities that they are having and how they are building, the momentum there. And we saw amazing initiatives by young entrepreneurs to and their journey to access funding. Finally, the climate justice map, I guess it is a good summary because it is a platform where funders and youth are being group, and it is bridging this gap. So without further ado, I'm going to invite a colleague of mine, Puninda, who also started her journey in climate change as a youth advocate. She's still a youth, I guess. Yes. So she will do the closing remark for us. She's leading the Finance Nature initiative in the high-level champions team. So Puninda, over to you for the closing remarks.
To be with all of you here today. And as Karishma noted, I started off as a youth delegate at COP28, so I am a bit of an elder youth at the moment, but it's so exciting to see the progress in terms of how youth-led initiatives and efforts in access to financing in the conversation and in resources around that has really been improved and enhanced over the last 10 years or so. As we heard today, climate finance, really lacks an understanding of its obligation to youth and future generations. And we know that financial flows really need to be realigned to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. And with that means giving finance to people on the front lines and young people, marginalized communities, women, indigenous people and local communities are parts of those groups. And across the world, we know that youth-led efforts, as we know, are underfunded and undervalued. So very excited to hear about the efforts today and figure out how we can radically shift the system to channel finance towards young people, towards charting a path to a fair future. And I think Farhana mentioned it's about shifting power. And I think that's something that really stuck with me and something that we always have to kind of fight against is access to finance for young people means shifting the power systems. And I think someone from the audience had also mentioned that young people need a seat at the table so that we are part of the decision-making processes that are really informing who gets financing for what. And so when it comes to finance, it's not just about the quantity of finance, it's also about the quality of finance. And that's something that we also need to remember. As the finance nature lead of the high-level climate champions, I would be remiss if I did not mention the role of nature in this process. And young people that are creating new business models and new ways of really creating regenerative businesses and new ways of running businesses, I think is very important to keep in mind. And that's also a key part in shifting the power systems that we talk about. And it's moving away from the status quo that exists. And preserving and conserving nature is a key element of that. So I'll just leave you with, the thought that it is important for all of us to connect with each other, to share stories, our knowledge, and our lessons learned. And I think that some of that we heard today, and this space at COP can be a really meaningful way to build those connections to further our collective effort moving forward. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I think we can do better than that. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you for so much. That was really rapid fire. We're going to move on to the next segment of our sessions, and it's the policy briefing. We're going to dive into the negotiation items and the policies. I would like to welcome Clara to the floor.
Hello. And Mashker, can we move the chairs again? Three people. And yeah, feel free to find a seat. It doesn't matter, you can sit however you want. And then Selma gets this hand mic. Perfect.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
I hope you're
Yeah.
doing great and everything is okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So hi, everyone, and I'm Patricia Mangolongwani, but you can just call me Pat or Patty or whatever it is that you feel comfortable with. I welcome you all today to the Children and Youth Pavilion, which is in collaboration with Climate Tracker, which is just a global network of climate journalists. So today we're going to be giving you our briefing, and I have two interesting speakers today, which are Stephanie and Salma. So I'm going to briefly introduce them. So Stephanie is a passionate climate justice journalist from Suriname. She's a women's rights activist and also works as a communications manager for the Mulukat Foundation, which focuses on ensuring the rights of the Wayana indigenous people. That's a very good profile of Stephanie. And Salma is a highly active social and climate youth activist who has devoted herself to promoting positive change and advancing the SDGs. So she has been involved in a wide range of programs and organizations, including Youngo as well as the UN Major Group for Children and Youth and the MENA Youth Network. So that's a very interesting profile as well, Salma.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to today's briefing. And we're just going to jump right into it. So Stephanie, to begin with, what are the headlines of today and what were the main events that were taking place here at COP28?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you all. I think two very important topics are definitely going to be finance and gender. But of course, there's this huge elephant in the room which we have to talk about, which is, of course, the article that was published yesterday, I think, by The Guardian, where the COP president's statement was kind of published, where he actually indicates that there's no scientific backing that in order to reach the 1.5 mitigation goal, we need to phase out fossil fuels. And then today there was this press conference where he got backing from the president of the IFCC, which basically backed him up. I think there's semantics at play. I think it's really important to focus on the difference between phasing out and phasing down fossil fuels, because the COP president talks about phasing down fossil fuels, which means not phasing out, which is abolishing everything. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the text, the language is going to be in the text, and whether it's going to be phasing out or phasing down. But I'm also interested to see in how the response is going to be from the CSO organizations, because of course I feel like they're being vindicated. There was so much pushback when he was announced as the COP president, looking at the stark contrast. And in this context, with his remarks, I'm really interested to see how the CSO organizations are going to react. But of course, in kind of more positive news, we also have the Declaration on Climate, Relief, Recovery, and Peace, which was signed by, I think, 74 countries and 40 organizations. Of course, more countries can sign on. So I think we should definitely look for updates in how many countries are going to commit themselves to that.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephanie. And moving on to something that everyone has been talking about every single day, especially at this COP, which is the global stock take. Salma, could you please give us an update
Yes,
on that?
well, hello everyone again. I hope you're all doing great. So yes, we're having one more, I would say, update today for the global stock take. So just like for the ones who don't know what the GST or the global stock take is basically the evaluation that GST is usually makes in order to kind of evaluate the submissions of the countries of NDCs outlining their climate projects. And it kind of like evaluates the how efficient I would say their planning is. So mainly that's what it is. Now, basically, this actually has been going on since 2 years. The GST is expected to set a tone for the next round of NDCs. It started by submissions where different stakeholders, again, had made contributions. And that were then discussed and summarized in the so-called synthesis report. This was the technical part of the global stock take. Now, at COP28, we are in the political phase. Negotiators are discussing the way forward, drafting a text that will be finalized by ministers by next week. There has been also some more updates today. Now, just like this morning for the informal the co-facilitators from the UK and Singapore proposed to discuss the following topics today as like next steps: guidance to parties and the UNFCCC process, messages to the UN system, messages to other international organizations and actors. Also, there has been a summary of key messages from GST high-level events on mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation, which took place on the 1st and 2nd December 2023, was released already. Now, 2 hours informals today. A third one was canceled. All are parties only. We're having also that both Saudi Arabia and China expressed that the negotiations keep on going, circles, and impossible to come up with a way forward without a draft text. Lots of parties agreed, so text just came out 20 minutes ago. Parties will have, parties will have until 2 p.m. tomorrow to look at the text before co-facilitators launch another round of consultations on the GST. Now, tomorrow also, they start around 3 p.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow they're going to start around 3 p.m. So that was like the update for this part.
All right, thank you. So Stephanie, we're going to move on to adaptation. Could you give us an update on that? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think it's really important before we get further to look at what adaptation is. So we know that there are adverse effects when it comes to climate change. We know that we have to mitigate, but there are effects that we can't turn back, so we're going to have to learn how to live with it. So we have to make sure that our communities are resilient against those effects of climate change. So that's adaptation, basically learning to live, but also giving communities the resources, for instance, communities that have to be displaced due to rising sea levels. So in a nutshell, that's basically what adaptation is. One of the main things during COP28 when it comes to adaptation is the global goal for adaptation framework. So there is consensus that there should be a global goal for adaptation. There was a 2-year program. It was 2022 and 2023. And the program was basically in order to figure out what we as the world want to achieve with adaptation. When it comes to mitigation, everybody knows there's a clear 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, right? All of us know what we have to do, what the goal is when it comes to adaptation. Who can tell me clearly what the goal is when it comes to adaptation? Is there anyone who knows what the world wants to achieve?
All right. We will be
so the thing is, there's no clear goal yet, exactly, when it comes to adaptation. So it's really important that we figure out what we want to achieve, that we have a guiding star, that it's not just the pillars that are explained in Article 7 of the Paris Agreement, but that we actually have a guiding star when it comes to adaptation. So that's the goal of the global adaptation framework. I think there's already consensus on the fact that there needs to be a framework, but I think parties are kind of struggling to figure out how you want that global goal to look like. And I don't think they figured that out yet. I think they're at a deadlock now. So it's going to be interesting to see what the text is going to look like and what that global goal for adaptation is going to be. But I think also what's really important to not forget is the finance gap that we have when it comes to adaptation. I did an interview yesterday with Ms. Stephanie van Leeuwarden. She's the lead negotiator for the Global Goal on Adaptation on behalf of the G77 bloc, G77 plus China bloc, sorry. And she was explaining to me that even if the finance that we have now for adaptation were to be doubled, even if it was doubled, that would only be able to cover 5 to 10% of the adaptation gap. That's how huge it is. So it's really important that the agendas for getting more finance for adaptation are also made free.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. And as some of you may already know that today was Finance Day today at COP28. There have been so many finance-related activities. There have been actions that have to do with the subsidization of fossil fuels. Should parties continue to subsidize fossil fuels or should they not? There have been actions regarding the commitments that many governments and many parties and non-party stakeholders have already made within the previous COPs. So there have been so many actions going around that. And in the negotiation rooms, they've been talking so much about the 2.1C, Article 2.1C of the Paris Agreement. There's the NCQG, which is the new collective quantified goal on finance, and there's the long-term financing as well. And in addition to that, we've been talking about the Standing Committee of Finance. And the major updates in all these simulations have just been that, first of all, when it comes to the Standing Committee on Finance, they haven't really been able to reach a consensus on the definition of climate financing. And this sort of puts a halt on every other negotiation that is going on with regards to climate finance. For example, when it comes to the new collective quantified goal on finance, which is the NCQG, it needs sort of a basis which is based on the definition of climate financing. So if we do not have that yet, it sort of stalls the progress that we can make in adopting some qualitative and quantitative measures for the new collective quantified goal. So there's not that much progress there as well. And for the NCQG as well, many parties are yet to determine the reporting, for example, especially for LDCs, because it's a goal that is going to be need-based. They're asking, do they need to present some new forms of reporting, or will their needs and priorities be taken from the previous reportings that they already submit? So that's a point of discussion as well. And another thing is that for the 2.1C, it's mostly the discussions around the complementarity of the 2.1C to Article 9, because it cannot be separated. And so most parties are trying to separate it and try and digest it as a whole. But then again, it just sort of comes back to the complementarity with Article 9 and Article 6 as well. So the discussions around finance have not really progressed as much as we would like them to see. For example, because this is COP28, and by COP29, we need to have a political stage when it comes to the new collective quantified goal. But we still do not have a consensus even on the definition of climate financing. So I think there's some gaps in that regard. And the last thing that I would like to update on is the long-term financing. So the problem here is that most parties have two different forms of reporting that they consider relevant or important to them. Mostly the LDCs, especially in Africa, they usually consider the reporting of Oxfam, that is the most reliable according to them. And in the global north, it's mostly the OECD and all that. So they're trying to see what would be the basis of the reporting for this long-term financing. Is it the OECD or is it Oxfam, or do we sort of merge the two forms of reporting or sources of information that we're going to use? So those are the updates that are there in terms of climate financing, because today was Climate Finance Day. So I'll get back to Stephanie, because today was not just Climate Finance Day, it was also Gender Equality Day. So could you also give us some updates and some context on what was done to commemorate Gender and Equality Day here at COP?
Yeah, I think we know that women and girls, of course, are very vulnerable to the effects of climate change, but also the poorest communities are going to be more affected, and we know that women happen to be the major part of the poorest communities when it comes to getting affected by the climate crisis. And I think it's also important to bring it in the context of, for instance, gender-based violence and sexual reproductive health and rights. Like when we look at communities such as the indigenous communities, we know that their livelihood, their daily livelihood, it adds all of the precursors for gender-based violence, because it adds this extra level of stress due to the fact that people's livelihoods are being threatened. So that's basically kind of the context. In COP25, we had the Gender Action Plan, which was important decisions were made in COP26. And then last year, there was an intermediate review of the Gender Action Plan. So I think one of the main points would definitely be to look out for any updates in regards to that intermediate review.
Thank you. So Salma, coming back to you, would
Yes.
you have any other updates that you think would be worth knowing today?
Yes, actually, we do have more updates. And the thing is that we're going back to food and agriculture again. There has been a new update today. The G77 plus China proposed a text with everything included roadmap, coordination group, and synthesis report, and the 3 workshop topics. This will be the basis of negotiations but with, I would say, with this new text, there's a huge chance that it's going to still continue. There's also like one more thing actually. There's still also one more update on mitigation, same as yesterday. Mitigation work program at COP26, as you may know, parties established a work program to urgently scale up the mitigation ambition and implementation. In this critical decade, in a manner that complements the global stocktake, negotiations here at COP28 has proven to be difficult. Now we're having, again, China and Saudi Arabia and India do not want more ambitious text and no high-level meetings. But there seems to be consensus on improving the mitigation work program. Now, the question is just where parties can come together. So, yeah.
Okay,
I guess we need to follow up with more updates on that.
Yeah. And what expectations do you have for tomorrow?
What expectations? So what did you say again?
Like, what expectations do you have for tomorrow? Like, is there anything that you expect to maybe make progress on in all the discussions and negotiations and everything that you've updated us today?
I think there will be more. There will be more expectations on mitigation specifically. I think it will be addressed because like they're emphasizing on it more. So I would say there will be more mitigation.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
I think there's also parties are waiting for the Secretariat on a global goal and adaptation to receive the draft text, and they will be crazy like now it's the time to decide the final points of that. And so it's if you want to reach your parties on certain like things that you want to include in the global goal and adaptation, what are your priorities? Is like tonight or tomorrow morning will be like the key moment to go chase those negotiators and make sure that we defend intergenerational equity.
Thank you so much, Jen, for your input.
That was one more update.
Yeah. Okay, so from us, I think that's what the major updates that we had for you today.
Yes.
But we'd like
Also,
to
there's like a quick note maybe. As you may know, tomorrow will be the Indigenous Peoples Day. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Maybe more actions, I would say more your touch.
Oh, we have an action for finance.
There's going to be an action tomorrow on children as well. Francisco Activista just let me know that he's on the other pavilion. And so you want to join to defend children's rights? It's also the time for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't remember what time.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, there should be another action on climate finance, Jen. We have an action tomorrow. So, but I'm not sure about the details of it, but we do have an action most likely tomorrow on finance, even though it's not Finance Day. But we thought to wait because there were enough actions today on finance anyway. So we'd like to open the floor to questions in the audience in case you have any pressing issues, any update that you think was important to note and we didn't mention it. You're free to come in now. Just raise your hand and we'll pass the mic.
No, I don't have.
What's your name?
Introduce
Oh,
yourself,
yes,
please.
good question. Lucy. Hi, everyone. My name is Lucy, and I'm coming from finance. So I work for a multilateral development bank, and it's called the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. And so not necessarily a question, but more of a comment. I think what you guys are doing with the briefings are really important because we're here in COP and then we're in our pavilion, like in our little bubble, and then we don't really get to see what's going on with the negotiations. And so this was really necessary for us to get to know what's going on, but knowing that it's Finance Day, so I wanted to make a connection between finance and youth. And so I think these finance people need to take a look at how they're investing money, because the investments that they make today will have a longer term impact on how we are, I don't know if I can call myself youth anymore, but incorporate the voice of youth in MDB decisions, because we are investing in infrastructure, and naturally infrastructure has a longer term lifespan. And so if you guys are interested in that, please come and reach out at the end of the event. And again, thank you guys so much for putting this together, and I look forward to, I guess, continued dialogues in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Just to add something really small to what you said, I think it's so important investing in youth and how they're growing up. But I think it's important to also put things into context. So in 2030, when the SDGs need to be met, and in 2050, when we need to meet net zero, the children that we have now are going to be middle-aged, and they're going to be the ones. No, they're going to be the ones taking care of their own children and taking care of their mothers and their fathers. So they're going to bear the brunt basically from both sides, and they're inheriting this world that we're creating for them. So I think that magnifies the need for finance and for investment in children now.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so is there any other input from the audience? Clara? No?
Just a recommendation for you to scan this QR code. It leads to a Signal group that has written updates every morning. So if you want to have something similar to this briefing in written, feel free to join that Signal group.
Sure, you can say it.
The link is not working? Do you have Signal? Is it working for anyone else? It's working for the other people. Maybe Philippa, can you try and help her?
It's not working for him.
It's not working?
No.
It's not working for anyone. It's working for some people. Okay. I will, you can come up to me and I can join you. Okay. So it's working for everyone else. Maybe we can meet bilaterally and then find you. Anyone?
Yeah, so Jen wants to add something, right?
Yeah, I think one last point is that this past 2 days, we just had informal on the negotiations around gender and climate. And tomorrow, finally, we're going to start having formal, informal consultations, so on meeting rooms. So be aware of the time in the COP28 virtual platform, so you can attend. And gender and climate is the name of the negotiation item. Talk to your parties and ask them what are their perspectives on this. And of course, you are the ones that can defend this point. So yes, and the draft of the GST is coming out, so we're gonna get more updates on what's the language gonna be. And we'll have to have better discussions now on what is our take on the GST and what should or should not be included as well. So let's keep on, youngsters. Let's do this. Ow!
Yep. Thank you so much, Jen.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so thank you so much. If we don't have any other questions or inputs or comments or updates from the audience, I guess this is it from us today for this briefing. And I mean, you can get the rest of the updates from the group if you've managed to scan the QR code. So thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll get it on. Thank you everyone for entertaining us with the policy briefing session for today. Those were very insightful informations. Before we move to the networking session, and we have a very interesting networking session today. We have our one last presentation from the Green Africa Youth Organization about facilitating community-led climate initiatives through advocacy and funding. So I have the pleasure to call my sister Candy to share with us her initiative and presentation.
We are happy to have all of you here to just give you a brief overview of the ACIC project that GAIO organized just this year. It's the Africa Climate Innovation Challenge. And the Africa Climate Innovation Challenge was held together with the 3 E's for Africa and the Innovators Lounge. And this project was to empower young people with sustainability, who have sustainability solutions in their communities. So they were given training, entrepreneurial training, and afterwards they went through an incubation period. And this incubation helped them to bring out their project well, to pitch it. Then a startup fund was given to these people to actually implement their project. It started last year, 2022, and this year it was scaled. So Candy is here to show more light on it. Candy, are you ready? Great. So Candy, can you just, in a very few minutes, highlight what the ACIC is?
Okay, thank you. So, hi everyone, I'm Candy. I work at the Green Africa Youth Organization as the External Engagement and Partnership Officer. So, just like everybody know, it's just about 0.6% of young people in the Global South that are able to access climate finance to push their projects. And so at Gaio, we decided that why don't we look for funds and then we grant to young people. And what we decided was to do that in a challenge format. And so we instituted the Africa Climate Innovation Challenge together with 3E's for Africa and then Ghana Startup Lounge. So basically, it is to promote young people in creating adaptation solutions to address the impact of climate change through innovation and then entrepreneurship. And so the first part is that we launched a call for people who are interested to be part of the challenge. And then we have a criteria. Basically, you should be from Africa. It is very, very flexible. I think you should take your seat. It is very, very flexible. So you should be in a team of 2 to 6. And it should be either sustainability or adaptation, a climate solution. And so once you are selected, you go through an incubation process. You are connected with the experts who will coach you through your project implementation phase. And then after, the last part is that a pitch event is organized, and then you get to pitch your project to expert panelists. At the end, for the first time, 3 people were selected, 3 projects were selected. The second time, 5 were selected, and then you are given funds. So overall, we started this innovation last year. About 462 people applied. We selected 10 who went through the incubation phase. Then after 3 were selected during the pitch, and then they were given a fund of 10,000 USD to run their projects. This year we had the pitch event in Nairobi during the Africa Climate Week, during the ICA, and then 5 people were selected from Ghana, from Tanzania, from Uganda, Madagascar, and then Kenya. And they were awarded over 30,000 USD. The first person went home with 10,000 USD, and then they had their project done. So yes, that's our way of supporting youth-led organizations. Now, why is this important? I mean, across all, young people are doing amazing. And it's just hectic that you have a project and you're not able to get funds to get it set. And the ideas just end in your stomach or in your heart. I mean, you are so passionate about this and you do not get the funds to drive the change that we need. For us, we are proud to have this initiative because we trust young people. You know, in many funding mechanisms, the criteria is so strict. You need to have experience over 10 years, which, I mean, doesn't mean that until I get to 40, I cannot create a project, I cannot lead a project. It's not true. But we trust that we can be the change. We trust young people that they could handle this amount of money in the right way. And the result has been enormous. I mean, we've had monitoring and evaluation of the project that we funded last year, and it's been great. We see a lot of women, and of course, one of the criteria is that your team should constitute about 40 to 50% women, because we want to also promote the fact that women can lead and women can run it. So yes, that's what we've done with the Africa Climate Innovation Challenge, and we are looking forward for 2024. and upwards, that a lot of women, young people should apply, of course, in Africa, should apply and be part of it, because we are going to increase the funds. If you observed, last year was 10,000, this year 30,000. Who knows, next year will be 100,000 USD. So, yes, that's what
Yes,
we've
I
done.
like the fact that you highlighted that funding are available, but it's very difficult for young people to access those funds. So you presented a very easy and flexible mechanism that will support these young innovations. Great. So moving on, I think you have a number of projects, so we would want to know what has been the successes of this project, the impact, and maybe you can highlight on a few challenges as well.
Okay, thank you. The challenge first. Always it's getting fast to ask you. That's very easy. But the success has been that we have one project, very key, a female-led tech that is producing organic sanitary pads in the northern part of Ghana, which is really hit by the impact of climate change. And so the funds help them to establish the structure. We shipped in some materials for the production to be done, and they're operating. For me, being a female, that is the best of all. Of course, we have some of the projects that are turning organic waste into charcoal briquettes in a way of promoting clean energy, and that's also good. But for the female one, it's super. I want to quickly share. There's a QR code I want to share. If the technical folks can help, you can check us via our website and then get on board. I mean, reach out to us. A lot of Gaio staff are around. You could also reach out to me and then ask more about this because of time. But yes, that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Yes, kindly. Thank you very much. So this is a very brilliant project that Gaio is running to help empower young people in their various communities, advancing sustainable solutions in those communities. So we got to applaud Gaio for this good work. I think the QR code will be shared shortly, and you can just follow Gaio's website and get to know more about this project. And when the next session comes, you could actually, who knows, participate, put in your application, and you might be selected. Candy, your last words?
Okay. So aside from this challenge, we also have the Advocacy Seed Fund initiative. Aside that, we do a lot of re-granting. So you can literally reach out to Gaio, Green Africa Youth Organization, via Facebook, everywhere, or reach out to some of our staff, and we'll take you through. We believe that together, with collaborations, we can make a lot of change. I mean, the Global South Africa, young people are doing a lot of amazing work that with the right funding, we could lead a lot of adaptation projects, and that would be very good for Africa. And so we are really open for you all to come on board, and let's make Africa better. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Nice, nice, nice. So now it's time for the fun part and the last activity of the day. Of course, it's a very special day today because now it's the networking session. And instead of a regional networking session, what we have today is indigenous young people networking session for the first time ever. So it's really a big day in the pavilion. So I have the pleasure to welcome mi hermano, Ornel de Panama. Okay, hermano, welcome.
Okay, good evening. Well, first, my name is Onel Mazardule. I am from Panama. My indigenous people is Kuna. So now I represent the International Indigenous Forum, the International Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change. That is going to be the perspective for the 7 social regions that we have in our own Forum International on Climate Change. So the first thing that we're gonna do now is telling you about the background of Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change. So that is the International Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change. That is gonna be collaborate today. How is the perspective for them? So now the first thing that we are gonna do, one of the objective is also exchange the intergenerational with the elders and the youth. And the other objective also is creating a capacity building for exchange our knowledge. So, okay. Sorry for that. I need to be the translate for my people in Spanish. So let me go and help you with that. Buenas tardes, compañeros. Le hablamos del Foro Internacional de Juventud sobre el Cambio Climático Indígena. La razón por la cual estamos acá es porque estamos haciendo el lanzamiento de manera oficial en todos los sectores y espacios a lo cual nos están dando la oportunidad. Primeramente, uno de los objetivos era el intercambio generacional de los mayores con la juventud, porque en base a nuestros conocimientos podemos compartir nuestra información y estar representando a nivel en espacios internacionales. El segundo es la creación de capacidades para ustedes, para que sepan algo sobre el proceso del UNFCCC, a lo cual hoy en día es su primera vez. Dentro de la agenda, let me change. Well, now the first point in the agenda is a traditional opening for us, because when we start a different meeting, we need to start with invocations or something that is for us very important, that is share our knowledge too. So now I'm gonna present my friend from Brazil. The name is Josimara Baré. She's gonna be singing a song, a traditional song. So thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Mi compañera Josimara Baré, ella va a compartir una canción, a lo cual nos va a dar energía para esta reunión el día de hoy. Josimara, por favor.
Boa noite a todos. Eu vou falar em português. Gostaria primeiro de parabenizá-los pela caminhada e pela força dessa juventude. E gostaria de dizer a vocês que meu coração se aquece e se emociona quando está junto de vocês.
So, good evening, everyone. I would like to say first, thank you and recognize the effort that the indigenous youth is doing here. To see this process of all of us, it fills my heart with joy. So, this is the first thing that I want to say. Para los hermanos que ella está se presentando, la primera cosa que quería presentar es que reconoce el trabajo que los hermanos están haciendo acá, los procesos de jóvenes que estamos llevando como jóvenes indígenas y que llena su corazón de ver esta acción acá.
Gostaria também de pedir que vocês se levantem por um momento. Sei que todos estão cansados e que a gente precisa renovar as energias e cuidar da nossa espiritualidade, cuidar do nosso corpo, da nossa mente e da nossa alma.
So I would like to ask for you to stand up. I know we are all tired from this busy day, but this moment is needed for us to fuel our hearts, our souls, and take care of our spirituality. Entonces quería invitar a ustedes para se quedar de pie. Sé que todos están muy cansados, que el día hoy se fue muy duro de trabajo, pero lo que quiero compartir con ustedes es para animarse, dar energía a ustedes.
Peço que por um momento vocês possam fechar os olhos e dar as mãos uns aos outros.
I ask for you all to close your eyes and give each other's hands. Pido a ustedes que por favor cierren sus ojos, den las manos.
Ixemu Katuru Sa Mampurangauá Amazônia, Seruca, Anhangai, Penharã, Ixemo, Caturuçá, Mampurangauá, Amazônia, Seruca, Anhangai, Penharã, Ixemo, Caturuçá, Mampurangauá, Amazônia, Seruca, Anhangai, Penharã. Que os espíritos da floresta estejam sempre com vocês.
That the spirit of the forest may be with you all the time. Que los espíritus de la floresta se pueda estar con ustedes a todo lo momento.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigada.
Dale, estamos acá. Dale. Okay. 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 First of all, let me present our speakers.
Primero gustaría de presentar nuestros panelistas.
Okay. First of all, the first one is gonna be for the region of Africa. The name of Umou Diko. Sorry for if it's not.
La primera panelista que gustaría de invitar a nuestra hermana de África, Umu. Y perdona si no pronunció su nombre de manera correcta.
And the second name is for the regions for Central and Eastern Europe.
Y la otra, la siguiente, va a ser de la Europa Central.
And Russian Federation Central Asia and Transcaucasia.
De la Federación de Rusia.
Thank you. The name of my friend is Victor Zulianziga.
Muchas gracias, Víctor. Solo me queda en Víctor.
And the third one is going to be for Central America and the Latin America and Caribbean. Sorry for that. Latin American and Caribbean is my friend Elvis Isaka Unukui from Brazil. Elvis.
Y nuestro próximo hermano, representando América Latina y Caribe, el hermano Elvis Isaka Hunikui.
Okay, this is going to be the first person that is going to be asked answer these questions about the procedures of the UNFCCC.
Entonces, invitamos a ellos primero para hablar un poco sobre los procesos de la UNFCCC.
Yes, I do apologize for my friend from Asia. The name of Asami Segundo. She is right now sick, so unfortunately she is not coming today. That is the only region that is missing here.
Y quería pedir a ustedes disculpas porque nuestra hermana representante de Asia no va a poder estar acá con nosotros. Asami Segundo porque se ha enfermado hoy. Entonces va a ser la única región que no va a estar representada, pero por eso pedimos disculpas.
Yes. So just on the only thing that I need to do is telling to Sterling Peterson, the North America, to sit here, and also Jack Collard too for the Pacific, please, because you are the next one.
Quería invitar a los hermanos de Norteamérica y de Pacífico que por favor se sientan más cerca de nosotros porque serán los próximos que van a hablar.
Thank you for that, Tylee. So now, we are the youth, right? So that is the reason that we need to know what is the perspective for each region about the procedures. But
nosotros somos jóvenes y es muy importante considerar la perspectiva de la juventud diante de estos procesos.
Just for let you a clue about it.
Solo para dar una pista. Una pista.
all the youth that is going to be here is the first time here in these procedures of the
Todos los hermanos que están acá presentes están participando por su primera vez dentro de los procesos de negociaciones de la UNIFCC.
So the first questions that is going to be for Ms. Dico is going to be, maybe you can share your experience as indigenous youth being in the UNFCCC processes on the COP2.
La hermana es que por favor pueda compartir con nosotros cómo es para ti estar acá participando por la primera vez en este proceso.
Sí. ¿Sí funciona? You can use this one. It's here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Umudiko. I'm from Mali in Fulani community. So I'm one of the knowledge holders from UNFCCC and LCIP. I have a local association in my community, youth local association, which names Bilital. It's in my local language.
Sorry, Ms. Dico. Let me go ahead and translate too. Ok. Ella es una poseedora de conocimiento de la región de África y es la razón a la cual está participando en la plataforma de comunidades locales y pueblos indígenas por parte del grupo facilitador de trabajo. And the other things?
I said I have a local association for youth in my community.
Ok. Ella también tiene una asociación local que trabaja con la juventud. Un aplauso, por favor. Un aplauso, please.
So being here as indigenous youth from Africa is very important for me. It's helped me to come to share our challenges which we are facing in our community and to have solution, to bring it back home, to have solution, to involve youth, young youth like me, and to get solution in our community.
Ok. Ella primeramente comprende de las situaciones que vive dentro de su país y es la razón que como joven ella quiere compartir estos tipos de soluciones que suceden en la región de África, en su región.
Okay. Because we African, our cases are unique. We have different cases from our cases are unique as Indonesians. We face a lot of problems like discrimination and insecurity, lack of education. As we are Indonesians, we are suffering about that. For example, like my association name in my local language, even for looking for funds, it's very difficult to have because I use my local language. That's problem we are facing in Africa.
Okay. What I get it es fondos, porque algo también que ellos sufren es en base a su propia lengua. Ok. Faltó algo más, ¿cierto? ¿Qué faltó? Ajá. Exacto. Esa, re poquito. Okay. También indicaron que para ellos es muy difícil porque en base ellos su primera lengua es la que desde chico tienen y es por eso que es muy difícil a la hora de poder entablar una conversación en el área de África. Okay.
So that challenge is, I can say, only indigenous people in Africa are facing, not other youths. Because they are in cities, they're getting opportunities. We are in local communities, no one needs us. No one help us just like this as human and nothing.
Entonces, que ella ve como lo principal desafío en cuanto a jóvenes indígenas de África, porque ve que en las ciudades los jóvenes sí tienen oportunidad, pero ella siendo una mujer indígena no tiene la misma oportunidad que los otros.
That's the first question, right?
Sí.
Okay.
Thank you. Gracias, hermana. Venga, se queda acá conmigo. ¿La misma pregunta para mí?
No, vamos a... You can say.
For Víctor, para Víctor, gustaríamos de saber para que comparte su experiencia como un joven, sí, como un joven indígena dentro de la UNFCCC y de la COP. ¿Por qué piensas que los jóvenes indígenas precisan estar acá en estos espacios? So, why do you think it's important for us as indigenous youth being here?
Hello, everyone, dear brothers and sisters and friends who came here. I little misunderstood the task. I thought I had to prepare the speech. Okay.
You want me to repeat?
Translate, or will there be
Okay,
translation?
yes. Why do you think it's important for indigenous youth be present here in the UNFCCC spaces like COP?
Okay. Okay, let me introduce myself first. My name is Victor. I'm from the far east of Russia. I am from a very small, I was born in a very small village. The population of my tribe, of my people, is only 1,600 people. And I wanted to ask you if, will there be translation, or I will speak slowly.
Sí, voy a hacer la traducción. Entonces, ¿quieres primero se presentar antes de contestar la pregunta? Él se llama Víctor, viene de una comunidad que se llama Alesberg. No es una comunidad muy grande, hay más o menos como 600 personas allá.
For us indigenous peoples, I think it's very important to come to such events just to basically share our experience, share the vile discriminations that we are facing, but also share it, not only the bad things, as I said, but also our knowledge, our traditions, and how our basically like everything what we do can other people like in the whole world use in terms of like to save this planet.
Entonces, para nosotros, lo que yo pienso que es importante estar acá es para poder compartir nuestras realidades y nuestras experiencias, nuestros problemas también, pero no apenas venir acá para hablar de cosas malas, pero también compartir las cosas buenas que estamos haciendo desde nuestros territorios y poder intercambiar estas experiencias que tenemos y realidades que tenemos en nuestros territorios.
As it was mentioned so many times in our indigenous peoples events, that indigenous peoples, we don't have industrial agriculture. We don't have, basically we don't use as much of the minerals as all the other people do. We use just as much as we need, and we don't produce more that will go to waste.
Como mencionado en otros eventos que tuvimos acá en cuanto a pueblos indígenas, nosotros no utilizamos minerales, no sacamos como no acumulamos y no utilizamos más de lo que nos necesitamos, apenas sacamos de la naturaleza lo que vamos a utilizar para que no tenga acúmulo o desperdicio.
So that's why I think it is important for us to be here, because we as indigenous youth, we don't really like participate as much as our elders, so we should come here and in the next scopes and any other UN events, so that we'll learn from our elders how they speak, what they do, and basically learn like directly, not just by like whatever they tell us, like how was the COP or everything.
Entonces creo que es importante para nosotros en cuanto a jóvenes indígenas estar acá, es porque aún no tenemos la experiencia que nuestros mayores tienen, y también creo que sería una oportunidad buena para estar conectados con ellos, porque para que no sea apenas que los mayores regresen a nuestras comunidades y nos cuente cómo fue la COP, pero podemos así vivenciar estas experiencias junto con ellos.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you so much, Victor, for your answer, because each region have the same struggles, but that is the reason that we are here, because if we have the perspective of the seven regions, we are going to strengthen our voices, like indigenous peoples. So, Elvis, la pregunta para ti es, en base a tu experiencia dentro del UNFCCC, en el marco del cambio climático, ¿cuáles serían tus insumos? ¿O qué podías mejorar dentro de estos espacios? ¿O cuál sería la necesidad a la cual crees que todavía le falta al proceso de los pueblos indígenas como joven en el espacio del UNFCCC? Okay, this is going to be the same questions for Elvis. It's going to be because he need to provide us the experience about like indigenous youth being in this in the UNFCCC and also in the COP. Oh, so Elvis, why we needed to be here in the UNFCCC processes?
Oi. Primeiramente, boa noite. Eu me chamo Sacarro Nicuim, sou do Brasil. Minha região eu sou do Acre, estado do Acre. Eu estou aqui como Juventude Runicuim e também representando a América Latina, trazendo a experiência que está aqui e o que precisa melhorar para nós, juventude, estar engajando nesse rumo já de...
So
Desculpa.
Good evening. My name is Isaka Runicuin. I come from Acre, the state of Brazil. I am from the youth Runicuí, and I also represent the Latin American youth here, and I'm here with you to try and see how we can improve these processes within the forum.
Sabemos que nós, juventude, nós estamos começando a conquistar agora, nesse momento. Ontem foi um dia histórico de a gente conseguir fazer o call juventude. E nesse momento a gente precisa se fortalecer para buscar mais para o engajamento da juventude dentro do UNFCCC.
So as a youth, we are now in a very important moment where for example, yesterday, we had the opportunity to be in the youth caucus, and this is a moment of history where we are strengthening and searching for more engagement.
Sabemos que a necessidade de representação de juventude dentro do caos indígena, em modo geral, que já foi criado, juventude precisa estar dentro dos políticas, não só para participar aqui, a gente vem fazer aqui. Aqui nós estamos juventude está presente, juventude não é o futuro, a gente está presente, precisamos entender para fortalecer o que os lideranças, o que os antigos já trouxeram, para a gente estar aqui, começar a fortalecer e daqui melhorar as coisas que tá vindo para acontecer, para a gente lutar junto.
So we know that we need representation in the caucus, and we are very happy that we had this representation, but also the youth needs to be in politics, not only here. We are the present, not the future. And we need to strengthen what our elders and our ancient people already brought us and improve that.
E precisamos de oportunidade para todas as pessoas que representam. Juventude precisa estar engajado entendendo política. Então, aqui o Juventude está presente, mas necessitamos mais formação para a gente chegar na COP já entendendo o que vamos fazer, para a gente levar o retorno desse encontro internacional, para a gente levar a resposta para os nossos territórios. Os nossos territórios estamos sofrendo. As mudanças climáticas, em modo geral de América Latina, nós estamos vivendo. Mas como é que a gente vai contribuir se a gente não tem voz, se a gente não tem oportunidade?
So we need this opportunity. We need to use this opportunity that we can to represent the peoples that we are coming from and to be more engaged in the politics. But we also need more like educational training throughout the years, so that when we get here, we are more ready for these discussions, to get at COPs more prepared, so that we can also bring back to our territories the response, to bring back what we learned and discussed here. The climate emergency is suffering a lot of consequences, is bringing a lot of consequences already to our territories. And we have to know how to deal with this more and more. Lastly, I would like to say that it's very important that we come together as the 7 regions of the world, that the youth of all the regions are together, and that we continue to fight this fight, very focused on our spirituality, in our cultures, we keep fighting and going forward with the fight that has already been started by our ancestors. Thank you.
Over the future, we are the present, so that is give me an applause for Elvis, please, for this quote. So now I need to open the dialogue with all of you, because we need to know some kind of inputs. What is the perspective for some kind of elders that is here, if we want to share something with the new delegate for the UNFCCC process, the indigenous peoples, Edna, or someone, we can add something for the youth. Edna.
I think
para que lo lleguen de mejor manera. Let's go.
Yeah, I think thank you, and it's great to see that indigenous youth are having a partnership with the Yungo. Edna Kaptoyo, facilitative working group member for Africa Indigenous Peoples in the local communities and indigenous peoples platform. I think what I would urge you as well to tell us, what do you want to see the different platforms within the UNFCCC, including the FWG, advance youth engagement within this climate policy space, because we would love to hear your voices, because we are moving towards a new work plan by next year. And so your views can inform how to better strengthen the indigenous youth. You have the platform now under the Indigenous Peoples Constituency, but also you need your own. So we have 2 critical areas, the Paris Capacity Building Program and also the Action for Climate Empowerment. So in terms of those, what do you really need from us to support you? And I think also to add that indigenous youth voices, I believe, is important in this space. As you say, you are the present and the future, but also to advance the work that you do locally, you also need beyond capacity for engagement only, but also need other enablers. So what are those? And I urge you to continue with the work that you do to continue to strengthen your engagement in this space, because I see it growing every year, participating in this process. We never had this all youth engaging. We only had maybe 2 or 3, but also I implore you to also give us a recommendation on how, as indigenous people and in the Russia region and also in the Latin America region. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna, for this call, because it's very important to strengthen our youth. And also, that is one of the objectives, is exchange the knowledge for the elders with the youth, because you are the present now. So that is the reason that you need to strengthen your capacity in this process on the UNFCCC. So give an applause for the 3 of them, please. If someone wants to tell something, raise your hands, please. So someone want to add something? Okay, well, let's go to okay. Can you translate? In your English.
Traducción.
Okay.
English.
Okay, she's gonna.
Spanish. Cuna better. Onel, me va a traducir en cuna. Ok, mi nombre es Onel Mazardule. Yo soy del pueblo Cuna de Panamá, miembro de la plataforma de comunidad local y pueblos indígenas. Voy a hacer corto para que la traducción sea más.
And so, hello everyone, my name is Onel Mazardule. I am from the Kuna people from Panama. I'm a member of the facilitating working group for the local communities and indigenous peoples platform. And I will speak in, in short sentence so we can have translation.
Primero, le quiero felicitar por ese dinamismo de querer participar e incidir en esta COP.
And I want to congratulate all of you, the youth that want to engage more with the UNFCCC process.
También me hacen recordar cuando yo empecé en este movimiento a nivel internacional. Ahora yo soy juventud acumulada.
And it makes me remember when I started this process inside those international spaces, but now I am a youth for more longer time than you.
Porque cuando yo empecé éramos pocos jóvenes, éramos 3, 4, 5 jóvenes de toda la multitud. Y ahora yo veo que hay bastantes jóvenes, eso yo creo que parte de ese proceso de concientizar a los jóvenes la importancia de participar en estos procesos.
Because when I first started to follow this process, there was only 3 or 4 indigenous youth from all around the globe. And now I see a lot of youth attending those meetings and being part of this process. And
yo creo que lo que quiero es ese camino y a nivel de sus comunidades sentar con los sabios, aprender de los sabios los conocimientos, ¿ya? Porque esto es la lucha que tenemos, que los estados, las partes nos respeten, nos valorizan nuestro conocimiento que aportamos para la conservación de la biodiversidad y alternativa para el cambio climático.
And I want to congratulate you to follow this path, but also I want to say, don't forget to sit with your elders back in your community because they will share the knowledge for you to come here and talk with the governments and talk about and protect the biodiversity that we have in our communities.
Porque nosotros somos pueblos indígenas que no causamos el problema del cambio climático, pero somos los primeros que recibimos los impactos negativos del cambio climático. Un ejemplo, nuestras comunidades donde yo soy vivimos en pequeñas islas. Si sigue subiendo el nivel del mar, nosotros tenemos que desplazarnos por otro lugar.
Because we, indigenous peoples, we are not the one that caused climate change, but we are the first ones to be affected by. Like my community, for example, we are people that live in islands, and we are seeing the sea levels to arise. And when this happens, my community may disappear.
Por lo tanto, le quiero decir 2 cosas. Por último, apoyar.
So to finalize my comments, I want to share 2 more things. One is please consider the elders that are here already being part of this process. Don't be afraid to come close to us and ask questions and help to follow this process.
Y por último, espero que ustedes fortalezcan su trabajo, su comunicación, porque cuando yo empecé no había internet. Ahora internet, hay facilidad, hay conferencia por Zoom, por otros apps. Entonces yo creo que ustedes deben no solamente venir, encontrarse aquí y luego cada uno va a su área y no sabe lo que están haciendo. Deben tener esa comunicación porque hay que ir fortaleciendo esa unión para venir con una sola voz. Arriba los jóvenes.
So the second thing that I want to share with you is that I hope you continue this work beyond COP and strengthening your work in your community because now you guys have the tools that I didn't have in my times, that is the internet. So I hope you can continue like strengthening this youth process, sharing what is happening in your communities during the year, not only during the COP. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Tylee, for interpreter the Spanish, Portuguese, and English. You're doing very well. So the next speakers is gonna be 2 of my friends. The first one is gonna be Jack Collor. He is from Pacific. And also, thank you so much for all the panelists that was being here in the first session. Thank you so much.
Entonces quería agradecer a los hermanos que estaban acá en nuestra primera ronda de preguntas y llamar a nuestros próximos invitados, que son dos amigos míos.
Al próximo, the next one, the next one is gonna be Sterling Peterson for the North. Say, woo! Sterling Peterson.
Sterling. Entonces, lo primero que quiero invitar es nuestro hermano Sterling Peterson, que es del norte.
That's it. Both are speaking English. So. Okay. Well, okay. Well, thank you so much for being part of this of the International Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change. So we also need the perspective for the region of the Pacific and also for the North, because them living some kind of a struggle in their region. So let me ask the same questions for you, because I need to know what is the perspective now for the Pacific too, and also introduce yourself about what is your name, what is your community, what is your indigenous peoples too. The first question is going to be, share your experience in the procedures of the UNFCCC, and also if your first COP too, so let them know about one of the feedback that you want to share. So go ahead, Jack, please. Thank you.
Yambayan, balapin mordwa, balapin bi, paring alaking puja, hey, balapin demakamamangka. Nidya ngop, nyening, Hello, my family. All of my family that have been sustained by their Mother Earths, by their homes, and all those that sustain their Mother Earth, their home. My home spans from the sandy coastal plains, now known as Perth, to the granite outcrops to the east, which is home to the mungit tree. We, as Indigenous peoples, we speak these languages that embedded is that love for those trees, those love for those bees. We acknowledge those trees because those roots, they go deep. And as I said in that introduction, we as Indigenous peoples, those roots, they go deep. All of our grandmothers' grandmothers, all of our grandfathers' grandfathers, they live in our blood. And they guide us and they remind us who we are and what we're here to do. And in this space of youth, it's important to make that distinction. Who are we as Indigenous youth compared to all of the other youth of the world? We have connections that are deeper than anybody else's. These connections infer our obligations. So our voices in these spaces are important. And as youth, we have the greatest vested interest out of any group, because these trees are our family. These birds, they protect us. And we are obligated to protect them too, in that spirit of reciprocity that is universal for us Indigenous peoples. We're in a place where there's a lot of people pretending that they care. But they care about themselves. This is my second COP. The first COP I came, I was amazed. I was optimistic. All these people here to save the world. Global warming wasn't a term that Indigenous people came up with. We coined it ecosystem destabilization. Because we understand once that ecosystem goes out of balance, those dominoes start to fall. But here we are, standing tall because these roots, they go deep. And we, the Indigenous youth, are here to bring the balance from those roots that go deep, that go wide. And we're here to share that perspective from that sight from up high.
Wow. Wow. I feel your words, my bro. And that is a good lesson for all of us, because we have the connections with the earth, with the Mother Earth, with the nature, with the water. Because one of the quote says, the water is life. We are life too. So thank you so much for that words, Jack. Amazing words. So now, can you answer my questions? Okay, it's regarding the same questions about your procedures in the UNFCCC. We need to know how can I improve our capacity building, and also how can I improve the procedures of the UNFCCC, the indigenous youth. How can help? What is your feedback too about this week that you stay here in this COP? Sterling, please. Introduce yourself too.
Wahasko kwach ipisal ke kanmut, can smoke a mich, can sixigate tapi. Choichalas is ausis. Boch sapot ke tapix. So hello, my relatives. My name is Inipoka. It means buffalo child. I come from the place where the trees are in a line. My mom is Smilkameen, and my dad is Blackfoot. To answer your question, that's a very deep question. I believe that we are the bringers of the prophecies foretold about this time. We are the bringers of the new world, and we must lead the people into the new world. We're experiencing a shift in the present moment right now. And this shift is because we're shifting out of the old paradigm. We're going into that new world. And to be honest, not everybody's going to make it. And so it's our job as the youth to go back to our roots and to learn from our elders, and to learn from more importantly, learn from the land and learn from the water, and the Timuch, the Timchulauch, the Timuch, and the Siuch. Those are our greatest teachers. And that knowledge that they hold is the Yiluch. It's infinite. The Yuluk is the spiral, and you'll see it everywhere. You'll see it in cultures across the world, and to us, that symbolizes the infinite, that symbolizes the universe. There are infinite amount of realities, infinite amount of possibilities, and all we got to do is achieve it. We got to grasp it. We got to embody it. We got to awaken that knowledge within all of ourselves and come together